will take bold decisions, deep reforms, and an unflinching commitment to inclusive and sustainable growth. This special edition of Business Today charts that path with 100 transformative ideas to do list for exactly the policymakers, industry, as well as the citizens alike. The ideas are deliberately quite varied. Some are granular fixes, like tougher product labeling rules or smoother permissions for startups. Others are big picture shifts. Together, they reflect a desire. India's growth story needs to be accelerated even further. And therefore, today's conversations are inspired by that vision. These 100 ideas are not a prediction, they are a call for action. For governments, for businesses, and for citizens. Because the future we want for India needs to be built now. So we're all set to begin, and I would first like to thank all our partners. Our title partner is Adani, our state partner is Goa government, celebration partner is Art Horse and Soa, also cybersecurity partner is Fortinet, manufacturing innovation partner is Kone, associate partner Thomson Reuters, industry partner MIDC. I'd now like to call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today, for the welcome address. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Siddharth Zarabi.
Good morning, namaskar, welcome to everyone to this edition of India at 100 by Business Today. India at 100 is a vision for Viksit Bharat, and that deadline and that year was brought into public imagination and captured by Prime Minister Narendra Modi a few years ago. Viksit Bharat is obviously a concept, and it means different things to all of us. For those who are already at a higher income level, for them the concept of Vikas would be different. For those who still need to go up the economic chain, the concept of Vikas will be different for them. What should Business Today do? As India's oldest and most respected, largest circulated business magazine, we have also been on a journey of Vikas over the last few years, from a print publication moving into multimedia, with a television live stream operation, with one of the largest social media operations, and businesstoday.in, which is one of the most powerful, fast-paced business news and views website covering both India and the global economy. So for this edition of India at 100, we chose a concept of 100 ideas that we believe are our contribution to the public debate for meeting this goal of being a Viksit Bharat when India as a republic turns 100. Now obviously 100 ideas are not enough. A country of 1.4 billion people with perhaps as many opportunities and challenges, 100 ideas cannot be enough. But we've started this debate along with so many other conversations that are happening on transforming and innovating in our country. And it's just sheer coincidence that this event comes at a time when the global trade order that we knew for the last 30 years is being dismantled. It's being dismantled by one man, one country, and that is the United States of America and President Donald Trump. And that poses both opportunities and challenges for all of us here. How do we deal with that? That is the immediate provocation, and through the day, through this stellar lineup of guests that you will see, including union ministers, some of the senior most economic policy makers, representatives of corporate India. We have a Youth Ki Awaaz session also later on. And of course, the big man of the moment, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, and his senior colleague Nitin Gadkari, who is flagging off this event just in a while from now. So our hope, our aspiration is that all of you who are here in this hall and all of those who are tuning in across Business Today platforms to view this content, and it will be carried in BT Magazine. The stories and the headlines that appear from here will be made available in businesstoday.in also. All of this content will hopefully drive this change, it will drive this transformation, it will drive this conversation about what India needs to do at this particularly pivotal time in global trade and the global economy. What are those ideas? Those ideas will be revealed to you very shortly when Minister Nitin Gadkari reveals the edition, those 100 ideas. That we are keeping a bit under wraps only for that. And those 100 ideas, those copies of Business Today magazine that you will pick up, hopefully will drive your own imagination and your own efforts in your individual capacities to drive transformation and innovation in India. The opportunities that we have are multiple. 30 years ago, a balance of payments crisis and what was happening in global trade and the global economy led India down a path of reforms. Those reforms have delivered results for the last 3 decades, and those results include, if you see, a massive increase in our total output, our GDP. It's also led to an increase in per capita income. Many of you might want to argue that per capita income of that level is not enough. You should have much more. Of course, that aspiration is valid, but it is a journey. When we set out from home for any journey, we do not reach there instantly. It takes time. And therefore, as a nation, our present economic journey, if you see in terms of the phase, began when our reforms started. And our reforms have gone through certain cycles. Perhaps it is now time for a new cycle, new wave of reforms to reach a $30 trillion economy status. And that $30 trillion economy status cannot be achieved if business continues to happen in the manner it is currently. Business as usual cannot be the attitude for all stakeholders in the economy. Who are the stakeholders? The government, the Sarkar in India is one of the largest stakeholders. Then it comes to industry, and within India we are fortunate to have all sizes, scale of industry, and one of the most vibrant but perennially challenged MSME sectors, small enterprises, medium-scale enterprises, which drive employment, which drive much of our economy, including with our cities. I also want to take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Arvind Panagaria, who has joined us here for this session. And thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us. Sakshi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. Your words perfectly set the tone for today's conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first session this morning. This is titled Breaking Free, Rethinking India's Growth Model. India's growth story has delivered scale but not symmetry. Jobless growth, widening regional disparities and environmental degradation have reflected the fault lines in our own current trajectory. It is time to reimagine the fundamentals. What should India's next growth model look like? Can it be innovation-led, institutionally robust, and inclusive? This session brings together the top leader to explore the bold policy pivots, mindset shifts, and strategic bets that are required. What must we leave behind, and what must we now dare to build? For this session, let me please invite on stage Dr. Arvind Panagaria, Chairman of the 16th Finance Commission. To moderate this session, I'd also like to call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Arvind Panagaria.
A very warm welcome once again, and I want to dive into the subject straight away. Dr. Panagaria, this is a subject that you know perhaps better than most of us here, and that big question, we are at a pivotal moment in our economic history. In fact, the world seems to be at a pivotal moment, Dr. Panagaria, on account of what is happening, the dismantling of the global trade orders. What do you think is needed now to be done in terms of our domestic economy, our decisions, our policy architecture to achieve a developed India when the Republic turns 100?
Thank you for having me, Siddharth. Always a pleasure to be with you. Let me first say that, the way Sakshi sort of introduced the subject, it might seem like, somehow the the model we are on has been a failure. I really don't think so. So first of all, we have done quite well actually, at least in the post-reform era. Yes, I think, there was a model that did poorly, if not failed, with which we started immediately after independence. But I think, that's way behind us, and at least since 1991, we have been on a different model. Now, there are a few things that need to be tweaked and all, and you are absolutely right that there is no, it is a pivotal moment for us to be actually looking back, looking for what else we should be doing, how we should be modifying our path of growth. And particularly in the present context, in some ways, I think, this practically like the 1991 movement in the sense of, that there is a crisis that has been brought by the massive tariffs that the United States, well, 25% probably has already been actually imposed, and another 25 will get added in 21 days. So it is a good time to look back at, to take stock and think of what we could do. I think a number of things to be done. Our reform agenda as it existed had not, it's not like we had exhausted it. There's a lot of, a lot of things got done, but a lot of things remain to be done. And on the external front, I think we still, the opening up process, particularly I would say that at this pivotal moment, we should aggressively pursue the free trade agreement with the European Union. I think that's very, very important. As one market seems to be kind of closing, we need to open wider another market. And that is a negotiation that has been far along from what I understand. I should mention, I am the chair of a body which really is not a part of the government. Effectively, it's a constitutional body where both the state governments and the central governments are clients, and therefore, I don't speak from either inside knowledge nor do I speak for the government. So that is one thing, European Union agreement that needs to be done, and then there are still reforms to be done, particularly with respect to labor markets and land markets, about which we can speak.
Dr. Panagaria, do you think, since you said this is a 1990 moment, this is a challenge that we will be able to surmount? There will be short-term pain for certain sectors, that's pretty much clear. But do you think we'll come out of this in the medium to long run?
Look, we have come out of much bigger crises. And right now, the economy is very robust. And trade crisis, is a little funny one because the supply chains have their own way of shifting. Not only you can shift the, we often think about this shifting of origin, that the Chinese, when they were faced with these tariffs, the origin of some of the Chinese products got shifted to Vietnam and goods kind of got, but there is also the shifting of the destination. So, if we face higher tariffs into the US, but lower tariffs into the European Union, and Vietnam faces lower tariffs in the US, well, our exports can shift out of the United States into European Union, displace some of the Vietnamese products, which then can go to the US market. So, the market's the profit motive is so strong, and entrepreneurs so smart that they readjust these supply chains very rapidly. And if you look at all the trade flows, look, your peak total exports in the world prior to COVID was 19 trillion. This is the merchandise exports. Post-COVID, 25 trillion. So what happened there? We all thought that the supply chains had been completely disrupted by COVID and all. We saw all those, pictures of the Los Angeles port and all goods piling up and all that. But what happened? 25 trillion by 2022.
And do you think that overall exports will continue to grow at that same post-COVID trajectory despite what President Trump seems to be doing?
Well, we'll have to see. That sort of prediction, in any case, you can't make even in the normal circumstances, So there is some ups and downs that happen, but the longer term, I really don't think in terms of the next quarter or sometimes, economists, the macroeconomists particularly like to think of in terms of the next month or next moment. I think much longer term. And I think in a longer term, I don't see that, ultimately, if we set our own house in order, there is anything stopping our trajectory of growth. I mean, I see there's still considerable room for acceleration that we have.
Considerable room for acceleration that we have. That's a very good point, Dr. Panagaria, and I want to follow it up with a question. In terms of our model of growth, Dr. Panagaria, you will agree, and you've written and spoken about this for decades now. We currently have a leading edge in services. We made efforts towards manufacturing. Many of them have delivered result. At this time, what should be the strategy? Should it be a mix, or do you think we need to focus more on services and perhaps be prepared for slightly slower growth as far as manufacturing is concerned?
Yeah. So I've never actually thought in terms of whether we should do more of this or less of that. I really believe in good policies. Let us put good policies in place. Let the entrepreneurs decide what they want to do. Your question can be pushed further down. You might ask what services or what manufacturing, which products, etc. And I never kind of try to answer that question, because all of the entrepreneurs who are sitting here, they will decide what is to be produced. But the government's job really is to put good policies in place. And as long as we do that, they will decide,
Since we are looking ahead, and this conversation is, while it's under the shadows of the most recent tariff moves by President Trump, but when we look ahead, what reforms and moves would you like the government of the day to undertake, not just at the center, Dr. Panagaria, but at the states, to free up this entrepreneurial energy and spirit that Indians are known for?
Okay, I think this is the most important question, really. So at the center, there are two things I would say. One, I have already said, trade agreements, particularly the one with the European Union, that I think becomes much more crucial now in terms of given the uncertainty that has gotten created in one other large market. Perhaps we will end up reassessing our stance with respect to China also, and Asia in general. I think, the Asian market is itself also a large market. Looking domestically, if you map where the products are being exported from on the Indian map, you'll see that these are being exported mostly from the west. The east side is kind of more or less empty. And we got, Andhra Pradesh, we got Odisha, to some degree you can also say Tamil Nadu, but Tamil Nadu being at the end of the peninsula, probably uses the west side currently. So because even the Tamil Nadu exports seem to be channeled through the western side. But the eastern side is weak, so that's the other thing we perhaps will need to do. Now, domestically, one most important reform, which really is only one step left, which is the labor law. The 4 codes were actually enacted by the parliament in 2019 and 20, and they still have not been implemented. I think those are absolutely essential, crucial. And there cannot be a better moment to actually do it quickly, because this can be, all we need to do is to notify the rules and regulations, and effectively they get implemented. There is no parliamentary action required on them. So I think that is absolutely crucial, I would say, in terms of the job creation. And this is where we get back to this, the bottlenecks facing the manufacturing, and therefore the job creation in manufacturing. And I think that's very essential. Now, at the state level, the most important factor of production at the state level, and this is largely a state issue, is land. It is incredible how at our per capita income level, land is so expensive. I'm talking urban land. Now, when we think of urbanization, urban land, we are generally thinking in terms of how to make life better for the residents of the cities and the towns. We don't think, aggressively in terms of preparing our cities for the businesses. I think that is, there has to be a little bit of shift of that. There are a lot of land-related reforms which need to be done. Starting from Land Acquisition Act, which I think, at the central level now, this is not going to happen because an attempt was made in 2015 and it did not succeed. I think it's going to be harder for the central government, but state governments can still do it. And if 3 or 4 states would come forward and reform that, hopefully the central government, which has to give the ultimate clearance assent for that kind of reform, it's a concurrent list subject, and therefore assent of the central government would be required. I think it should be forthcoming. Then that can be done. That's land acquisition. But there are all sorts of land laws, from conversion of land, for example, agriculture to industry, but also in the way the zoning gets done. In the cities, sometimes these zones are small and they're defined for very specialized, specific activities. You need larger zones with mixed activity, residential, business, commercial, everything, So larger zones, because you have to be able to accommodate. Then you have to start giving the permissions, actually to reform the rules themselves to let the buildings rise up. If the horizontal space is limited, then go vertically up. I don't believe that our horizontal space is limited. It is all policy imposed because we don't do the conversion that easily from agriculture to industry on the periphery, etc. This is always in the center of the city. In any case, we make it more expensive because in the center of the city, we always go for low FSI. So that needs to be fixed up. Even on a given plot, more than half of the land has to be left empty because of all sorts of regulations that, in the front offset, the back offset, side offset and all. Then there is, how much you can build. Then there is the environmental, which takes another 10-15% of the plot area. So you can't really, as it is, you get with such great difficulty urban land. And then even that actually, half of it you are not allowed to use. And then the FSI restricts going vertically up as well. I think there are solutions, policy solutions. Some states are, by the way, doing. Telangana has done it. And very recently, UP has made a major reform. I think, it doesn't go all the way where one would like it to go, but it's a good start. It's a very good start where, a lot of the clearances have been reduced also. Final thing, both at the center and at the state level, regulation. We have this plethora of regulations, even on small little things, On the one hand, we have done digitization. So anything that has been digitized and works really without interface with a bureaucrat, it's all fine. But the moment you have to, interface with the bureaucracy, the regulation is so multi-layered, so many permissions. Just example, take of exports. Now, no country really requires all these permissions for exports because you're sending goods out. It's their problem. Let them do the checking. If imports are coming, fine, they're coming into my country and want to make sure that, these are the right kind of goods that are coming in and also checking of those is fine. But why so many permissions for exports? This is mind-boggling. We are probably the only country in the world that really effectively through these multiple permissions that we require, we actually put a restraint on our own exports.
Are you also referring along with the regulations to certain export control measures that are taken for some commodities at times?
Good thing you mentioned actually, these are the quality control orders, QCOs. I think, we should wholesale start removing those because, these are on the import side. These are on the import side, and if products are coming from, if these are products that are going to the other major markets around the world, anything that's being sold in the European markets or in the American markets, effectively it should meet the standard. So I really think that these QCOs that we have started, really, they are actually instruments of protection, and largely, I think, there may be some specific ones which have legitimate reason, but largely they act as protectionists, and I think these QCOs really should be taken out.
Dr. Panagaria, your career arc is very, very impressive, and you someone who's both been academic and now a practitioner within the government system in some ways. We've been called protectionist repeatedly in the recent past, being allegedly one of the most protectionist countries in the world. As a trade economist and one of the foremost ones in the world, how would you describe India's trade protectionism, and to what extent do you agree with this claim?
We are substantially open. No, so I don't think we are, there may be protectionist measures as we talked about just now about QCOs. But if you say that is India an open economy, yes, of course. We cannot actually.
But are we a dead economy?
No, you don't want me to answer that question.
We'll still let you take a shot at it.
I mean, look, you don't grow at 7% plus, and actually in dollar terms we are growing even faster than 7%. So, I don't know what the definition. I mean, maybe dead bodies do move.
Well, that's the best you can get out of an economist, right? He's not a politician, and therefore the response to that loaded question is very, very illustrative. Sir, I also want you to tell us about the steel frame that runs India, both at the state and the central level. A lot of people say that the steel frame has delivered, kept India together, but a lot of people say, maybe we perhaps need a little bit less of steel. Now that you've spent so many years working with the government system, how would you say this? And this is a question for the future, not a question for here and now.
Mixed bag, because there are certainly very, very good people inside the government, without which reforms could not have happened. I mean, you needed like A.N. Verma at the time, you needed later on, people like Amitabh Kant, others, so there are good people. In my own commission, I have a fantastic secretary who does a lot of great technical, not only administrative, technical work, So I'm sort of very happy. I've got very good staff actually, all of it. All praise for my staff in the commission. I can't think of anybody who is not delivering. So there are a lot of good people also. But it's the totality of the system that we have created. And that is related to the multi-layered regulation that has been created. And I mean, it's a complicated thing. We won't, it's a separate, full, longer conversation.
No, but one of the biggest questions, and if you see just the recent past, there's so much angst about why we can't keep our cities clean, why we don't have an efficient garbage disposal system in cities where real estate prices are amongst the highest in the world. Why do you think this is the case?
Well, that also is, that's not just not entirely to do with the steel frame. It's got to do with you and me as well. I mean, one time, I remember Prime Minister was saying that, कि घर के सामने कूड़ा पड़ा हुआ है तो अभी ये सोचेंगे कि केंद्र सरकार आके उसको हटाए. This is the attitude of the people. I mean, we by habit take the garbage out of our house, but then we'll dump it right outside. I think, there is a citizen responsibility on this as well. By the way, a lot of effort is being made, and the citizens, in fact, where they have the even minimal resources and some guidance, do quite well actually, because as the commission chair, we have been visiting all the states. We have visited all 28 states, and we also go and meet with the panchayats. And some of the panchayats are doing fabulous job on this, the entire sanitation front. I mean, you'll not believe that this kind of garbage collection is done in these rural jurisdictions by the panchayats. They are often short of resources, and that's a different issue.
And perhaps greater allocation of resources is very, very essential. Dr. Panagaria, this is not a question on your work at the commission, because that's privileged work, and I'm not at all asking you about the commission work. But since you've traveled across India, interacted with states, and have understood what they are doing as part of the Finance Commission's work, this imbalance, regional or otherwise, in the growth trajectory of states in India, why is that the case, sir?
In my thinking, leadership really matters incredibly. There are the factors, but in the same state, you get a good chief minister coming through and you see what begins to happen. I'll give you examples, two, one on the west coast and the other on the east coast. You had Gujarat, although Gujarat started more in the middle, but now it's practically close to the top. Leadership had to do with it. But Odisha, I mean, that's on the east coast. Odisha, 1980s, was the second from the bottom, if I'm not mistaken, Bihar, and then that was Odisha. Today, Odisha's per capita income, you will probably, if you don't know it, you will be surprised, is higher than West Bengal. That tells you about the leadership on both sides.
Okay, that's a fantastic example that you give.
So,
by 2047, which will be the top 3 states in India according to you, sir?
Well, if you look at the current trajectory, you see, now talking about, how the entrepreneurship itself also sorts things out. If you look at any country which has been high per capita income country, you will see that population largely ends up on the coasts. Look at the United States, you look at South Korea, you look at Taiwan, you look at any of the countries, you look at actually China, for instance, all on the coast. Well, that sorting out is happening in India also today. I'll tell you who are the 8 highest per capita income states. You got Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, then you got Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Haryana, and you got Telangana, right? Now, of the 6 I have named, of the 8 I have named, 6 are on the coast, and 2, Telangana was on the coast just before bifurcation, and now Telangana, of course, in any case, is hooked up into the global marketplace through IT industry. Haryana is the same, it's largely Gurgaon, and Gurgaon is also IT industry. So, I think there are your 7 or 8 cities or states, out of which I think you will see the top 3 emerging by 2047. But these are the states, by the way, which will get to the Viksit Bharat level way before 2047. I mean, these states are already very high per capita income. They are the top, they are in the top 20 percentile.
So will Maharashtra be number 1 well before the 2047 deadline?
No, I don't know number 1 or not, but it will become, my definition is like, I use the World Bank definition per capita income in 2024 dollars of about $14,000. And that I think Maharashtra will achieve well before 2047. As will some of these other states like Gujarat, Telangana, Karnataka, etc.
That's a very good point to end this conversation at. Maharashtra will achieve that kind of per capita income, and we have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Minister from Maharashtra, from Nagpur. On that note, I thank you, Dr. Panagaria, for your time and for this session. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panagaria. May I please request you to stay back on the stage while I now invite Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee, publisher for Business Today magazine, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Panagaria. We truly valued your insights, sir, on the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to launch the Business Today magazine. And for this, I'd like to call upon stage Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, to please come up on stage. Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief for India Today Group. Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group. Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. And Mr. Alok Nair, COO, Business Today, to please come up on stage and unveil the magazine. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we also have the physical magazines now? the magazine for you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Business Today magazine, India at 100. And for the next session now, may I please request Honorable Minister to please stay on the stage and also request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to be on the stage as well. The road to 2047, a doer's vision for Bharat's future. Execution defines transformation and infrastructure in its foundation. From expressways to electric vehicles, logistics hubs to green fuels, Bharat is being reimagined mile by mile. A rare look at India at 100 from one of the most effective nation builders, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. नमस्कार नितिन जी, once again आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, धन्यवाद। आपने जो बिजनेस टुडे इंडिया एट 100 का स्पेशल एडिशन रिलीज़ किया है, इसका एक बड़ा ख़ास जो हमने प्रयास किया इस बारी कि इतना बड़ा देश है और हर समय रिफॉर्म की बात होती है, तो इस बारी 100 ऐसे रिफॉर्म आइडियाज़ हमारी टीम ने, हमारे सारे साथियों ने, कई सारे इकोनॉमिस्ट और संस्थाओं के साथ बात करके 100 ऐसे आइडिया निकाले। देश इतना बड़ा है, लाखों आइडियाज़ की आवश्यकता है, परंतु हमने 100 निकाले क्योंकि भारत जब एज ए रिपब्लिक 100 बनेगा तो उससे जोड़ते हुए इस बात के लिए, और आपने उसी स्पेशल एडिशन का अवलोकन किया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वी आर डिस्कसिंग इंडिया एट 100 एंड द रोड टू इंडिया एट 100, नॉट वन रोड, मल्टीपल रोड्स, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ किलोमीटर्स ऑफ रोड्स एंड हाईवेज। नितिन जी, आप बना रहे हैं पिछले 10-11 सालों से, तो इसलिए सबसे पहला सवाल, 2047 में भारत में जो सड़कें, हाईवे होंगी, उनकी शक्ल और सूरत कैसी होगी?
वैसे तो अभी जो सूरत है वो बदली हुई है। मैं जब मंत्री बना तो मेरे ऑफिस में मैंने अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन एफ कैनेडी जी की एक बात लिख कर रखी थी, जो मेरे टेबल के सामने थी, कि अमेरिकन रोड्स आर नॉट गुड बिकॉज अमेरिका इज रिच, बट अमेरिका इज रिच बिकॉज अमेरिकन रोड्स आर गुड। और इसी बात को रखकर हमने काम शुरू किया। और मैं पुराने कामों की गिनती इसलिए नहीं करूँगा कि वो आपको पता है, रिपीटेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है, पर केवल अभी दिल्ली जैसा है, दिल्ली एनसीआर में हम लोग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम कर रहे हैं और आने वाले 4 महीने में फिर से 40,000 करोड़ के नए काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये समझ लीजिए कि कितने बड़े प्रमाण पर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है। और इस साल हमने 2 टारगेट सामने रखे हैं। ये टारगेट्स है, ये डिक्लेरेशन नहीं है। पहला टारगेट ये कि हम 38 किलोमीटर पर डे रोड बना रहे थे, हम आगे जाकर इसको 100 किलोमीटर पर डे तक पहुंचाएंगे। ये अगले ही साल होगा ऐसा मैं नहीं करता हूं, पर ये टारगेट रखकर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और ये टारगेट अगर पूरा करना है तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हमारे अवार्ड, अभी तक हमने इस साल में करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ के काम अवार्ड किए हैं और मार्च एंड तक हम 10 लाख करोड़ के अवार्ड रोड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के करेंगे। तो ये 10 लाख करोड़ के काम अगर हम करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि नेचुरली इसका 1 रुपये जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में खर्चा होता है तो 3 रुपये 80 पैसे उससे जनरेट होते हैं। ये हम आपके इकोनॉमिस्ट जो है वही कहते हैं। और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो है, जो अचीवमेंट हुई है, कि IIM बेंगलोर और चेन्नई IIT और कानपुर IIT ने जो स्टडी किया है, उन तीनों ने कहा है कि इंडिया की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 6% कम हुई है रोड की। इसका कारण ऐसा है कि हमारे देश की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट ये 16% थी, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन कंट्री की 12% और चाइना की 8%। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि इस साल दिसंबर तक हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 9% आएगी और 9% रोड अच्छे बनने के कारण, और निश्चित रूप से लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 7% से कम होने से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट और बढ़ेगा, 1.5 गुना होगा, दुगना हो सकता है, और इसका देश के इकोनॉमी को फ़ायदा होगा। ये जो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम हो रही है, इसमें जैसे रोड अच्छे बने हैं, जिसमें टाइम बच रहा है, स्पीड बढ़ी है, वैसा दूसरा फ़ायदा ये हुआ है कि हम लोग अभी अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में भी काम कर रहे हैं। मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, अभी फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस का हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाटा को दिया है, पहली बार देश में 135 सीटर बस जो फ्लैश चार्जिंग में चालू होगी वो शुरू हो रही नागपुर में एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में। और आगे ये बस हम दिल्ली से जयपुर, दिल्ली से देहरादून, चेन्नई से बेंगलोर, ऐसे अनेक जगह पर शुरू करेंगे। ये इसकी विशेषता ये है कि मेट्रो इतनी कैपेसिटी इसकी है, पर मेट्रो की कॉस्ट पर किलोमीटर 450 करोड़ है और इस बस की कॉस्ट 2 करोड़ है। तो नेचुरली, और इसका टिकट रेट डीजल बस के तुलना में 30% कम होगा। एयर कंडीशन बस होगी, एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयर होगी, हवाई जहाज में जैसे चाय पानी नाश्ता मिलता वो भी मिलेगा, और ये ट्रांसपोर्ट के कंफर्ट्स में भी सामने टीवी होगा हर सीट में, हवाई जहाज जैसा। तो ये एक मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट, पर्टिकुलरली ये एक शहर से दूसरे शहर में ये जोड़ने के लिए हम शुरू कर रहे हैं। हम 360 रोपवे केबल कार बना रहे हैं। अभी तक हमने ये टूरिज्म के लिए इसका विचार किया था, पर अब धीरे धीरे इस पर वर्किंग कर रही है, जिसमें अभी तक कोई आया नहीं है। अभी पोर्ट से कंटेनर उठाकर रोपवे जैसा कंटेनर को उठाकर हम ट्रांसपोर्ट कर सकते हैं क्या, इस पर भी हम अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। तो ओवरऑल फ्यूल में हमने अभी हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर 10 रोड हिंदुस्तान में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया है, जिसमें टाटा, लेलैंड, वॉल्वो, इंडियन ऑयल, HPCL, रिलायंस, ये सब कंपनी, उसके लिए 10 प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिया है। और टाटा ने 3 ट्रक बनाए हैं, एक हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर और 2 IC इंजन में हाइड्रोजन डालकर, तीनों को मैंने लॉन्च किया। और अभी हम लोग हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर ये जो फिलिंग स्टेशन, ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, हाइड्रोजन, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बनाना, तो ये सब 10 प्रोजेक्ट हमारे पूरे देश में है। उसकी लिस्ट मैं आपको दे दूंगा, इसका काम शुरू हो गया। तो मुझे यह कहना है कि इन सब बातों का परिणाम ओवरऑल आप जो कह रहे हैं, ये जो आइडिया नहीं है, इसमें मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में काफ़ी बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा, ये आने वाले समय में आपको दिखेगा।
इस एडिशन में ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर को लेके भी करीब करीब 10 आइडिया कुल मिला के हैं और उन पे हम चर्चा करते रहेंगे। गडकरी जी, आपने अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति का अभी रेफरेंस दिया, पर अभी जो वर्तमान के अमेरिकन राष्ट्रपति भारत के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, भारत के साथ कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसी स्थिति में आप वो चित्र रखेंगे कि अभी बदलने का समय आ गया है?
नहीं, मैं कोई राष्ट्रपति जी के कोई बातों की तुलना नहीं कर रहा हूँ। जो हिस्ट्री में अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन F कैनेडी जी ने जो कहा था, वो बात को दुनिया भी स्वीकारती है, ये प्रसिद्ध उनका स्टेटमेंट है, मैंने उसका केवल जिक्र किया है। वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति के बारे में तो मैं कुछ कहूँगा नहीं, वो जयशंकर जी और मोदी जी उसके बारे में कहेंगे।
जी, शाम को पीयूष गोयल जी भी आ रहे हैं, उनसे चर्चा करेंगे। आपने एक्सपोर्ट्स की बात की, आपको लगता है कि जो वर्तमान में निर्णय लिए गए हैं अमेरिका द्वारा और उस पर अभी शायद चर्चा होनी बाकी है, इसका कोई दुष्प्रभाव पड़ेगा हमारी इकोनॉमी पे और हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स पे?
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, अमेरिका के निर्णय और पॉलिसी के बारे में टिप्पणी करने का मुझे अधिकार नहीं है, पर मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताता हूँ। मैं जब मंत्री बना तब हमारा हिंदुस्तान के ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर का नंबर 7वां नंबर था। अभी 6-7 महीने पहले हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम तीसरे नंबर पर आए। अमेरिका पहले नंबर पर है 78 लाख करोड़, दूसरे नंबर पर है चाइना 49 लाख करोड़ और हिंदुस्तान है 22 लाख करोड़। अब आपको इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताता हूँ कि हमारा ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर है वो 4.5 करोड़ युवाओं को उन्होंने जॉब दिया है और राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार को GST के रूप में सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू देने वाला ये सेक्टर है। हमारे देश का सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट इस सेक्टर में है और हमारी 2 व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री बजाज, TVS, हीरो, होंडा, ये 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। अभी मर्सिडीज़ के चेयरमैन एक आध महीना पहले मुझे मिले और अब इलेक्ट्रिक पर पूरा कन्वर्ट करें और उन्होंने कहा कि हिंदुस्तान में हम हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेंटर कर रहे हैं। अभी मारुति सुजुकी उनकी गाड़ियाँ, यहाँ की टोयोटो, बाद में हुंडई, इनका बड़ा एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। अब इसमें बीच में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज हुआ कि हमारे देश में इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, LNG, CNG और हाइड्रोजन, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में बड़ा काम हुआ। हमारे देश का इंपोर्ट है 22 लाख करोड़ का अब ये जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है उसका परिणाम क्या हुआ आप देखिए। आपको याद होगा क्योंकि आप 11 साल से मेरे अक्सर इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो और यही आपके ही एक कार्यक्रम में ताज पैलेस में मुझे मेरे एक मित्र आज तक वालों ने पूछा था कि अगर इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी रास्ते में बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? तो अभी ये शुरुआत थी, उस समय लोगों के मन में कंफ्यूजन था। अब इलेक्ट्रिक में इतना पॉपुलर हुआ कि इलेक्ट्रिक की वेटिंग लिस्ट है। इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस 50,000 बनती है देश में, रिक्वायरमेंट 1 लाख की है। इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक, अभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक आ रहे हैं। अब सबसे अच्छी बात आपको बताता हूं कि बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत जब हमने इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल शुरू किए तब $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी और आज हमारे देश में वो कीमत $55 पर किलोवाट पर आवर हो गई। यानी इलेक्ट्रिक की बैटरी सस्ती हो गई। एक बस में 40 लाख रुपए की बैटरी लगती थी, अब आप समझिए कि 1/3 कीमत हो जाएगी। तो वो दिन अब दूर नहीं है कि पेट्रोल डीजल की व्हीकल और इलेक्ट्रिक की व्हीकल की प्राइस कम होगी। इसमें हाइड्रोजन भी पीछे से आ रहा है। अब इसमें बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन, जिंक आयन, एल्यूमिनियम आयन, सोडियम आयन, हमारे यंग लड़के इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं कि इतने नए नए रिसर्च हो रहे हैं कि मैं ये मानता हूँ कि हमें वर्ल्ड का मार्केट उपलब्ध है। कोई 1-2 देश में थोड़ी उसके ऊपर हम डिपेंड है। हमारी पूरे अफ्रीकन कंट्री में हमारे 2 व्हीलर पूरे जाते हैं, श्रीलंका में, बांग्लादेश में हमारे 2 व्हीलर ट्रैक्टर जाते हैं। तो आने वाले समय में ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में मैंने अभी कल ही मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट वालों की कॉन्फ्रेंस में गया था और मैंने सब ओईएम को बुलाकर कहा कि आप सब लोगों के पीछे सरकार खड़ी है। दिक्कतें आती हैं, सेमीकंडक्टर में दिक्कतें आई तो हमने ये सारे स्कीम उसके लिए तैयार की। अब वो जहाँ दिक्कत भी, लिथियम आयन का प्रॉब्लम है, हमको 1200 टन लिथियम आयन लगता है। अभी नई माइनिंग पॉलिसी में आ रही, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हमारे माइनिंग मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उनको कहा है कि हम जल्द से जल्द ये कैसे मिला है, क्योंकि हमारे पास लिथियम है, हम लिथियम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास गोल्ड है, हम गोल्ड इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो हम अपने देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए गतिशीलता के साथ जल्दी माइनिंग शुरू करें। और ये 1200 टन लिथियम जो लगता है, अभी ज़्यादा लगेगा और तो ये हमारे देश में तैयार होगा। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है हर क्षेत्र में, मैं ऑटोमोबाइल का मेरे से संबंध है इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। हाइड्रोजन में हमारे फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ी में मैं आया बैठकर आपके होटल में भी, वो वर्ल्ड की पहली इनोवा गाड़ी है, नीचे में खड़ी है, जो 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, 60% बिजली तैयार करती है और पेट्रोल की तुलना में उसकी एवरेज की तुलना करेंगे तो 25 रुपीज़ लीटर पेट्रोल का भाव होगा। यानी कंज्यूमर का फ़ायदा है, प्रदूषण की कमी है, इंपोर्ट की कमी है, किसानों का फ़ायदा है। तो ओवरऑल हमारे इसमें जो इस प्रकार से देश आगे निकल रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि पूरी दुनिया का मार्केट हमारे लिए है और हमें ये क्षमता है कि दुनिया में अच्छे से अच्छी क्वालिटी और कम से कम कॉस्ट में देने की क्षमता बहुत कम 1-2 देशों में है, पर उन देशों में भारत अब सबसे आगे जाएगा और वर्ल्ड का मार्केट हमको मिलेगा और हमारी इकोनॉमी आने वाले समय में मजबूत बनेगी, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
ये आपने बहुत एक अच्छी बात कही। मंत्री जी, आपने बायोएथेनॉल का जिक्र किया और पेट्रोल डीजल की गाड़ियों के दाम कम होंगे ये भी जिक्र किया, पर आपने देखा होगा पिछले कुछ दिनों से माइलेज कम हो रही है E20 के कारण, एथलॉन के कारण। इस पे बड़ी एक चर्चा हो रही है सोशल मीडिया।
कोई चर्चा नहीं है, पूरी चर्चा यानी अब बोलना नहीं चाहिए, ये पॉलिटिकली या ये पेट्रोलियम लॉबी वाले इसको मैनिपुलेट करते होंगे। 20% इथेनॉल डालने के ऊपर देश में एक तो भी गाड़ी में तकरार रही कि आप नाम बताइए। अभी सीएम ने स्टेटमेंट निकाला है, सबने ऑलरेडी ARI ने निकाला हुआ है। इथेनॉल के कारण कोई गाड़ी में कोई तकलीफ हुई ऐसा एक भी उदाहरण नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, क्या ये देश का इंपोर्ट 22 लाख करोड़ का जो इकोनॉमी से पैसा जा रहा है वो कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या दिल्ली में ये प्रदूषण से आप सब लोग जिस प्रकार का सामना कर रहे हैं, प्रदूषण कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या इस देश में चावल सरप्लस है, गेहूं सरप्लस है और अब मक्के से इथेनॉल बनना शुरू हुआ तो 1200 रुपये क्विंटल मक्के का भाव था, आज मक्के से इथेनॉल शुरू हुआ तो मक्के का भाव 2600 रुपये क्विंटल हुआ और बिहार यूपी में सब जगह 3 गुना मल्टीप्लाई, मक्का ज़्यादा लगा और किसानों को मक्के से अच्छा पैसा मिल रहा है। इससे रूरल एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में ग्रोथ आ रही है। जो 12% हमारा एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन है जीडीपी में, वो हम 22% तक ले जाएंगे अगर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टुवर्ड्स एनर्जी एंड पावर सेक्टर होगा। तो मुझे लगता है इतना अच्छा होने के बाद कोई तकरार नहीं, मैं तो खुली चुनौती देता हूँ। अब ये कुछ ना कुछ इसको विरोध करने में किसी का इंटरेस्ट हो सकते हैं, पर उसकी चिंता मत करिए। ये सब बातों को ARI करके जो भारत सरकार की वो हर चीज़ को टेस्ट करती है, उनका रिपोर्ट आता है, फिर हमारी मिनिस्ट्री उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स तय करती है। और अभी ब्रिक कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं ब्राज़ील गया था। ब्राज़ील में पेट्रोल पंप पर 100% पेट्रोल भी मिलता है, फिर 27% इथेनॉल डाले वाला पेट्रोल भी मिलता है, 100% इथेनॉल वाला भी मिलता है। अब फ्लेक्स इंजन आए हैं, टाटा, महिंद्रा, टोयोटो, हुंडई 11 कंपनियों ने अब लगभग ये फ्लेक्स इंजन तैयार किए हैं। और अभी कल मेरे यहाँ कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की मैन्युफैक्चर की मीटिंग हुई और अगले सप्ताह में एग्रीकल्चर इक्विपमेंट वालों की हो रही है। और किर्लोस्कर ने, मैं 11 तारीख को पुणे जा रहा हूँ, और किर्लोस्कर ने जनरेटर सेट 100% इथेनॉल फ्लेक्स फ्यूल पर वो तैयार किया, वो लॉन्च करने जा रहा हूँ। तो आप आने वाले समय में हमारे देश में स्वदेशी, स्वावलंबन और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनना चाहिए। हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनना चाहिए। हमारी इकोनॉमी मजबूत बननी चाहिए। उस दिशा में हमारी सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे जा रही है। 1,14,000 करोड़ रुपए ये किसानों को इसके कारण मिले, इथेनॉल आने के कारण, और 1 लाख करोड़ भारत सरकार की बचत हुई क्योंकि इथेनॉल डालने से। एक बात आपकी सच है कि इथेनॉल में डालने के बाद उसके कैलोरिक वैल्यू पेट्रोल में थोड़ा है, तो थोड़ा सा उसका एवरेज में कमी आती है, पर धीरे धीरे 100% इथेनॉल पर हम जाएंगे। तो इथेनॉल का रेट आज 65 है, 60-65, पेट्रोल का 120 रुपये है। अभी जो मैं गाड़ी में बैठ के आया हूँ टोयोटो की जी, 1 साल से मैं चला रहा हूँ, 100% इथेनॉल पर। और मैंने आपको कहा कि इसका रेट तो 25 रुपये है।
गडकरी जी,
पेट्रोल पे
इथेनॉल 100% ये कब तक आएगा? क्योंकि वर्तमान में इथेनॉल 27% का अभी वो शायद नियम आप फाइनलाइज कर रहे हैं, तो ये कब, किस स्टेज पे आएगा?
27% का अभी कोई फाइनल नहीं हुआ है
जी।
प्रोसीजर ऐसा है कि पहले ARI में उसकी ट्रायल होती है। ट्रायल होने के बाद हमारी प्रहलाद जोशी जी की मंत्री जो पारंपरिक ऊर्जा की, इसमें वहाँ उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स तय होते हैं, और दोनों के बाद पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री का ये अधिकार है, और फिर वो कैबिनेट में जाकर उसका निर्णय होगा। अब टेस्टिंग लेवल पर है, जब ये पूरी फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी होगी तब केस पेट्रोलियम मंत्री तक जाएगी और तब निर्णय करने का अधिकार उनका है। जहाँ तक 100% इथेनॉल का है, कमियाँ होती है। जैसे हमने जब इथेनॉल शुरू किया तो पेट्रोल में इथेनॉल डालने के लिए अप टू 20% जो GST लगा वो 5% है, और 100% इथेनॉल के ऊपर 20% के ऊपर GST 18% है। वो मैंने निर्मला जी को उसको सामने रखा कि ध्यान में नहीं है, ऐसा ऐसा हुआ। अब इंडियन ऑयल ने 350 इथेनॉल के पंप शुरू किए हैं, पर अभी इथेनॉल की अवेलेबिलिटी, उसकी स्टैंडर्ड्स, फिर उसकी गाड़ियाँ, ये प्रोसेस में है। हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी, हाइड्रोजन की ट्रक प्रोसेस में है। जैसे 10 पायलट प्रोजेक्ट हम ऑलरेडी शुरू किए 600 करोड़ के हाइड्रोजन के लिए, वैसे इसका भी अब शुरू होगा, और धीरे धीरे ये सब स्टैंडर्ड्स पूरे करने के बाद फिर ये लागू होगा।
आपने एक रेफरेंस दी और मुझे नहीं पता यहाँ पे कितने लोगों को जानकारी है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपको माइनिंग पॉलिसी की तरफ कार्यभार दिया है, और ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, खासकर ऐसी स्थिति में कि जब चाइना रेयर अर्थ्स पे बैन लगा रहा है और प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप व्यापार को लेके इतने सारे टैरिफ्स और ड्यूटीज़ लगा रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में, और अगर थोड़ा आगे की तरफ देखें, हमारी जो बाहर से इंपोर्ट्स पे डिपेंडेंसी ये कितनी कम हो सकती है?
पहली बात तो ऐसी कि प्रधानमंत्री ने इस पर मुझे कोई ऐसा ये दिया नहीं है, जिम्मेदारी दी नहीं है। ये विषय माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट का है, पर ये जब चर्चा हो रही थी तो मैंने माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने भी ऐसे सुझाव रखे हैं जो मैं पहले से रखते आया हूँ कि एक माइन शुरू होने के लिए 5 से 6 साल लगते हैं। उसमें इन्वायरमेंट फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस होता है, लैंड एक्विजिशन होती है, सरकारी नियम है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी है, भारत सरकार भी है। तो मैंने उनको ये कहा है कि क्या ये समय हम कम कर सकते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी इच्छा है कि भाई हमारे देश में जब लिथियम आयन है तो हम उसको इंपोर्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले समय में काफ़ी सुधार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माइनिंग सेक्टर में हुए। जैसे अब एक कॉपर की माइन है, हम कॉपर निकाल कर बाकी वेस्ट में बाकी मटेरियल था वो हम निकाल नहीं सकते थे, उसके ऊपर अलग पॉलिसी थी, अब उसको अनुमति मिली है। तो आने वाले समय में माइनिंग सेक्टर में अपरंपार संभावना है, और ये जो प्रोसीजर है इन्वायरमेंट फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस से लेकर ये कम से कम समय का होना चाहिए। मेरी तो सुझाव ये था कि 6 महीने के अंदर ऑल फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी होकर तुरंत माइन शुरू हो, ऐसा कोई ईज ऑफ बिजनेस में सुधार हो। तो ये कोशिश है, माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री काम कर रही है, और फाइनल पॉलिसी को क्या प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में कैबिनेट क्लियर करेगी। मैंने अपनी बात जो है वो कंसर्निंग लोगों को बताई है।
गडकरी जी, आपने ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और सुधारों की बात की। आपके मंत्रालय में आपने बहुत सारे प्रोसीजरल सुधार पिछले 10-11 सालों में किए। हम सब रिपोर्टर्स को ये जानकारी है कि कैसे काम जल्दी से हो, नहीं तो सालों साल लग जाते थे, प्रोजेक्ट्स इतने डिले होते थे। पर अगर पूरी इकोनॉमी की बात करें और आगे की तरफ देखें, ये जो चैलेंज है, बहुत सारे इकोनॉमिस्ट, डॉक्टर पानेगरिया भी अभी यहाँ पे थे, वो सब कह रहे हैं कि ये 1991 मोमेंट भारत के लिए फिर से आ चुका है। एक चुनौती भी है बट बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। क्या करना चाहिए सुधारों और रिफॉर्म की दृष्टि से?
देखिए, मैं सुधार और रिफॉर्म में तो डॉक्टर साहब भी बैठे हैं और हमारी सरकार बहुत कर रही, पर मेरी एक नाराजी मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। नाराजी ये है कि आप अर्बन सेंट्रिक और दिल्ली मुंबई सेंट्रिक है। ये समस्या महत्वपूर्ण है, नो डाउट, पर मैं गांव से हूँ, और आज हमारे जीडीपी ग्रोथ में एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन केवल 12% है। 24% जो है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का है, और 52 से 54% जो है वो सर्विस सेक्टर का है। अब एग्रीकल्चर में, अलाइड इंडस्ट्री में, जैसे हमारे यहाँ अभी फिशिंग में ब्लू इकोनॉमी को 7 लाख करोड़ करने का हमने संकल्प किया। मैं जब शिपिंग मंत्री था तो कोचिन शिपयार्ड को हमने एक ट्रॉलर बनाया। अब हमारे जो फिशिंग बोट है वो समुद्र में केवल 10 नॉटिकल मील जाते हैं। अभी हमने ऐसा ट्रॉलर बनाया जो श्रीलंका में हमारे जो मच्छीमार जाते थे उनको भी दिए हैं, तो हम अभी 100 नॉटिकल मील जा सकते हैं। तो हमारा फिशिंग 7 गुना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ सकता है, और ये एक्सपोर्ट होता है। फिर हमारा मिल्क में अमूल और मदर डेयरी कितना बड़ा काम हुआ है। अभी हमने ब्राज़ील में हमारी जो गाय गई थी जीर जात की, अब वो 60 लीटर दूध दे रही है, और उसका जो बूल तैयार हुआ उसका सीमेंस लाकर अब हमारे यहाँ ये टेक्नोलॉजी आई है कि 100% गोरी होगी। जैसे ये अपना एम्ब्रियो ट्रांसफ़र टेस्ट ट्यूब बेबी जैसा, और देश में 3 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुए और तीनों का उद्घाटन मैंने किया। एक सांगली में चितड़े का है, एक बारामती में पवार साहब ने डाला है, और एक नागपुर में वेटरनरी यूनिवर्सिटी में। तो पूरी एक एक देशी गाय अगर 20 लीटर की होगी तो मिल्क सेक्टर में कितनी बड़ी क्रांति होगी। दूसरी ओर एआई इन एग्रीकल्चर आया है। अब मैं खुद हमारे पूना की संस्था के साथ, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट और गूगल के साथ मैं खुद काम कर रहा हूँ, और वो अमेरिकन सैटेलाइट से मेरे खेत का पूरा रीडिंग मिल सकता है। अभी हमारे यहाँ काम चल रहा है, और वो बताएगा कि पानी चाहिए कितना, कौन सा फर्टिलाइजर चाहिए, कौन सा 8 दिन के बाद कौन सा डिसीज आने वाला है, और 10,000 रुपये एकड़ का केवल खर्चा है। तो एग्रीकल्चर में जब तक प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं बढ़ेगी, एक्सपेंडिचर कॉस्ट कम नहीं होगी, और एग्रीकल्चर के साथ अलाइड सेक्टर में एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट हमारे जीडीपी में 22% तक जब तक नहीं जाएगी, तब तक इकोनॉमी हमें जिस दिशा में ले जाने हम नहीं ले पाएंगे। तो हमारा फोकस जो है वो एग्रीकल्चर, रूरल, ट्राइबल, जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर, इस पर आधारित ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप बिल्कुल सही सोच रहे हो, आपका एजेंडा बिल्कुल सही है, पर मैं रूरल इंडिया का प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते मुझे कभी कभी दिल्ली मुंबई में महसूस होता है कि सब बातों की चर्चा हो रही है, पर जो बेसिक हिंदुस्तान का एक नींव की हड्डी है, उस एग्रीकल्चर और रूरल, ट्राइबल और जल, जमीन, जंगल, जानवर, इसकी चर्चा जितनी होनी चाहिए होती नहीं। और जब तक एग्रीकल्चर अलाइड सेक्टर मजबूत नहीं होगा, तब तक आप जितनी अचीवमेंट कह रहे हो वो कभी पूरी नहीं होगी।
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात की, और मैं ये कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ कह सकता हूं कि इस एडिशन में कृषि क्षेत्र को लेकर 10 सुझाव हैं।
आपको एक सुझाव देता हूं जी। पानी ये समस्या है
जी।
हमारी सरकार ने, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो 23 झगड़े थे राज्यों में से। ये जो जम्मू कश्मीर, ये जो हमारी पाकिस्तान और अभी जो नदियों की बात हो रही ना, तो जो करार हमने रद्द किया वो करार ये था कि स्वाधीनता के बाद 3 नदियां हमको मिली, 3 नदियां पाकिस्तान को मिली, 6 नदियां भारत से निकलती है। हमारे 3 नदियों का, हमारे अधिकार का पानी पाकिस्तान बह रहा था और हरियाणा और पंजाब में झगड़ा हो रहा है पानी के लिए। मैंने दोनों मुख्यमंत्री को बुलाया, अरे ये तो तुम्हारे अधिकार का पानी उधर जा रहा है और तुम क्यों झगड़ा कर रहे हो। तब मैंने 17 झगड़े तो मिटाए। पहली बार हमारे सरकार ने रिवर कनेक्टिविटी के 49 प्रोजेक्ट, उस समय मैं था, हमने डीपीआर तैयार किए। केन बेतवा जो बुंदेलखंड में सूखा है, पहली बार वहाँ पानी जा रहा है। और अभी आपको, मैं अभी तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश गया था, मैंने पोलावरम में जब था तब मैंने मंजूर किया, 60,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट था। 1300 टीएमसी पानी गोदावरी का समुद्र में जा रहा है। तो हमने ये योजना की है, जो डीपीआर तैयार है, कि गोदावरी का जो 1300 टीएमसी पानी समुद्र में जा रहा है, वो गोदावरी का पानी कृष्णा में, कृष्णा का पेनार में, और पेनार का कावेरी में, और कावेरी का टेल एंड टू तमिलनाडु। तमिलनाडु में पानी की समस्या नहीं रहेगी, कर्नाटक में नहीं रहेगी। तो मुझे क्या लगता है कि पानी आ जाएगा और ड्रिप इरिगेशन के साथ जुड़ जाएगा, और सीड और कलम बनाता जो हम प्लांट, दोनों में रिवोल्यूशन हो जाएगा। तो एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ 3 गुना बढ़ जाएगा। और उधर जब सरप्लस प्रोडक्शन होगा फूड ग्रेन का, तो इधर ये मक्के जैसा इथेनॉल बनेगा ब्रोकन राइस से। तो हमारे 22 लाख करोड़ में हम 10 लाख करोड़ भी एग्रीकल्चर को डाइवर्ट करेंगे, तो हमारी देश की इकोनॉमी बहुत बड़ी बदल सकती है। और मैं पॉलिटिशियन करके मेरे ऊपर विश्वास मत रखो, मुझे 13 डॉक्टरेट मिले, डीलिट्स, उसमें से 6 एग्रीकल्चर साइंस की है। और मैं कृषि में ही काम करता हूँ। ये टनल बिल्ड, रोड गेड में सेकंड प्रायोरिटी है। अब आप लोग आएंगे तो आपको दिखा पाएंगे। और मुझे लगता है दिस इज द सेक्टर। अब जैसे अभी ये आम है, बड़े बड़े अच्छे एप्पल है हमारे देश में। हम, आपको पता है कि एप्पल कहाँ से आता है? एप्पल ईरान से आ रहा, एप्पल अफगानिस्तान से आ रहा, एप्पल पोलैंड से आ रहा, वो एप्पल की क्वालिटी अलग है। हमारे यहाँ पश्मीना की शाल जो बनती है कश्मीर में, क्या वो हम कितना एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते? कहीं नहीं दुनिया में। मैं जब एमएसएमई का मंत्री था तो हमने कश्मीर में काम शुरू किया। मैं आपको ये, अभी मैं वेलेंसिया गया था, स्पेन, किसानों को लेके। वहाँ 1 एकड़ में 25 से 30 टन संतरा होता है, और मैं नागपुर ऑरेंज हमारा प्रसिद्ध है, हमारा 3 टन होता है। अब हम लोग वो टेक्नोलॉजी को करें और हम इसको बदल दें। और एग्रीकल्चर में जैसे इसराइल में वहाँ किबुट और ये 2 ऐसे है कि अपने एयर कंडीशन बंगले में बैठकर अपने कंप्यूटर पर किसान पानी को मैनेजमेंट करता है
जी।
ये हमारे देश में भी हो सकता है
जी।
और इसलिए आने वाले समय में एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर की बढ़ोतरी हमारी प्रायोरिटी है। लगातार हमारी सरकार ने किसानों को सब प्रकार की मदद की है
जी।
और मुझे लगता है कि एग्रीकल्चर की ग्रोथ हमारे देश की ग्रोथ को, जीडीपी ग्रोथ को बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करेगी।
विकसित भारत के एक बहुत बड़े निर्माता श्री नितिन गडकरी जी यहाँ हमारे साथ थे। इन्होंने कई मुद्दों पे एक विजन स्टेटमेंट दिया और कई क्षेत्रों के बारे में हमें ये भी कहा है कि जहाँ आवश्यकता है और भी ज़्यादा काम करने के लिए। नितिन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
इसी के साथ ये वाला सेशन यहीं पे समाप्त करते हैं।
So much, Honorable Minister. May I please request you to stay on the stage while I request Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, as well as Executive Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please come up on stage, and also, along with her, Mr. Amit Gosain, MD of Kone Elevator India, to present a token of appreciation to our honorable guest. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, KP ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Gosain. Ladies and gentlemen, it's $4 trillion mark. The real question is not if we will grow, but how. Will domestic consumption continue to dominate, or will climate innovation, public investment, and tech-enabled productivity take center stage? Can India turn global volatility into a strategic momentum? This session dives into the key growth engines of the next decade, unpacking the synergies that could drive India from big to bold, a blueprint for scalable, shock-resilient, and sustainable growth. Let us welcome our next guest on stage, Mr. Neelkant Mishra, Chief Economist, Axis Bank, and member of PMEAC. To moderate this session, I'm welcoming Aba Bakaya, Consulting Editor for India Today.
Welcome, Neelkant, and
Thank
it's
you.
great to have you here, especially while the topic is so hot and everyone's really wondering what's going to be happening next when it comes to Trump and his impact on the economy. So let's actually kick off with that, because he really threw everyone into a tizzy. Surprisingly, markets were still a bit resilient, but overall it's thrown everyone into a bit of a frenzy in terms of what happens next. Now, I know that you've been speaking about this a little bit, and you have alluded to the fact that by now we know that it's also a negotiating tactic on his part. This time, do you think it's going to be different?
No, it has to be a negotiating tactic, because if you look back, 25 years of very calibrated re-engagement, the fact that there is a common, I wouldn't say an enemy, but a competitor in the form of China that India is apprehensive of. China has said that it wants to be the supreme power in 2050. And so the current supreme power, the US, is clearly apprehensive. You look at all the fronts on which India and the US have engaged. So for example, you can look at the deep tech engagement that we have, the large number of global capability centers that exist in India. So this is a very narrow prism of our engagement. Look at the defense cooperation that exists. Now, whether the whole of the Quad structure is dismantled, just like maybe the AUKUS is now mostly history. So I don't think this is an attempt to break away from India. The signs are ominous, and these are things that as a country we should ask questions to the US that you give 90 days to China, you give 21 days to India. The tariff rates in China seem to be lower now than what India may be facing. So is there a strategic disengagement or not? Those questions need to be asked. But it is reasonable to expect that there are many, many more voices in this conversation than existed 25 years back. There are large businesses in India which are still expanding. There are large investors in the US who are expanding their footprint in India. And I guess at some point those voices will be heard. As of now, it seems like Mr. Trump is upset with something. We need to catch that pulse. And as someone said, and I can say it openly, that look at what for example, some of the announcements that have been made on $100 billion and $600 billion. I mean, companies that are committing to spending $600 billion have spent $100 billion in capex over the last 15 years. So if it is just about announcements, maybe we just have to find a way to make an announcement and just get going.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of how India is reacting so far, and everyone's commended the government in terms of being fairly moderate in its approach, not really succumbing to bullying. What have you made of it so far? What do you think we could potentially come back with as a strategy, as an offering? Is there something going on behind the scenes? Like you said, there's so many different facets of it, whether it be in exchange for something in agriculture or something in any other sector or industry. What do you feel could be a sweet spot?
So if you hear some of the diplomats and of course, as you know, we've been hearing a lot of voices over the past week or so. This regime is acting in ways which makes it very difficult for everyone. So it is very hard to understand who is making the decisions. Well, one person is clearly voicing those decisions, but how do you influence? How do you control? Why is it that the sane voices in the US are not trying to control him? And remember that even as we feel what is being done to India and the insult that everyone is very, very clearly feeling, think about Taiwan, think about Korea, think about Japan. I mean, these are countries that are dependent on the Americans for their security. And they are now feeling that. So there is clearly, I think, the way you engage with this regime, we're all learning from it. There are countries that had already agreed on an 11% tariff, and then it goes to Mr. Trump, and this is Vietnam, and suddenly it becomes 19. So I guess the Indian diplomatic establishment is also learning to cope with it. We have some very capable people who have a very good sense of history. And remember that you look back at prior regimes in the US, you know, the problems that they are trying to solve are very grand, but they are such complex problems that I don't think anyone really knows how to go about solving them. And I'm reminded of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932-33. He had promised the farmers of the US that he would raise corn and cotton prices, but he didn't know how to do it. In the first 6-9 months, he was doing ridiculous things. He was being advised by some agricultural economists whom everyone has forgotten, who, and the US was buying foreign gold. FDR used to set gold prices from his bedside every morning. It took 8-9 months for them to figure out it was not working, and then they tried doing something else, and that too also worked by an accident. So what I think the regime is doing, like look at tariffs. Now that the tariffs are established, I think it is reasonably clear that in 6 to 9 months, they will figure out they're not working. So as we engage with this administration, we have to understand that they have taken on too much on their plate. They are struggling to find answers. And whatever they are saying today may not be the reality 6 months later. So as we engage with the US, I think we have to keep all of those factors in mind.
I actually really love how you've explained Trump's erratic behavior in a very polite way by saying he's really trying his best to figure this out. But I want to pull on a thread that you just mentioned, which is that at the end of the day, the impact's not going to play out the way he's anticipating. While the fear may not be so much on what's going to happen here and to industries back home, but it may actually be what will happen to consumers in the US. Just explain that or decode that for some of our viewers.
Yeah, so just take the big numbers. Now, at about 18% average tariff, there is an extra about, give or take, $500 to $600 billion that the US government will end up collecting. Now, someone is paying that. Who is paying that? So there are 3 entities that can pay that. One is the exporters in India, China, Vietnam, Taiwan. It will be importers in the US. So it could be a retailer which is importing and then passing along. Or say if you're General Motors or Caterpillar, you may have global operations, manufacturing operations, and you are just bringing stuff in to sell. And then there is the US consumer. Now, given that the margins for exporters are generally quite thin, it used to be a very efficient market, and the margins for US retailers and automakers are also very thin, it is reasonable to expect that a large part of this will go back to the US consumer in terms of price increases. So there have been some studies done that in the first 3 months, the 10% tariff, which was implemented in April, almost 90% has been borne by the US importers and the US consumers. The objective, the only way tariffs work in terms of getting manufacturing back is to raise prices. If prices are not going up, why will anyone go and manufacture in the US? Sure. And that is when the political pushback to some of what is happening will start becoming very apparent. So far, US importers were holding back on price increases. See, because if you're a manufacturer or a product seller, The last thing you want is volatility in end consumer prices because the consumer gets upset. So many of them were absorbing the tariffs in the interim because they lack clarity. Now that there is clarity on what the tariffs may be, they will start, I think, starting to push this forward. So because there is not enough profit pool outside the US to be able to absorb $500, $600 billion of extra revenue. Another couple of things will happen, and these are also interesting facts that I'm sure your viewers will like, is, you know, whenever you put a barrier like this, the temptation, because economic forces are far more powerful, and therefore the temptation is to under-invoice and transship. Just to give you some facts. The US reports, say, X as import from China. China reports Y as what they're exporting to the US. Ideally, they should be somewhat in the same ballpark. Till 2017, the difference between what the US called imports from China and what China said they were exporting to the US was about $45 billion. This is to be expected because imports are inclusive of freight and insurance. Sure. Export is only freight on board or goods on board. Now, after 2017, remember 2018 was the first Trump tariffs. Now, what China says it has exported to the US is $114 billion higher than what the US is saying it is importing from China. So in order to sidestep Trump 1.0 tariffs, the transshipment and under-invoicing has started. So you say that you are shipping $100, but what you've already shipped, our shipping is $200. You say you are sending it to the US, but you stop on the side to Venezuela or Panama, and then you ship it to the US. So more and more of this will happen. So if say you put 50% on jewelry being moved from India, guess what happens? It will start going via Dubai.
Right.
So, so I think there will be economic solutions that people will find because the US state, remember they're also shrinking the number of people in the US government. Their ability to enforce some of these transshipment, etc., is going to be very weak. So it is a matter of time before they figure out that these are things that are going to be very counterproductive in the medium term.
Okay, so clearly the problem seems to be more for the US at the moment. Yes. Let's talk about India and how we are placed, because we're talking about India at 100, and I remember, you know, even 5 years ago when we hit 2020, we were talking about, you know, where we'd be in a decade. Yes, we've crossed 4 trillion, but I think while there's been steady growth, I think everyone's still been waiting for India to explode, so to say. And there have been murmurs, you know, when it comes to even foreign companies looking to invest here in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of why they're not coming in with that heavy capex and so forth. While Indian companies also, we haven't really seen that capex drive. So while overall the sentiment may still be positive, earnings may have picked up, we haven't yet seen that push for growth. Is that something that you feel is going to now be incremental, or do you still see an opportunity here?
No, the opportunity size is big, and I think we've covered a lot of ground. So let me give some perspective. I'll take a few minutes to answer this. So the first is that you know, we are unlikely to grow at 9-10% a year, okay, on a sustained basis anyway. Because to grow at that pace, you need to take a lot of policy risk, and for whatever reason, our establishment is extremely risk averse. So this is the parallel I kept giving to a lot of people, that, you know, if you want to drive at 20 kilometers an hour, it feels very safe and comfortable, but it just takes a long time to cover the distance. If you look at the day by day, month by month policy changes made in China over the last 50 years, they have been taking risk every moment of time. It's like, you know, you're driving on a bumpy road at 80 kilometers an hour, and sometimes the tire is bursting, sometimes the gearbox is breaking. So you're fixing them on the fly, but you're not slowing down. And in India, we have this very deep aversion to risk. And therefore, if you don't take risk, you grow slower, right? So I don't think we should aspire, we should aspire to do 9-10%. I hope we get there. But if I was a reasonable forecaster, I would say no, I think that's unlikely. We are not taking enough risk. So say 7%. But I do think that 7% growth, real growth, is doable, achievable, is very likely. You know, look at the distance we've covered in the last 5 years. If you're an entrepreneur today, the cost of capital, whether it is debt or equity, is the lowest since independence. So, you know, 15 years back, 10 years back, even 5 years back, you would have said that Indian entrepreneurs cannot compete with the Chinese or the rest of the world because our cost of capital is too high. A root cause of high cost of capital was that the government used to be very profligate with its fiscal spending. Remember that when a government does fiscal spending, what it is doing is, if suppose it has 100 rupees of tax and 150 rupees of expenditure, 50 rupees it is borrowing from the future to spend today. Now, if the government borrows more than it did last year, which means its fiscal deficit is expanding, it helps growth. When it actually shrinks the fiscal deficit, it is a drag on growth. This is what the Indian government has done, and no other large government has done. So, despite the fact that the Indian fiscal deficit has been shrinking by 80 basis points in FY24, 80 basis points in FY25, and 40 this year, and maybe 20 the next year, India has been growing at a reasonable pace. China's general government deficit this year is the same as it was in the COVID year. The US it shrank from 2020, but after that it shrank for a bit, and then again the fiscal deficit has gone up. So they are actually, which is why the 30-year US mortgage rate today is comparable to the 20-year mortgage rate in India. So as you think about the cost of capital, see today, if you're a AAA or a AA rated corporate, you can get 10-year bonds at 7%. Look at the cost of equity capital. Courtesy the SIPs, the fact that such a diverse private equity ecosystem has emerged, all types of equity capital. So if you want $2 million, $1 million, 5 lakh rupees, all of those sizes of capital are now available. There is takeout financing. So if you're an entrepreneur today, the access to capital, which used to be the biggest problem for India, is now no longer as big an issue. From a regulatory perspective, remember that we are still, $3,000 per capita economy. The snapshot will always look very ugly. But have we covered some distance? Yes, we have. So maybe the Jan Vishwas Bill 1.0 was not ambitious enough, but was it a move in the right direction? Is there a Jan Vishwas Bill 2 happening? Are state governments in UP, in Maharashtra, in Tamil Nadu aggressively solving some of these problems? Is land becoming less of an issue? All of those. Look at Indian ports. Indian ports, if you remember 25, 30 years back, were the most inefficient in the world. Today, the turnaround times in the Indian ports is better than in Singapore. And this is when we don't do transshipment. Yeah. So I think as Gadkariji was saying, that the quality of roads, if Delhi-Mumbai Expressway cuts down transport time to 13 hours. See, so if you're an entrepreneur today, and remember India has many, lakhs of entrepreneurs. And you will now start to see the unleashing of their entrepreneurial instincts because the basic infrastructure is there. There is this desperation among people that, oh, you know what, the demand is weak, the government should step in. I think it is much better that the government gives it time and lets the low cost of capital, which is a result of its fiscal discipline, sure, to actually start to play out. So when I hear you that our growth has not been eye-watering or astounding. One, I don't expect it to be extraordinary because we're not taking enough risk. But at the same time, whatever we've delivered has been delivered despite significant fiscal consolidation, despite a lot of monetary consolidation. And now I think the stage is set for much stronger growth.
Okay, so it sounds exciting. I have a question. In some of the segments you're looking at from an investment point of view, you're also shifting a little bit more towards services. Am I correct? So are you bearish on consumption, or do you just see a bigger opportunity on the services side?
Okay, so as we think about, and maybe continuing with the answer to the previous question, then we'll come to services. See, this issue of investment cycle, and I'd like to reiterate that the investment cycle in any large economy like India is to a large extent driven by real estate and urban infrastructure. See, when you think about a developed economy and a less developed economy like us, the biggest difference is the capital stock. Now, capital stock means that what is the infrastructure, what is the machinery, I mean, how efficient you are. Yeah. And everyone in the Indian circle, media, policymakers, analysts in the financial markets seem to be obsessed with factory machinery as the capital stock. Maybe at this stage it is more important, but I think an equally important part of capital stock is housing. An average Indian lives in 120 square feet of constructed space. The average tier 3 city Chinese lives in 550 square feet of constructed space. An average American lives in 700 square feet of constructed space. There is so much of urban infrastructure that needs to be created. Now, one of the reasons that the investment cycle weakened was that the real estate cycle had turned downward. The rebound post-21, post-COVID, was actually, while the government spending on infrastructure did help, the bulk of the improvement was the improvement in real estate cycle. Now it is slowed again because of some monetary tightening that was engineered and maybe accidentally. Hopefully now that easing has happened, it will revive again. So that is a very important part of it. So even as we manufacture, remember that China, which is, say, give or take $19, $20 economy, its goods trade surplus is only $1 trillion. Most of the manufacturing in China is for China's own needs. And I think that's the policy direction we should take as well. Now, coming to services and your question on low-income consumption, I think both types of services, or actually our three types of services should keep our focus. The first is that there is a lot of demand for domestic services. And you know, everything from healthcare to education to leisure, tourism, so on and so forth. But there is also a big opportunity in global capability centers. So even as we are seeing IT services companies struggle a bit with the transition to AI and you know, maybe correction of overinvestment in the last 5 years, the GCC expansion is still happening. And that's not just about dollar inflow, it is also about expertise coming in. So if today you want to be a chip design company, you can, you know, get engineers very quickly. There is a third aspect to services, which is blue-collar workers working outside. So farmers in Italy, nurses in the UK, plumbers in Germany, restaurant workers in Korea and Japan, because all of these become extremely important from the remittance perspective. So there are studies which show that a remittance income can actually like double or become 2.5 of what it is over the next decade, because the world needs workers, young workers, and India can provide them in a very streamlined manner. So all of these are there, but I think that in the next 3 to 5 years, low-income consumption will remain weak. At this stage of economic development, labor is in surplus, capital is in shortage. Capital formation, as I was saying earlier, the cost of capital has come down to like record low levels, but the cycle hasn't really kicked off. So capital is in shortage, so labor has less pricing power. Most economies that have gone through this stage have gone through the period of rising inequality. That creates political pressures, but that's not for me to advise on. But the gist is that low-income consumption, in my view, will remain weak because real wage growth is going to be a challenge.
Okay. All right, I think that's all we could pack into our conversation for this morning, but this is a conversation we could continue endlessly. A big round of applause, please, for Neelkanth. Thank you for taking out your time and giving us a snapshot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. May I please request you stay back on the stage while I request Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee, publisher, Business Today, to hand over a token of appreciation to our guest. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much. Abha, could you just pose for the photo op, please? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next session that's titled Turning Today's Crisis into Tomorrow's Reform. India's most transformative moments have actually emerged from crisis. Are we at the brink of another inflection point? where economic uncertainty, job distress, and climate risk demand courageous reforms from here on. This session revisits the spirit of 1991, asking, can India design its next big reform? Weave proactively rather than just as a reaction to a collapse. A sharp conversation on the urgency, political will, and crafting systemic solutions in turbulent times. For this session, we'd like to call upon stage our next guest, Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, former Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission. Warm welcome to you, sir. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Rajiv Sardesai, Consulting Editor for India Today Group. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our next special guest, Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the BT India at 100 conclave, and we're very privileged to be joined by a very special guest. Please give a big round of applause for Montek Singh Ahluwalia, someone who's been intrinsically involved with India's reform story for decades now. And since we've titled this the 1991 feeling, turning today's crisis into tomorrow's reform, there's no better person than Dr. Ahluwalia to tell us his learnings and what they can really teach us in India 2025 leading up to 2047. Dr. Ahluwalia, let me start with what a number of political and economic commentators are calling 2025 and the tariff war with the United States as a potential crisis that could also create opportunities, much like 1991. Is there any parallel at all between what happened in 1991, when a balance of payments and a foreign exchange crisis forced us into reform, and what we are now facing in 2025 with economic uncertainty and these tariff battles?
Well, thanks, Rajdeep. I feel a bit like a Christian being thrown before the lions, having you on the other side. Look, every crisis creates an opportunity. I mean, simply because you face a difficult situation, you dust up whatever you think you needed to do, and it increases the urgency of doing it. This is not the same thing as saying it's a good thing that President Trump has done what he has done, because quite honestly, all these things were necessary for us if we wanted to achieve the objective of Viksit Bharat. Because we've been growing for the last 20 years at least, at about 6.5%, give or take a little bit. And the objective that we had set requires us to grow on an average up to 2047, somewhere around 8.5%. And in order to do that over this long period, you must allow for some slowing down in the process. So the reference rate, maybe for the next 5 or 10 years, should be closer to 9%. So in that sense, being at 6.5 and having to get to 9%, even if you didn't have the Trump tariffs, was a challenge, okay? What this has done, of course, is it's got rid of the comfort that we're moving along at 6.5, and we need to do something. It's different, in my view, from 1991, because although in a deep sense, 1991 was a very immediate crisis because we just ran out of foreign exchange reserves, because we hadn't taken corrective steps for the previous year and a half. So we just couldn't have carried on doing what we were doing. Nobody was willing to lend to us. We're not in that situation now. I mean, the reserves are there, and if we don't do anything, growth rate will come down. It won't be exactly the same as running out of money, how to pay your import bill tomorrow. But it is important, in an important sense, it is a crisis because the 6.5 wasn't good enough. It wasn't generating the employment we need. And if we don't generate that employment, the internal tensions will increase. That's point number one. Point number two is that the world has become totally different from 1991. See, in 1991, that was a high point of successful globalization. We were the odd guys out. I mean, I wrote a piece at that time internally for the government, and I said, look, everybody else is doing this. We're the only ones that are not. It was easy to prove that we are doing the wrong thing because we weren't doing well. Today, the problem is that it's not clear how the world is going to move. It's not a world in which everybody is talking the same language. So the problem becomes more complex. How do you decide what is the right thing to do? And then there are two other complications which you need to keep in mind. One, technology. I mean, technology is changing much more rapidly. Technology has always changed. But earlier, the change in technology took maybe a decade or so to take effect. Today, I mean, ChatGPT in about another year will be increasing its capacity by a magnitude of 2. So the rate of change of this technology is huge. And how are we going to react? What will it do for us? And the last one is climate change. We're not operating in a world in which the climate is going to be the same thing. That introduces new urgency. So quite frankly, it's not just Mr. Trump, although obviously he's drawing all the public attention. But yes, we have a crisis situation. We need to take a good look at what our priorities should be in this situation.
Whether we use the word crisis, maybe we should then use the word challenge. Our challenge is how do we move from 6.5% growth rate to 8.5%? Are you therefore saying that our preoccupation shouldn't be with what Donald Trump does or does not do with tariffs? Our preoccupation is to get our own act together here to ensure that our manufacturing becomes competitive enough, that our growth rates are sustainable at an 8.5%, which may provide more jobs, which may perhaps make us far more competitive in an increasingly uncertain global economy.
Well, let me comment on on these areas. One is very clear that what President Trump has done is upended the existing, if you like, rule-based trading system. There's no way of disagreeing with that. He's done it, okay? Now, obviously, he's done it because he thinks this is going to be good for the US. Most respectable economists around the world don't. In fact, they think what he's done will actually not make America great again. It'll actually fragment America's capacity. Unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't look like that because, you know, inflation seems to be under control. Growth in the US also doesn't seem to be that much affected. But most people say that the full effects of the tariff have not yet come in. So it is going to take about 3 or 4 months before the US decides whether what Trump is doing is good for them. I personally think it's not. But I think we have to look at it in the following way. There's no doubt that what the US is doing is acting like a bully. Now, they're a big boy, the biggest one in the block, so they can't afford it. But what should we do? The normal argument would be that when somebody acts like a bully, everybody else says, look, we're not going to accept that. Unfortunately, everybody is not doing this. All the big boys, EU, UK, Japan, you name it, they have all effectively kowtowed to the US position. And this leaves us in a situation where, how do we react? I don't think that we should be necessarily provoking conflicts. We should be doing exactly what we are doing, which is trying to negotiate with the US how good a deal can we get. And when you say how good a deal, it's quite absurd to be having high tariffs, even 25%, when the US wants much lower tariffs and faces much lower tariffs for themselves. Our problem is at the moment 25 could become 50. So hopefully our negotiators are trying to get as good a deal as possible with the US. That's the only thing to do, and wish them luck. But I think we need to do more than that. I think our trade strategy, we need to address the question. A lot of people are saying that the old idea of being open is wrong, that you should raise protectionist barriers. The Chinese have always done it, the Americans are doing it, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's wrong. I think we should be linking up with a non-US part of the world and saying, look, let's integrate and open up with each other. So in that sense, I think the UK FTA is a very good example. I think we should conclude an FTA with EU as quickly as possible. And I think we should also look eastward. Now, I can understand that there's a political difficulty in doing RCEP because our industry opposed, I'm told, I don't know, but I'm told, that industry was very opposed to any free trade agreement which had China in it because they feel China is difficult to compete with. But we could join the comprehensive progressive trade partnership, the CPTPP, which includes Japan, which includes Korea, which includes Australia, which includes other countries. Now, this would be a very major signal. Those who say that India is wedded to closed markets, if you want to give a signal that we are not, in my view, we should apply to join the CPTPP.
So we diversify our
Well,
trade.
hang on, CPTPP is not just about tariffs. Far too much of our intellectual thinking in the country is based on the assumption that open trade means lowering tariffs. But it also means harmonizing behind the border standards, which traditionally we have been very reluctant to do. Now, frankly, in the way the world is evolving, I think we should face the fact if other people are agreeing, if other people are doing an alignment of behind the border standards, then India should be willing to do it. And of course, you negotiate, you determine the time period, but that would give a clear signal that, look, the rest of the world wants an open system. The US doesn't. We would welcome the US joining when it's ready, but we don't just sit around building little walls around ourselves. And that is a big challenge for us to accept.
But in that sense, there is a parallel between 1991 because some of our traditional policies which were based around protectionism of the so-called Bombay Club, which was resisting any kind of opening up of the economy, this provides us an opportunity maybe, for example, to reduce some of the non-tariff barriers.
Yes.
It gives us an opportunity to look at trade well beyond the United States, which actually accounts for only 18% of our export basket. I'm just asking, in that sense, is it time for the government of India, and they've shown signs of it, to move away from the protectionism that marked a kind of Swadeshi approach in the first 7, 8, 10 years of the Modi government to a far more opening up of the Indian economy now?
Yes, I completely agree with that. Look, when you say we did reverse our reduction of tariffs earlier, but I think the Modi government also said that we want to become part of global value chains. To that extent, the geopolitical tension between the US and China creates this famous China plus one alternative. If we want to benefit from that, we need to integrate with global value chains, not just sit there and produce everything ourselves. Now, in order to integrate with global value chains, we have to have a policy towards technology, investment, capital movements, a whole range of things. I think I would put it this way. What President Trump has done is he has, by unwinding or dismantling practically the established rules of international trade, he's given us an opportunity to think, what is the rules of international trade that we want? Are we just happy with multipolarity and everybody builds protectionist walls around themselves? Or do we want to create an integrated world with everybody other than the US and then let the US join? I mean, there's no question that the US should be invited to join. Right now, they don't seem to be in a mood. What I worry is that the protectionism in the US will encourage many people in India to say, that's the way we should go. And I think that would be a great mistake.
You mentioned briefly China. You spoke about China plus one and India almost becoming a competitor in a way to China as part of global supply chain. At the same time, there's a concern in this country of our trade deficit that we have with the Chinese. Would you believe China is to be seen as a competitor, or could China be a potential trading partner as part of a larger regional bloc that you just spoke about, like RCEP?
Well, look, longer term, I mean, China is the second largest economy in the world. And it would be in China's interest also to integrate with the world. So from that point of view, China, I mean, look, everybody's a competitor. So the idea that we'll only have trade deals with people who are not competitors is just wrong. I mean, really successful trade deals are between people who are competing, but you're competing at different levels of the value chain, et cetera, et cetera. The problem with China is, and with any country, all countries have security concerns, and they have to take precedence. Now, it's no secret that we are not on the best terms with China in this respect. How things will evolve in future, one can't judge. Therefore, having security concerns that in this area, we don't want imports from China because it compromises national security, not economic security, but national, that's understandable. But otherwise, quite frankly, the fact that we have a deficit with China, we should not fall into the Trumpian mistake of trying to have balanced trade with every country. As long as our overall trade deficit or balance of payments deficit is not a problem, I don't think we should look at individual deficits. Trump's biggest fundamental error is the belief that look at every country and devise a trade policy for each country which responds to whether you have a deficit with that country. This will get you 0 marks in Economics 101 or as Paul Krugman has said. And we should really avoid that.
You know, the reason I'm pushing you, Dr. Ahluwalia, on how we should respond to what Donald Trump is doing is because protectionism for a long time was supported by the bureaucratic political elite in this country. I have your book with me backstage, which is your memoir, and you mention in that at numerous times, even in 1991, the roadblocks that you faced to actually push through reform, some of which came even from the Planning Commission, of which you later became deputy chairperson. There was a general sense that jo chal raha hai wo chalne do. That's been part of the attitude, to bring in the kind of major reform as opposed to incremental reform. A lot of our problem seems to be over the last decade and more, we've resorted to incremental reform rather than path-breaking reform that will entirely disrupt the system. How do you overcome that? How do you overcome the bureaucratic hurdles that remain when, for example, you want to remove non-tariff barriers? And there are companies which over the years have benefited from retaining those barriers.
Well, thank you for mentioning my memoir, because it brings out these things very clearly. Let me remind you that in 1991, the Planning Commission was not in favor of the reforms. I mean, I'd written a paper in the PMO which got discussed in the Committee of Secretaries. And the one group that said this should not have been done was the Planning Commission. They didn't oppose it in substance. They said, we are about to prepare an approach to the something plan, and why is the PMO writing papers like this? I think the real lesson is, at that time, you know, I wrote this paper for VP Singh. It was originally meant to be done for Rahul Gandhi, but of course...
Rajiv Gandhi.
Rajiv Gandhi, he didn't come back. So that was a pity. We had sort of watching for the election. And what VP Singh said was, look, let's send this to the Committee of Secretaries, okay, for discussion. Then the paper leaked. Huge discussion in the press. I believe that open discussion of alternative views helped people in 1991 to take a position. I think we need that always. We need that particularly in a world in which the problem is becoming more complex and multidimensional. As I said, technology, this, that, and the other. And I think that the idea that the bureaucracy is obstructive, I don't buy. If the political leadership is clear about wanting a frank discussion and can organize and see the consensus evolve, I don't think the bureaucracy would be opposing it.
Let me give you an example, Dr. Ahluwalia. The last budget spoke of a deregulation commission. Now, we are now 8 months from, or 7 months after the budget. We still haven't, the deregulatory commission has not been formed. Now, that leaves me to ask the question, is reform by its very nature in this country going to be incremental? Whether a Donald Trump forces us to disrupt the existing order or not?
I greatly welcomed the announcement of a commission because it was different from we are going to deregulate. If you go back to 1991, one of the very interesting things that Dr. Manmohan Singh announced in his budget speech, he didn't announce the details of either the financial sector reforms or the tax reforms. But what he said is, I'm setting up a committee under Raja Chellaya to do the tax reforms, under M. Narasimham to do the financial sector reforms, and to report back by December. Those committees were notified within 2 weeks. Now, yes, they've delayed it, but I really hope that they actually appoint a commission. I think I've seen some conflicting information. Sometimes one hears sees in the newspapers that it's being done by a group of secretaries. That would be a mistake. Because a group of secretaries who've presided over a system which they haven't changed is extremely unlikely, just because they sit together, to come up with radical change. What you need is somebody outside, including some retired secretaries can be put in. Let them produce the thing in public and let it be discussed. So people judge, is this the real reform you need or not? And that's in my view, very important.
But it again comes back to it that when we want to reform, even in a crisis moment, we do it by stealth. Reform in this country has taken by...
in 91 it wasn't by stealth. These committees submitted a report. The report was made public. It could be discussed. We could do the same thing now. I mean, I don't know whether the government intends to appoint a commission or just rely on internal processing. But if they intend to appoint a commission, the first thing that will happen, depending on who's appointed on the commission, they will carry credibility. They will be able to invite industrialists to come and talk to them. Industrialists will be freer in discussing with the commission what they want than they would be within the government. And then they come up with a report. Then we look at what the report says.
Dr. Ahluwalia, the Prime Minister in particular has drawn a red line. He said that I will do whatever it takes to protect the interests of Indian farmers. Now, one of the big sticking points for a full-blown trade deal with the United States could well be in areas of agriculture and dairying. Do you agree that given the state of our economy, given the fact that the farmers constitute a major constituency in this country, we will always need an element of protectionism for our agriculture and dairying sector?
I think, look, in every country, agriculture and farmers are politically very special. So I think the idea, if you're going to do reforms, I think there are a lot of reforms needed in agriculture. But I think you should not be doing reforms in agriculture seeing to be pushed by others. There are reforms, you should develop a consensus within. It would not surprise me at all if I hope our negotiators are telling our other side that, look, agriculture is a sensitive subject. Nothing is ever written in stone, but this is not something that should be done as a result of trade negotiation. Now, there are always little things you can do because we do allow some agricultural imports, but the basic agricultural issues, including, I think, things like, let's say, allowing GM food. Now, at the moment, we're not allowing Indian farmers to benefit from GM technology because we haven't made up our mind. So how do you concede allowing import of GM foods from outside if you're not allowing it to be done inside?
But I've heard many economic commentators say that agricultural reform is necessary. And yet, when the Prime Minister pushed ahead a few years ago with farm laws, he met with a backlash that eventually forced him to push back on those same reforms. So, is part of the challenge even now to build that political consensus first and then go ahead with the reform? Even in 1991, you didn't have a political consensus when you went ahead with the reforms. So what comes first, reforms and then political consensus? Or do you build a political consensus and then go ahead with your reform?
No, it's quite clear that nothing ever gets done simply in abstraction, okay? So where there are political problems, you need to work in advance towards solving those problems. I think we've left too many things in agriculture somehow outside discussion. And I think we need to have an internal discussion on that. I don't somehow think that these are areas which are best pushed through trade negotiations. In the trade area, there are other things we can negotiate, and that's where we should concentrate on.
You started off by saying you believe that the real crises, if I may call it that, and perhaps this links to our Viksit Bharat theme, is to see how can we grow from 6% to 8.5%. Where would you start? If you were advising Prime Minister Modi or the government of India today, where would you start if you wanted to ensure that over the next few years we push from 6 to 8.5%?
Well, by the way, I would certainly say that what we are doing already in infrastructure needs to be done much faster and better, and it's the right thing to do. It's closing a lot of gaps. That's good. I think there's a lot of procedural things which affect logistics. You know, our procedures are sometimes quite absurd. And I don't know how, I mean, somebody needs to see whether in addition to infrastructure improvements, the procedures can be simplified. That's an easy one to do. What I've said on trade, imagining the world we're going to face in the next 4 or 5 years and positioning ourselves in a way in which we can actually contribute to creating a more open, non-US centered, with the US welcomed when it wants to, that should have very high priority. I also feel that, you know, there are certain sectors where, I mean, the ease of doing business, for example, which is being talked about. You know, Manish Sabharwal, I think, had done a very good report where he pointed out that there were 16,000 compliances required, half by the center and half by the states, which involved criminal penalties rather than just financial penalty. Now, you know, frankly, I would say that, you know, if the center wanted to give a lead, it could say, well, look, out of this report, these are the 1,000 compliances that are criminal. We've looked at it and we've cut them down by 90%. That doesn't mean, by the way, that you don't have a penalty. It's a financial penalty, not a criminal charge. And invite the states to do the same thing. You know, if the center were to show that it is serious, there would be a momentum built up in the state, not just in the BJP states, but clearly in the BJP states, but in the non-BJP states. Half the things that are needed for ease of doing business can be done by the states, and we should do that. I think the reform of we've been talking about it for the last 3 or 4 years, that the GST rate structure, I mean, the GST was a great innovation, good that it came in, but the rate structure is simply not conducive to maximum efficiency. And what is more, everybody seems to have agreed. Why isn't it getting done? Maybe we need to set up another committee or commission or something to put something down which can then be publicly discussed.
You know, what you're saying, Manish Sabharwal uses the word regulatory cholesterol.
Yep.
You've got to get that regulatory cholesterol out of the system. It was interesting in 1991, you had a minority government, which actually brought in some of these landmark reforms. Since then, you've had a government, certainly in the last 10 years, which has been, except for the last few years, a majority government. Is it easier to sometimes do some of the more dramatic reforms in a minority government or a coalition government because you almost need those reforms to brand or pitch yourself distinctively to previous governments? And a stable political government, ironically, can take its own sweet time because it's politically so strong.
No, there's some truth that I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have majority governments, but it's certainly true that if you have a minority government, and if the top people in the government are convinced that they have to do reforms, they are much more moved to build a consensus. And there are ways of doing it. I mean, look, when the reforms are done, I mean, the left was totally opposed to the reforms, so were parts of the right. And what Dr. Manmohan Singh did was he got about 4 or 5 people to write a piece defending the proposed reforms and why they're a good thing. So I think we need a more active debate. The idea that reforms are going to come because in a budget speech, the finance minister is going to announce reforms is not, I think, the way it should be done. I think we need to create a reasonable debate so people are more aware. And of course, that means that those who oppose them will oppose them. The other point I want to mention here, which is very important, you know, there is competition now among the states. And I think in many, many areas, including, by the way, farm laws, states might well want to do things which others don't want to do. If you make this into a national affair, then you make it into a national crisis. If you make it an individual state affair, you may find that some states are able to get things done which others are not able to do. Now, if those things work well, then I mean there will be a natural tendency to emulate whoever's succeeding.
In a sense, you're saying move away from over-centralization where Delhi knows best and start giving far more autonomy to state governments to take some of the key decisions they need to. Am I correct?
Absolutely. Look, our states are at very different levels of development. I mean, the ratio of per capita GDP between the southern states, the hiring and Gujarat and so on, and say the eastern states, 5-1. So in any country, if you had a 5-1 difference in per capita GDP, the priorities would be quite different in one compared to the other. And the only way this will be allowed to surface is if the states have a much bigger say in defining their own strategy.
You know, as we enter the last part, you've had this vantage look at the Indian economy over the last 3.5 decades and more. Three things that the Narendra Modi government has done that you would applaud, and three things where you think they've either got wrong or they need to do now.
Okay, well, applaud.
Spirit of bipartisanship.
Yeah, I'm giving a bipartisan view. Look, by continuing the Aadhaar initiative, which actually began in the previous government, which the BJP had opposed, and at one time it wasn't clear, but the present Prime Minister quite early on said, no, Aadhaar must continue. And then this whole financial build-up, DBT, etc. I think it was a very good thing. And over this period, it is an area where we are recognized to have done well.
That's one.
Point number one. Point number two is getting the GST through, which, by the way, he himself opposed as state chief minister when the previous government was trying. But to his credit, he got it done when he was prime minister. I think the problem with that is that the most important thing about the GST is simplification, and that has not been done. Let me give a very simple, not just the number of rates. Why on earth is it necessary, if I'm operating in 4 different states, to be registered in 4 different states as a taxpayer? I mean, surely in a world where we are talking about IT, etc., that should not be happening at all. So that we need to get that done, simplified, cleared up, etc. I think that introducing the IBC, the bankruptcy code, was a very good idea. And it's still a work in progress because it gets involved in courts. But it's sending a signal that, look, you can't just keep borrowing from the banks and never repaying. It hasn't yet become smooth enough, but it's a good thing. Things that I don't think were right, raising customs duties in 2017 was a mistake. We can correct it now by taking a totally different approach to trade policy. But this will require persuading people in industry that it's in our interest to open up, because there are people saying that, no, we should go the protectionist route. So that, I think, is a very big problem. I think, finally, the issue of how much flexibility does the center give to the states, this will become more and more of a problem. And my guess is that the more central government assistance to states is tailored to conditions designed by the states but subject to some government approval would be better than detailed designing by the center, which the states then have to implement.
That's an interesting note on which to end this conversation, because our next precise discussion is on center-state relations. By the way, before we started the conversation, Dr. Ahluwalia had an interesting point, which you didn't mention. Why aren't our railway platforms, right, in the private sector? Am I correct? That you would like, you don't want to see, if airports can be privatized, why wouldn't railway platforms? But you'd get a lot of backlash then from railway unions, as you get when it comes to labor reform. So,
we had a lot of backlash from the public sector bank unions when we got computerization done in 1993. So the fact is, unions will do what unions have to do, but you have to, A, persuade them, build a consensus, and in due course, there's a deal that can be done.
okay. On that positive note, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've listened to someone who's had the wisdom of being in government for many years and being an intrinsic part of the reform process. Dr. Ahluwalia, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ahluwalia, and thank you so much, Rajdeep. May I please request you to stay back on the stage while I request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to please come up on stage, Group Editor Business Today, to present a token of appreciation to our special guest. Let's have a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Ahluwalia. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahluwalia. And thank you so much, Rajdeep. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will dive into the role of states in powering India to the world's third largest economy. India's federal structure is emerging as a critical differentiator, with states driving innovation, investment and public delivery, and also the future may depend less on central mandates and more on state-level partnership and leadership. This session explores the future of fiscal federalism, cooperative competition, and the potential of India's states to act as growth labs. Can India empower states without diluting national cohesion? A timely debate on making federalism a strategic asset, a force multiplier. For this special session, I'd like to call upon stage our next set of special guests. Please join me in welcoming Mr. N.K. Singh, former chairman of 15th Commission. Huge round of applause for Mr. N.K. Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also welcome upon stage Dr. Hasib Drabu, economist and former finance minister of Jammu and Kashmir, to also join him on stage. For moderating this session, we have Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today. Over to you, Rajdeep.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the Business Today India at 100 conclave, where we want to discuss an issue which is critical in a way to what India's future will look like. The center-state equation, particularly on financial issues. And we've got two very fine guests joining us and eminently suited to discuss this issue. N.K. Singh is former chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission, and Hasib Drabu has been former finance minister of Jammu and Kashmir and someone who's been deeply involved in issues of fiscal autonomy of states. So give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, as they join us on the show. We ended our last session, Mr. Singh, by talking to Montek Singh Ahluwalia, who suggested at the end that one of the challenges for the Modi government, or indeed any government, is to ensure greater fiscal autonomy for the states and the over-centralization where Delhi knows best. We're a country of 1.5 billion people, 28 states, several union territories. How do we actually empower the states fiscally? Have we gone exactly in the opposite direction in the last decade of over-centralization rather than greater fiscal autonomy?
Well, thank you very much, Rajdeep, and thank you for this opportunity to be with my old friend Hasib. We have worked together in multiple ways and exchanged ideas. Thank you for that provocative question, Rajdeep. The answer, I would make two broad comments. First and foremost, fiscal autonomy is embedded in our Constitution. So, it is Article 280 of the Constitution, which guarantees the devolution of financial powers, and then there are other kinds of features, including the amendments which were introduced much later, for empowering the urban local bodies, the municipalities, and the panchayats. So in a sense, Rajdeep, if I may say so, it's nothing new. We need to invent nothing new. We need to implement the letter and spirit of what is prescribed under the Constitution of India. Now, the issue, therefore, which you raise is whether this needs a recalibration or a fresh look, because there are many things which have taken place, many amendments have taken place, and I think that some of it is work in progress. So I don't know, Rajdeep, whether you would like to follow up on that, or there is any specific issue which you would like me to
Let me follow up on that for a moment.
Please.
Recommendations from the 14th and 15th Finance Commission suggested 42% and 41% of net tax revenue for states. Their actual share of gross tax revenue has dwindled to 35% in 2015-16 and further to 30% by 23-24. And you speak to many state finance ministers and they say that all the time, that it's the center which is denying us the funds that we desperately need for our development.
Well, Rajdeep, let me give you a short answer to a question which is very complex. Let me say that the states are not wrong. The states are right when they are saying that the actual devolution received by them has been less than the devolution of 41 or 42% recommended by my predecessor, Dr. Venugopal Reddy, and then by the commission headed by me. And the reason is embedded that if you recall the Constitutional Amendment Article 272 enacted in the year 2000, that was a very, very critical amendment, Rajdeep. What did that amendment say? And that, I think, the answer to that may lie in that amendment. So in 2000, when that constitutional amendment took place, it said that unlike the past, when only income tax and excise were shareable, this constitutional amendment enlarged the concept of the divisible pool in a significant way by including all taxes. But there was a proviso, and the answer to this riddle lies in that proviso. That proviso was Article 271 of the Constitution, which said that the definition of the divisible pool will be net of cess and surcharge. Cess and surcharge, Rajdeep, now constitutes almost 27% of the divisible pool, and therefore the divisible pool itself has shrunk, whereas definitionally it could have been enlarged. Now, how do you amend that? That requires a constitutional amendment. Parliament must deliberate on that. It is not for any finance commission to make recommendations one way or the other.
Hasib Drabu, you have a smile on your face as you were listening to N.K. Singh speak there. Give us the practical reality that exists on the ground. Are state finance ministers right when they say that their fiscal autonomy has shrunk considerably?
Long back I said that a state finance minister is a 12th man in the cricket team. He can come and give some water to the players. But that's not the point. Let's look at it very simply and very sharply. Federalism is not only about government finances. That's a key point. Today, Indian federalism is only about sharing of taxes, which is what happened in Government of India Act 1990, 1935. We have carried a colonial legacy. We have moved from state socialism to business liberalism to a regulatory capitalism. This remains the same. Today, federalism should not be about what the union government needs, but what the economy needs. We need a new federal compact which brings in about markets and governments. Today, it's not only, we have been distributing through finance commissions, 15 of them. What have they fundamentally done? With due respect to Mr. Singh, who's a friend. They have been distributing deficits. Fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, primary deficit, through gap-filling grants and through whatever else. That's not what the economy today needs. What we need is an integration of federalism with the markets, what Montek was talking about, that you need greater play for states in the economic development of this country. Today, the two most critical parts, and we can discuss this later as well, which have an impact on growth, on development, are monetary policy and regulatory policy. Neither of them, states even have a toehold in those two policy regimes. So how would you expect states to actually contribute to economic growth? And remember one thing, that the union government doesn't have a geography. The GDP that you're talking of and the trillions that we hope to do by 2047 is nothing but an aggregation of state domestic products. So let us empower the states, allow them the flexibility to grow, to decide in the diversity of their development, and then you talk about federalism in that form rather than restricting it to Article 272 or a share of taxes from 42 to 47.
No, but let me flip what you just said, Hasib. There are those who also tell me that the state finances have zero accountability. Every state government today is engaged in one populist scheme after the other because their prime aim is to get re-elected. As a result, fiscal deficit, revenue deficits of states are reaching points where states are finding it very difficult often to even pay the salaries of government employees. So is there enough accountability for states, even if they are granted, as you say, greater fiscal flexibility or greater trust from the center?
Rajdeep, what accountability does the center have? States have constitutional bindings. They can't go beyond a certain level of deficit. They can't borrow beyond a certain point. This is a myth created by the bureaucracy. When a civil servant is in the state, he behaves differently. When he's in the center, he behaves differently. Let's not forget that. Where is the accountability question coming from? All states have their own FRBMs, as much as center has. So where is this accountability coming in? And if there are populist measures in states, which they are, should not be there, so are there populist measures in the center. Hasn't center done that? Center has created all kinds of freebies which are being implemented by the states. So let us not position the center knows best and states can't do it. The same bureaucrats. Mr. Singh would have run the finance division in Bihar. In Patna is running it the same person. So it's about the institutional framework you provide. What I'm saying is, if you want states to perform, change the institutional framework which comes in from federalism, make it not about finances, but about the markets, because that's what the economy needs.
Break that down for me. How would you do that?
For instance, now...
Give me a concrete way to do it.
Today, I'll give you one concrete example. Today, the biggest issue the Indian economy has, it's a resource deficit economy. We are a commodity economy. We have, in terms of whether it's oil, coal, whatever, we have deficits. Now, what is the role that states play in that? How about talking about resource federalism, that share in water, share in coal, share in oil, so you actually create an incentive for them to build resource federalism. That's the way to go forward, because that's the current need of the economy. So we have no place, states have no role in that entire resource federalism of the country.
You know, taking up from what Hasib said, I remember speaking to the Karnataka Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, a few months ago, and he was fuming because he claimed that, look, Karnataka's finances or revenues that Karnataka earns are going to, in a way, finance states of the eastern seaboard or northern India, which have far slower growth rates, and Karnataka, in a way, is being penalized for having lower population growth rates, higher incomes. Our revenues are being taken away from us and being used to finance other states, including a Bihar or a Bengal. How would you respond when the southern chief ministers in particular now are saying we've got to come together and we deserve greater payback for what we are contributing to the economy?
So, Rajdeep, let me make 3 comments. First and foremost, I agree with Hasib that we need to go back to the drawing board on the Constitution. Namely, what is that drawing board? The drawing board basically, Rajdeep, tells you that the 7th schedule of the Indian Constitution, which is central, has 3 lists. List part, he knows that very well. List 1, 2, and 3. The 1, which is the exclusive responsibility of the union. 2nd, which is the exclusive responsibility of the states. And the 3rd, which is the concurrent list. In practice, where I agree with Hasib, is that over a period of time, this list has got cluttered up. I've said repeatedly that we need to go back to that drawing board to redraw the 7th schedule of the Constitution in defining and redefining the functions and powers of the central government and the states. But I have given lectures and written extensively about revisiting the 7th schedule, which is the important thing. Now to your sharp question. Rajdeep, the question is deeper. The question is more fundamental. The question is this: as we make progress, one of the things which we have to confront is the asymmetry between economic power and political power. States which are doing exceedingly well in terms of their economic development are also states which have managed their demography much better. States where per capita income is low have yet to get a full handle on demographic management. This is the reality of the asymmetry between political power, represented by the population and demography, and the economic power, represented by much higher rates of economic growth. And this asymmetry would need to be resolved. How did I resolve it? By not kicking the can down the states. I resolved it by not only recognizing that states which are populous need more resources for law and order, for better roads, for better schools, for hospitals, and the needs of the population. At the same time, I did introduce a new criteria, which Hasib knows, on improved demographic management, in some way rewarding states which have invested in girl-child education, in improving awareness, and managing the demography better. But as we go down, this is an important challenge which we will need to face in multiple contexts, reconciling the asymmetry between economic power and political power.
But is that asymmetry, if anything, seems to be widening, worsening, and leading to greater mistrust? The divide that we have, Hasib, would you agree? It's widening. NK Singh makes a good point about economic power and political power. We'll have delimitation in a few years from now, and if anything, the power of the more populous North Indian Hindi heartland states will only increase in a couple of years. And that could cause even greater misgivings south of the Vindhyas.
There, of course, is an asymmetry between the political and the economic power, but there's an asymmetry even within the, I'll come back to federalism. India was an asymmetric federation, where you had states, where I come from, J&K. No longer an asymmetric federation, right? But the more important point which I want to highlight here is taking off from where you referred to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Now, why is it that for the last 75 years, we see federalism only as a vertical federalism? Center to states. How about lateral federalism? States with states. Now, you must provide for it. I was a part of the 10th Finance Commission way back in the 1990s, and we went to Maharashtra. And Maharashtra's whole point was, why am I doing all this? What do I get out of all this? You know, I don't need any deficit grants. I don't need any revenue deficit grants. Why am I even a part of this federation? You know, you guys are fleecing of me. Now, this is becoming more, it's getting articulated more in the south. Now, it will have political ramifications, right? And of course, when you look at two things, basically what you're talking about delimitation, it's about resources and representation. Resources, southern states are not getting as much as they ought to. Representation will change when you do delimitation. But how about bringing in participating between states, that states must start engaging with each other rather than only with the center. Now that is the way forward, move away from vertical federalism to lateral federalism.
Yeah, that's an interesting, yes.
Can I make a quick comment? Hasib, you will recall, since you have held important positions, that India is a federation and not a confederation. This is the first fundamental point which we need to encounter, because the federation of states is vastly different than the confederation of states, and this is embedded in the basic spirit of the Constitution. If you look at it from this point of view, The question is exactly, Rajdeep, which you asked, is an important question. That as we go forward and we're entering the period of delimitation, to some extent this issue of the asymmetry between political and economic power would need to be addressed in a more fundamental and basic way than it has been so far. But who can disagree when Hasib says that states should talk to each other? There's nothing which inhibits them from talking to each other, learning from each other's experience.
You would need an institutional structure. You would need an institutional structure to allow that to happen. But I just want to make one point, which is in response to the thing. Nowhere in the Constitution of India, not once, is the word federal mentioned. India is a union of states. Federalism has no constitutional basis. So let's not talk of reinventing that. So it's not about federation versus confederation. All I was saying is, apart from vertical federalism, is there bigger play to institutionalize lateral federalism, even in policy-making terms? Reserve Bank of India runs monetary policy. They have 4 boards. The 4 boards never meet. You could start looking at regional policy, monetary policy, because inflation rates are different, levels of development are different. So you will have a different ambit of federalism is what I'm talking about.
But you see, when Prime Minister Modi came to power in 2014, and it was interesting because he'd come to power as a chief minister of a state. He spoke in his very first Independence Day address about cooperative federalism. Now, 10 years, 11 years, I keep hearing double engine. And many of the opposition-ruled states feel double engine means that cooperative federalism has resulted now in discriminatory federalism. That if I'm an opposition-ruled state, I lose out. If I'm a BJP-ruled state, I will be rewarded. That's the level of mistrust. That mistrust, I mean, the Planning Commission was among the first decisions this government took to abolish. Now you go to the Niti Aayog, with due regard to a former chairperson who was here, many believe Niti Aayog is little more than a talking shop. So, I ask you, what are the institutional structures being put in to ensure that this country will have genuine cooperative or competitive federalism?
So I think that, Rajdeep, one of the things that I'm sure Hasib will support is that following the, yes, I agree with you, by the way, Hasib, that it's a union of states where the only principle is that the union is indestructible by the definition, but the parts which constitute the union are malleable depending on creation of more states or abridging them in some manner. But the union of states, the union is indestructible. Now, you know, to this...
Cooperative federalism, how do you actually promote it?
Now, cooperative federalism, there is, Rajdeep, a provision following the Sarkaria Commission report, with which Hasib would be very familiar with, which created the institution of the Center State Council. The Center State Council is a body which I think needs to be empowered, needs to become more purposive, and it is a constitutional forum for engaging the states with each other and engaging them constantly with the central government. The Planning Commission was not and never intended to be a constitutional body. It was an extra constitutional authority. I have worked in the Planning Commission. So is the gentleman who has come just before me, Montague. But the Planning Commission, unlike the Planning Commission, the Center State Council is a regular constitutional body. We need to empower them, make it more purposive, and make it more engaging.
You know, an institutional structure, because we are holding this discussion on a day when Tamil Nadu has just announced that they are walking out of the national education policy and going to have their own national education policy. So the mistrust is getting deeper by the year, by the month.
So one of the things that Rajiv put, since I was a part of it as the state finance minister, I see the GST Council as an institution of federalism. Now, remember, 30 states coming together, drafting on the fly, arriving at a consensus, and it was seen as a huge thing for federalism. So if you can create institutions like the GST Council, where states like Manipur and JK got a voice to see how their taxation could be aligned to the national levels, is something that going forward is required. So you could have regional councils, you could have the national councils in which states have a place to sit on the table. Today, in regulatory, name one regulator in this country, one regulator where the state government has a role to play. And more so, in the last 2 years, every single regulator in this country is headed by a civil servant of the IAS. The bureaucratic capture of regulatory policy in this country is amazing.
You want to respond as a long-serving bureaucrat?
So let me say that I think that we have often understood, when you were finance minister, so to say, Hasib, much before you made your forays as a good journalist, you would have recognized that the maximum progress can take place when there is a meaningful compact between those who understand the wisdom of governance with those whose arms you depend for implementation. I think they're working constructive relationship, but there can be no disagreements with you that GST Council is a good example. This example could be replicated in other ways, but I come back to something which you do not seem to recognize adequately, Hasib, that you cannot do all this without revisiting the basic 7th schedule of the Constitution. You need to go back to the drawing board. Till you do not go back to the drawing board, giving states the authority to shape monetary policy is something which is a total disregard of the 7th schedule, list A.
Let me end by asking you, therefore, Hasib Drabu, do you believe the inequities will rise come 2047 between states, inter se, that you will have some states which are progressing at economic growth rates much faster than the other, and therefore the inequalities will widen? A quick response.
Without doubt, there's no question about it.
So by 2047, things will even...
Inter se, state, across states, of course, without doubt. Not just across states, across regions, you'll see Western versus Eastern, Southern versus North. You will see that kind of a thing happen for sure.
And that therefore becomes one of the major challenges in building a Viksit Bharat. N.K. Singh, Hasib Drabu, for debating and dialoguing on an issue of enormous importance. Appreciate you joining us here at the India Today BT Conclave at 100. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a very big hand.
Much, Mr. Singh, and thank you so much, Mr. Drabu, and thank you so much, Rajdeep. May I please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to please present a token of appreciation to both our guests. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that very engaging session. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a quick break for lunch and we'll gather here back at 2 p.m. for our next session. Thank you.
Not all numbers are born for the balance sheet. Some are born to bring a smile. Some usher the future. Some make you stand tall. Some numbers light a fire and fulfill wishes. Some spoil you silly. Some echo joyful shrieks. Some numbers have smiles written all over them. Some make the planet happy. Some make the planet healthy. Some numbers rise against all odds. Some are made for dreams. Not all numbers are born for the balance sheet. As we spread our wings globally, we at Mahindra believe that the numbers we are most proud of are the number of lives we have touched. Mahindra, together we rise.
India's economic architects, together on one powerful stage. From Nitin Gadkari to Arvind Panagaria and Montek Singh Ahluwalia. Visionaries who are shaping India's future. All debating the Viksit Bharat roadmap, where legacy meets leadership. Here, the real policy playbook. Finance, roads, reforms. Disinvestment. Nothing is off the table. The inside views, uncensored. Only at Adani Business Today, India at 100, 8th August 2025, Shangri-La Eros, New Delhi.
नमस्कार नितिन जी, वंस अगेन आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, धन्यवाद। आपने जो बिज़नेस टुडे इंडिया एट 100 का स्पेशल एडिशन रिलीज़ किया है, इसका एक बड़ा ख़ास जो हमने प्रयास किया इस बारी कि इतना बड़ा देश है और हर समय रिफॉर्म की बात होती है, तो इस बारी 100 ऐसे रिफॉर्म आइडियाज़ हमारी टीम ने, हमारे सारे साथियों ने, कई सारे इकोनॉमिस्ट और संस्थाओं के साथ बात करके 100 ऐसे आइडिया निकाले। देश इतना बड़ा है, लाखों आइडियाज़ की आवश्यकता है, परंतु हमने 100 निकाले क्योंकि भारत जब एज ए रिपब्लिक 100 बनेगा तो उससे जोड़ते हुए इस बात के लिए, और आपने उसी स्पेशल एडिशन का अवलोकन किया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वी आर डिस्कसिंग इंडिया एट 100 एंड द रोड टू इंडिया एट 100, नॉट वन रोड, मल्टीपल रोड्स, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ किलोमीटर्स ऑफ रोड्स एंड हाईवेज। नितिन जी, आप बना रहे हैं पिछले 10-11 सालों से, तो इससे सबसे पहला सवाल, 2047 में भारत में जो सड़कें, हाईवे होंगी, उनकी शक्ल और सूरत कैसी होगी?
वैसे तो अभी जो सूरत है वो बदली हुई है। मैं जब मंत्री बना तो मेरे ऑफिस में मैंने अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन एफ कैनेडी जी की एक बात लिख कर रखी थी, जो मेरे टेबल के सामने थी, कि अमेरिकन रोड्स आर नॉट गुड बिकॉज अमेरिका इज़ रिच, बट अमेरिका इज़ रिच बिकॉज अमेरिकन रोड्स आर गुड। और इसी बात को रखकर हमने काम शुरू किया। और मैं पुराने कामों की गिनती इसलिए नहीं करूँगा कि वो आपको पता है, रिपीटेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है, पर केवल अभी दिल्ली जैसा है, दिल्ली एनसीआर में हम लोग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले 4 महीने में फिर से 40,000 करोड़ के नए काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये समझ लीजिए कि कितने बड़े प्रमाण पर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है। और इस साल हमने 2 टारगेट सामने रखे हैं। ये टारगेट से, ये डिक्लेरेशन नहीं है। पहला टारगेट ये कि हम 38 किलोमीटर पर डे रोड बना रहे थे, हम आगे जाकर इसको 100 किलोमीटर पर डे तक पहुंचाएंगे। ये अगले ही साल होगा ऐसा मैं नहीं करता हूँ, पर ये टारगेट रखकर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और ये टारगेट अगर पूरा करना है तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हमारे अवार्ड, अभी तक हमने इस साल में करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ के काम अवार्ड किए हैं, और मार्च एंड तक हम 10 लाख करोड़ के अवार्ड रोड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के करेंगे। तो ये 10 लाख करोड़ के काम अगर हम करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि नेचुरली इसका 1 रुपये जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में खर्चा होता है, तो 3 रुपये 80 पैसे उससे जनरेट होते हैं। ये हम आपके इकोनॉमिस्ट जो है वही कहते हैं। और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो है, जो अचीवमेंट हुई है, कि IIM बेंगलोर और चेन्नई IIT और कानपुर IIT ने जो स्टडी किया है, उन तीनों ने कहा है कि इंडिया की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 6% कम हुई है रोड की। इसका कारण ऐसा है कि हमारे देश की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट ये 16% थी, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन कंट्री की 12% और चाइना की 8%। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि इस साल दिसंबर तक हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 9% आएगी, और 9% रोड अच्छे बनने के कारण और निश्चित रूप से लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 7% से कम होने से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट और बढ़ेगा, 1.5 गुना होगा, दुगना हो सकता है, और इसका देश के इकोनॉमी को फ़ायदा होगा। ये जो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम हो रही है, इसमें जैसे रोड अच्छे बने हैं जिसमें टाइम बच रहा है, स्पीड बढ़ी है, वैसा दूसरा फ़ायदा ये हुआ है कि हम लोग अभी अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में भी काम कर रहे हैं। मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, अभी फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस का हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाटा को दिया है। पहली बार देश में 135 सीटर बस जो फ्लैश चार्जिंग में चालू होगी वो शुरू हो रही नागपुर में एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में, और आगे ये बस हम दिल्ली से जयपुर, दिल्ली से देहरादून, चेन्नई से बेंगलोर, ऐसे अनेक जगह पर शुरू करेंगे। ये इसकी विशेषता ये है कि मेट्रो इतनी कैपेसिटी इसकी है, पर मेट्रो की कॉस्ट पर किलोमीटर 450 करोड़ है और इस बस की कॉस्ट 2 करोड़ है। तो नेचुरली, और इसका टिकट रेट डीजल बस के तुलना में 30% कम होगा। एयर कंडीशन बस होगी, एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयर होगी, हवाई जहाज़ में जैसे चाय पानी नाश्ता मिलता वो भी मिलेगा, और ये ट्रांसपोर्ट के कंफर्ट्स में भी सामने टीवी होगा हर सीट में, हवाई जहाज़ जैसा। तो ये एक मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट, पर्टिकुलरली ये एक शहर से दूसरे शहर में ये जोड़ने के लिए हम शुरू कर रहे हैं। हम 360 रोपवे केबल कार बना रहे हैं। अभी तक हमने ये टूरिज़्म के लिए इसका विचार किया था, पर अब धीरे धीरे इस पर वर्किंग कर रही है, जिसमें अभी तक कोई आया नहीं है। अभी पोर्ट से कंटेनर उठाकर, रोपवे जैसा कंटेनर को उठाकर हम ट्रांसपोर्ट कर सकते हैं क्या, इस पर भी हम अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। तो ओवरऑल फ्यूल में हमने अभी हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर 10 रोड हिंदुस्तान में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया है, जिसमें टाटा, लेलैंड, वॉल्वो, इंडियन ऑयल, HPCL, रिलायंस, ये सब कंपनी, उसके लिए 10 प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिया है। और टाटा ने 3 ट्रक बनाए हैं, एक हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर और 2 IC इंजन में हाइड्रोजन डालकर, तीनों को मैंने लॉन्च किया। और अभी हम लोग हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर ये जो फिलिंग स्टेशन, ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, हाइड्रोजन, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बनाना, तो ये सब 10 प्रोजेक्ट हमारे पूरे देश में है। उसकी लिस्ट मैं आपको दे दूंगा, इसका काम शुरू हो गया। तो मुझे ये कहना है कि इन सब बातों का परिणाम ओवरऑल आप जो कह रहे हैं, ये जो आइडिया नहीं है, इसमें मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में काफ़ी बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा, ये आने वाले समय में आपको दिखेगा।
इस एडिशन में ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर को लेके भी करीब करीब 10 आइडिया कुल मिला के हैं, और उन पे हम चर्चा करते रहेंगे। गडकरी जी, आपने अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति का अभी रेफरेंस दिया, पर अभी जो वर्तमान के अमेरिकन राष्ट्रपति भारत के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, भारत के साथ कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसी स्थिति में आप वो चित्र रखेंगे कि अभी बदलने का समय आ गया है?
नहीं, मैं कोई राष्ट्रपति जी के कोई बातों की तुलना नहीं कर रहा हूँ। जो हिस्ट्री में अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट जॉन एफ कैनेडी जी ने जो कहा था, वो बात को दुनिया भी स्वीकारती है, ये प्रसिद्ध उनका स्टेटमेंट है, मैंने उसका केवल जिक्र किया है। वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति के बारे में तो मैं कुछ कहूँगा नहीं, वो जयशंकर जी और मोदी जी उसके बारे में कहेंगे।
जी, शाम को पीयूष गोयल जी भी आ रहे हैं, उनसे चर्चा करेंगे। आपने एक्सपोर्ट्स की बात की, आपको लगता है कि जो वर्तमान में निर्णय लिए गए हैं अमेरिका द्वारा, और उस पर अभी शायद चर्चा होनी बाकी है, इसका कोई दुष्प्रभाव पड़ेगा हमारी इकॉनमी पे और हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स पे?
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, अमेरिका के निर्णय और पॉलिसी के बारे में टिप्पणी करने का मुझे अधिकार नहीं है, पर मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताता हूँ। मैं जब मंत्री बना तब हमारा हिंदुस्तान के ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर का नंबर 7वां नंबर था। अभी 6-7 महीने पहले हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम 3रे नंबर पर आए। अमेरिका पहले नंबर पर है 78 लाख करोड़, दूसरे नंबर पर है चाइना 49 लाख करोड़, और हिंदुस्तान है 22 लाख करोड़। अब आपको इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताता हूँ कि हमारा ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर है वो 4.5 करोड़ युवाओं को उन्होंने जॉब दिया है, और राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार को GST के रूप में सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू देने वाला ये सेक्टर है। हमारे देश का सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट इस सेक्टर में है, और हमारे 2 व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री, बजाज, TVS, हीरो, होंडा, ये 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी मर्सिडीज़ के चेयरमैन एक आध महीना पहले मुझे मिले, और अब इलेक्ट्रिक पर पूरा कन्वर्ट करें, और उन्होंने कहा कि हिंदुस्तान में हम हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेंटर कर रहे हैं। अभी मारुति सुजुकी उनकी गाड़ियाँ, यहाँ की टोयोटो, बाद में हुंडई, इनका बड़ा एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। अब इसमें बीच में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज हुआ कि हमारे देश में इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, एलएनजी, सीएनजी और हाइड्रोजन, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में बड़ा काम हुआ। हमारे देश का इंपोर्ट है 22 लाख करोड़ का। अब ये जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है उसका परिणाम क्या हुआ आप देखिए। आपको याद होगा क्योंकि आप 11 साल से मेरे अक्सर इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो और यही आपके ही एक कार्यक्रम में ताज पैलेस में मुझे मेरे एक मित्र आज तक वालों ने पूछा था कि अगर इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी रास्ते में बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? तो अभी कोई शुरुआत थी, उस समय लोगों के मन में कन्फ्यूजन था। अब इलेक्ट्रिक में इतना पॉपुलर हुआ कि इलेक्ट्रिक की वेटिंग लिस्ट है। इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस 50,000 बनती है देश में, रिक्वायरमेंट 1 लाख की है। इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक, सभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक आ रहे हैं। अब सबसे अच्छी बात आपको बताता हूँ कि बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत जब हमने इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल शुरू किए तब $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी, और आज हमारे देश में वो कीमत $55 पर किलोवाट पर आवर हो गई। यानी इलेक्ट्रिक की बैटरी सस्ती हो गई। एक बस में 40 लाख रुपए की बैटरी लगती थी, अब आप समझिए कि 1/3 कीमत हो जाएगी। तो वो दिन अब दूर नहीं है कि पेट्रोल डीजल की व्हीकल और इलेक्ट्रिक की व्हीकल की प्राइस कम होगी। इसमें हाइड्रोजन भी पीछे से आ रहा है। अब इसमें बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन, जिंक आयन, एल्यूमिनियम आयन, सोडियम आयन, हमारे यंग लड़के इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं कि इतने नए नए रिसर्च हो रहे हैं कि मैं ये मानता हूँ कि हमें वर्ल्ड का मार्केट उपलब्ध है। कोई 1-2 देश में थोड़ी उसके ऊपर हम डिपेंड है। हमारे पूरे अफ्रीकन कंट्री में हमारे 2 व्हीलर पूरे जाते हैं, श्रीलंका में, बांग्लादेश में हमारे 2 व्हीलर ट्रैक्टर जाते हैं। तो आने वाले समय में ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में, मैंने अभी कल ही मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट वालों की कॉन्फ्रेंस में गया था और मैंने सब ओईएम को बुलाकर कहा कि आप सब लोगों के पीछे सरकार खड़ी है। दिक्कतें आती हैं, सेमीकंडक्टर में दिक्कतें आई तो हमने ये सारे स्कीम उसके लिए तैयार की। अब वो जहाँ दिक्कत भी, लिथियम आयन का प्रॉब्लम है, हमको 1200 टन लिथियम आयन लगता है। अभी नई माइनिंग पॉलिसी में आ रही, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हमारे माइनिंग मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उनको कहा है कि हम जल्द से जल्द ये कैसे मिला है, क्योंकि हमारे पास लिथियम है, हम लिथियम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास गोल्ड है, हम गोल्ड इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो हम अपने देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए गतिशीलता के साथ जल्दी माइनिंग शुरू करें। और ये 1200 टन लिथियम जो लगता है, अभी ज़्यादा लगेगा, और तो ये हमारे देश में तैयार होगा। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है हर क्षेत्र में, मैं ऑटोमोबाइल का मेरे से संबंध है इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। हाइड्रोजन में हमारे फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ी में मैं आया बैठकर आपके होटल में भी, वो वर्ल्ड की पहली इनोवा गाड़ी है, नीचे में खड़ी है, जो 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, 60% बिजली तैयार करती है, और पेट्रोल की तुलना में उसके एवरेज की तुलना करेंगे तो 25 रुपीज़ लीटर पेट्रोल का भाव होगा। यानी कंज्यूमर का फ़ायदा है, प्रदूषण की कमी है, इंपोर्ट की कमी है, किसानों का फ़ायदा है। तो ओवरऑल हमारे इसमें जो इस प्रकार से देश आगे निकल रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि पूरी दुनिया का मार्केट हमारे लिए है, और हमें ये क्षमता है कि दुनिया में अच्छे से अच्छी क्वालिटी और कम से कम कॉस्ट में देने की क्षमता बहुत कम 1-2 देशों में है, पर उन देशों में भारत अब सबसे आगे जाएगा और वर्ल्ड का मार्केट हमको मिलेगा और हमारी इकोनॉमी आने वाले समय में मजबूत बनेगी, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
ये आपने बहुत एक अच्छी बात कही। मंत्री जी, आपने बायोएथेनॉल का जिक्र किया और पेट्रोल डीजल की गाड़ियों के दाम कम होंगे ये भी जिक्र किया, पर आपने देखा होगा पिछले कुछ दिनों से माइलेज कम हो रही है E20 के कारण, एथलॉन के कारण। इस पर बड़ी एक चर्चा हो रही है सोशल मीडिया।
कोई चर्चा नहीं है, पूरी चर्चा यानी अब बोलना नहीं चाहिए, ये पॉलिटिकली या ये पेट्रोलियम लॉबी वाले इसको मैनिपुलेट करते होंगे। 20% इथेनॉल डालने के ऊपर देश में एक तो भी गाड़ी में तकरार रही कि आप नाम बताइए। अभी सीएम ने स्टेटमेंट निकाला है, सबने ऑलरेडी ARI ने निकाला हुआ है। इथेनॉल के कारण कोई गाड़ी में कोई तकलीफ हुई ऐसा एक भी उदाहरण नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, क्या ये देश का इंपोर्ट 22 लाख करोड़ का जो इकोनॉमी से पैसा जा रहा है वो कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या दिल्ली में ये प्रदूषण से आप सब लोग जिस प्रकार का सामना कर रहे हैं, प्रदूषण कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या इस देश में चावल सरप्लस है, गेहूँ सरप्लस है, और अब मक्के से इथेनॉल बनना शुरू हुआ तो 1200 रुपये क्विंटल मक्के का भाव था। आज मक्के से इथेनॉल शुरू हुआ तो मक्के का भाव 2600 रुपये क्विंटल हुआ, और बिहार यूपी में सब जगह 3 गुना मल्टीप्लाई मक्का ज़्यादा लगा, और किसानों को मक्के से अच्छा पैसा मिल रहा है। इससे रूरल एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में ग्रोथ आ रही है। जो 12% हमारा एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन है जीडीपी में, वो हम 22% तक ले जाएंगे अगर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टुवर्ड्स एनर्जी एंड पावर सेक्टर होगा। तो मुझे लगता है इतना अच्छा होने के बाद कोई तकरार नहीं, मैं तो खुली चुनौती देता हूँ। अब ये कुछ ना कुछ इसको विरोध करने में किसी का इंटरेस्ट हो सकते हैं, पर उसकी चिंता मत करिए। ये सब बातों को ARI करके जो भारत सरकार की वो हर चीज़ को टेस्ट करती है, उनका रिपोर्ट आता है, फिर हमारी मिनिस्ट्री उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स तय करती है। और अभी ब्रिक कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं ब्राज़ील गया था। ब्राज़ील में पेट्रोल पंप पर 100% पेट्रोल भी मिलता है, फिर 27% इथेनॉल डाले वाला पेट्रोल भी मिलता है, 100% इथेनॉल वाला भी मिलता है। अब फ्लेक्स इंजन आए हैं, टाटा, महिंद्रा, टोयोटो, हुंडई 11 कंपनियों ने अब लगभग ये फ्लेक्स इंजन तैयार किए हैं। और अभी कल मेरे यहाँ कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट की मैन्युफैक्चर की मीटिंग हुई, और अगले सप्ताह में एग्रीकल्चर इक्विपमेंट वालों की हो रही है। और किर्लोस्कर ने, मैं 11 तारीख को पुणे जा रहा हूँ, और किर्लोस्कर ने जनरेटर सेट 100% इथेनॉल फ्लेक्स फ्यूल पर वो तैयार किया, वो लॉन्च करने जा रहा हूँ। तो आप आने वाले समय में हमारे देश में स्वदेशी, स्वावलंबन और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनना चाहिए। हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनना चाहिए। हमारी इकोनॉमी मजबूत बननी चाहिए। उस दिशा में हमारी सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे जा रही है। 1,14,000 करोड़ रुपए ये किसानों को इसके कारण मिले, इथेनॉल आने के कारण, और 1 लाख करोड़ भारत सरकार की बचत हुई, क्योंकि इथेनॉल डालने से। एक बात आपकी सच है कि इथेनॉल में डालने के बाद उसके कैलोरिक वैल्यू पेट्रोल में थोड़ा है, तो थोड़ा सा उसका एवरेज में कमी आती है, पर धीरे धीरे 100% इथेनॉल पर हम जाएंगे तो इथेनॉल का रेट आज 65 है, 60-65, पेट्रोल का 120 रुपये है। अभी जो मैं गाड़ी में बैठ के आया हूँ टोयोटो की, जी 1 साल से मैं चला रहा हूँ 100% इथेनॉल पर, और मैंने आपको कहा कि इसका रेट तो 25 रुपये है।
गडकरी जी,
पेट्रोल की
इथेनॉल 100% ये कब तक आएगा? क्योंकि वर्तमान में इथेनॉल 27% का अभी वो शायद नियम आप फाइनलाइज कर रहे हैं, तो ये कब किस स्टेज पे आएगा?
27% का अभी कोई फाइनल नहीं हुआ है
जी।
प्रोसीजर ऐसा है कि पहले ARI में उसकी ट्रायल होती है। ट्रायल होने के बाद हमारी प्रहलाद जोशी जी की मंत्री जो पारंपरिक ऊर्जा की, इसमें वहाँ उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स तय होते हैं, और दोनों के बाद पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री का ये अधिकार है, और फिर वो कैबिनेट में जाकर उसका निर्णय होगा। अब टेस्टिंग लेवल पर है, जब ये पूरी फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी होगी तब केस पेट्रोलियम मंत्री तक जाएगी, और तब निर्णय करने का अधिकार उनका है। जहाँ तक 100% इथेनॉल का है, कमियाँ होती है। जैसे हमने जब इथेनॉल शुरू किया तो पेट्रोल में इथेनॉल डालने के लिए अप टू 20%, जो GST लगा वो 5% है, और 100% इथेनॉल के ऊपर 20% के ऊपर GST 18% है। वो मैंने निर्मला जी को उसको सामने रखा कि ध्यान में नहीं ऐसा ऐसा हुआ। अब इंडियन ऑयल ने 350 इथेनॉल के पंप शुरू किए हैं, पर अभी इथेनॉल की अवेलेबिलिटी, उसकी स्टैंडर्ड्स, फिर उसकी गाड़ियाँ, ये प्रोसेस में है। हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी, हाइड्रोजन की ट्रक प्रोसेस में है। जैसे 10 पायलट प्रोजेक्ट हम ऑलरेडी शुरू किए 600 करोड़ के हाइड्रोजन के लिए, वैसे इसका भी अब शुरू होगा, और धीरे धीरे ये सब स्टैंडर्ड्स पूरे करने के बाद फिर ये लागू होगा।
आपने एक रेफरेंस दी, और मुझे नहीं पता यहाँ पे कितने लोगों को जानकारी है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपको माइनिंग पॉलिसी की तरफ कार्यभार दिया है, और ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, खासकर ऐसी स्थिति में कि जब चाइना रेयर अर्थ्स पे बैन लगा रहा है और प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप व्यापार को लेके इतने सारे टैरिफ्स और ड्यूटीज़ लगा रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में, और अगर थोड़ा आगे की तरफ देखें, हमारी जो बाहर से इंपोर्ट्स पे डिपेंडेंसी ये कितनी कम हो सकती है?
पहली बात तो ऐसी कि प्रधानमंत्री ने इस पर मुझे कोई ऐसा ये दिया नहीं है, जिम्मेदारी दी नहीं है। ये विषय माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट का है। पर ये जब चर्चा हो रही थी तो मैंने माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के सामने भी ऐसे सुझाव रखे हैं जो मैं पहले से रखते आया हूँ कि एक माइन शुरू होने के लिए 5 से 6 साल लगते हैं। उसमें इन्वायरमेंट फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस होता है, लैंड एक्विजिशन होती है, सरकारी नियम है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी है, भारत सरकार भी है। तो मैंने उनको ये कहा है कि क्या ये समय हम कम कर सकते हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी इच्छा है कि भाई हमारे देश में जब लिथियम आयन है तो हम उसको इंपोर्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं। और आने वाले समय में काफ़ी सुधार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माइनिंग सेक्टर में हुए। जैसे अब एक कॉपर की माइन है, हम कॉपर निकाल कर बाकी वेस्ट में बाकी मटेरियल था वो हम निकाल नहीं सकते थे, उसके ऊपर अलग पॉलिसी थी, अब उसको अनुमति मिली है। तो आने वाले समय में माइनिंग सेक्टर में अपरंपार संभावना है। और ये जो प्रोसीजर है इन्वायरमेंट फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस से लेकर ये कम से कम समय का होना चाहिए। मेरी तो सुझाव ये था कि 6 महीने के अंदर ऑल फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी होकर तुरंत माइन शुरू हो, ऐसा कोई ईज़ ऑफ बिजनेस में सुधार हो। तो ये कोशिश है, माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री काम कर रही है और फाइनल पॉलिसी को क्या प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में कैबिनेट क्लियर करेगी। मैंने अपनी बात जो है वो कंसर्निंग लोगों को बताई है।
गडकरी जी, आपने ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और सुधारों की बात की। आपके मंत्रालय में आपने बहुत सारे प्रोसीजरल सुधार पिछले 10-11 सालों में किए। हम सब रिपोर्टर्स को ये जानकारी है कि कैसे काम जल्दी से हो, नहीं तो सालों साल लग जाते थे, प्रोजेक्ट्स इतने डिले होते थे। पर अगर पूरी इकोनॉमी की बात करें और आगे की तरफ देखें, ये जो चैलेंज है, बहुत सारे इकोनॉमिस्ट, डॉक्टर पानेगरिया भी अभी यहाँ पे थे, वो सब कह रहे हैं कि ये 1991 मोमेंट भारत के लिए फिर से आ चुका है। एक चुनौती भी है बट बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। क्या करना चाहिए सुधारों और रिफॉर्म की दृष्टि से?
देखिए, मैं सुधार और रिफॉर्म में तो डॉक्टर साहब भी बैठे हैं और हमारी सरकार बहुत कर रही, पर मेरी एक नाराज़गी मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। नाराज़गी ये है कि आप अर्बन सेंट्रिक और दिल्ली मुंबई सेंट्रिक है। ये समस्या महत्वपूर्ण है, नो डाउट, पर मैं गांव से हूँ और आज हमारे जीडीपी ग्रोथ में एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर का कंट्रीब्यूशन केवल 12% है। 24% जो है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का है और 52 से 54% जो है वो सर्विस सेक्टर का है। अब एग्रीकल्चर में, अलाइड इंडस्ट्री में, जैसे हमारे यहाँ अभी फिशिंग में ब्लू इकोनॉमी को 7 लाख करोड़ करने का हमने संकल्प किया। मैं जब शिपिंग मंत्री था तो कोचिन शिपयार्ड को हमने एक ट्रॉलर बनाया। अब हमारे जो फिशिंग बोट है वो समुद्र में केवल 10 नॉटिकल मिल जाते हैं। अभी हमने ऐसा ट्रॉलर बनाया जो श्रीलंका में हमारे जो मच्छीमार जाते थे उनको भी दिए हैं। तो हम अभी 100 नॉटिकल मिल जा सकते हैं, तो हमारा फिशिंग 7 गुना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ सकता है और ये एक्सपोर्ट होता है। फिर हमारा मिल्क में अमूल और मदर डेयरी कितना बड़ा काम हुआ है। अभी हमने ब्राज़ील में हमारी जो गाय गई थी जीर जात की, अब वो 60 लीटर दूध दे रही है और उसका जो बूल तैयार हुआ उसका सीमेंस लाकर अब हमारे यहाँ ये टेक्नोलॉजी आई है कि 100% गोरी होगी। जैसे ये अपना एम्ब्रियो ट्रांसफ़र, टेस्ट ट्यूब बेबी जैसा, और देश में 3 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुए और तीनों का उद्घाटन मैंने किया। एक सांगली में चितड़े का है, एक बारामती में पवार साहब ने डाला है और एक नागपुर में वेटरनरी यूनिवर्सिटी में। तो पूरी एक देशी गाय अगर 20 लीटर की होगी तो मिल्क सेक्टर में कितनी बड़ी क्रांति होगी। दूसरी ओर AI इन एग्रीकल्चर आया है। अब मैं खुद हमारे पुणे की संस्था के साथ, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट और गूगल के साथ मैं खुद काम कर रहा हूँ और वो अमेरिकन सैटेलाइट से मेरे खेत का पूरा रीडिंग मिल सकता है। अभी हमारे यहाँ काम चल रहा है और वो बताएगा कि पानी चाहिए कितना, कौन सा फर्टिलाइज़र चाहिए, कौन सा 8 दिन के बाद कौन सा डिसीज आने वाला है और 10,000 रुपये एकड़ का केवल खर्चा है। तो एग्रीकल्चर में जब तक प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं बढ़ेगी, एक्सपेंडिचर कॉस्ट कम नहीं होगी और एग्रीकल्चर के साथ अलाइड सेक्टर में एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट हमारे जीडीपी में 22% तक जब तक नहीं जाएगी, तब तक इकोनॉमी हमें जिस दिशा में ले जाने हम नहीं ले पाएंगे। तो हमारा फोकस जो है वो एग्रीकल्चर, रूरल, ट्राइबल, जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर, इस पर आधारित ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूँगा कि आप बिल्कुल सही सोच रहे हो, आपका एजेंडा बिल्कुल सही है, पर मैं रूरल इंडिया का प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते मुझे कभी कभी दिल्ली मुंबई में महसूस होता है कि सब बातों की चर्चा हो रही है, पर जो बेसिक हिंदुस्तान का एक नींव की हड्डी है, उस एग्रीकल्चर और रूरल ट्राइबल और जल जमीन जंगल जानवर, इसकी चर्चा जितनी होनी है होती नहीं। और जब तक एग्रीकल्चर अलाइड सेक्टर मजबूत नहीं होगा तब तक आप जितनी अचीवमेंट कह रहे हो वो कभी पूरी नहीं होगी।
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात की और मैं ये कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ कह सकता हूं कि इस एडिशन में कृषि क्षेत्र को लेकर
आपको
10 सुझाव हैं।
आपको एक सुझाव देता हूं
जी।
पानी ये समस्या है
जी।
हमारी सरकार ने, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो 23 झगड़े थे राज्यों में से। ये जो जम्मू कश्मीर, ये जो हमारी पाकिस्तान और अभी जो नदियों की बात हो रही है ना, तो जो करार हमने रद्द किया वो करार ये था कि स्वाधीनता के बाद 3 नदियां हमको मिली, 3 नदियां पाकिस्तान को मिली, 6 नदियां भारत से निकलती है। हमारे 3 नदियों का, हमारे अधिकार का पानी पाकिस्तान बह रहा था और हरियाणा और पंजाब में झगड़ा हो रहा है पानी के लिए। मैंने दोनों मुख्यमंत्री को बुलाया, अरे ये तो तुम्हारे अधिकार का पानी उधर जा रहा और तुम क्यों झगड़ा कर रहे हो। तब मैंने 17 झगड़े तो मिटाए। पहली बार हमारे सरकार ने रिवर कनेक्टिविटी के 49 प्रोजेक्ट, उस समय मैं था, हमने डीपीआर तैयार किए। केन बेतवा जो बुंदेलखंड में सूखा है, पहली बार वहाँ पानी जा रहा है। और अभी आपको, मैं अभी तेलंगाना आंध्र प्रदेश गया था, मैंने पोलावरम में जब था तब मैंने मंजूर किया, 60,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट था। 1300 टीएमसी पानी गोदावरी का समुद्र में जा रहा है। तो हमने योजना की है, जो डीपीआर तैयार है, कि गोदावरी का जो 1300 टीएमसी पानी समुद्र में जा रहा है, वो गोदावरी का पानी कृष्णा में, कृष्णा का पेनार में, और पेनार का कावेरी में, और कावेरी का टेल एंड टू तमिलनाडु। तमिलनाडु में पानी की समस्या नहीं रहेगी, कर्नाटक में नहीं रहेगी। तो मुझे क्या लगता है कि पानी आ जाएगा और ड्रिप इरिगेशन के साथ जुड़ जाएगा, और सीड और कलम बनाता जो हम प्लांट, दोनों में रिवोल्यूशन हो जाएगा। तो एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ 3 गुना बढ़ जाएगा। और उधर जब सरप्लस प्रोडक्शन होगा फूड ग्रेन का, तो इधर ये मक्के जैसा इथेनॉल बनेगा ब्रोकन राइस से। तो हमारे 22 लाख करोड़ में हम 10 लाख करोड़ भी एग्रीकल्चर को डाइवर्ट करेंगे, तो हमारी देश की इकोनॉमी बहुत बड़ी बदल सकती है। और मैं पॉलिटिशियन करके मेरे ऊपर विश्वास मत रखो, मुझे 13 डॉक्टरेट मिले, डीलिट्स, उसमें से 6 एग्रीकल्चर साइंस की है। और मैं कृषि में ही काम करता हूँ। ये टनल बिल्ड, रोड गिल्ड में सेकंड प्रायोरिटी है। अब आप लोग आएंगे तो आपको दिखा पाएंगे। और मुझे लगता है दिस इज़ द सेक्टर। अब जैसे अभी ये आम है, बड़े बड़े अच्छे एप्पल है हमारे देश में, हम आपको पता है कि एप्पल कहाँ से आता है? एप्पल ईरान से आ रहा, एप्पल अफगानिस्तान से आ रहा, एप्पल पोलैंड से आ रहा, रशिया। वो एप्पल की क्वालिटी अलग है। हमारे यहाँ पश्मीना की शाल जो बनती है कश्मीर में, क्या वो हम कितना एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते? कहीं नहीं दुनिया में। मैं जब एमएसएमई का मंत्री था तो हमने कश्मीर में काम शुरू किया। मैं आपको ये, अभी मैं वेलेंसिया गया था स्पेन, किसानों को लेके। वहाँ 1 एकड़ में 25 से 30 टन संतरा होता है, और मैं नागपुर ऑरेंज हमारा प्रसिद्ध है, हमारा 3 टन होता है। अब हम लोग वो टेक्नोलॉजी को करें और हम इसको बदल दें। और एग्रीकल्चर में जैसे इसराइल में वहाँ किबुट और ये 2 ऐसे है कि अपने एयर कंडीशन बंगले में बैठकर अपने कंप्यूटर पर किसान पानी को मैनेजमेंट करता है।
जी,
ये हमारे देश में भी हो सकता है
जी।
और इसलिए आने वाले समय में एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर
जी
की बढ़ोतरी हमारी प्रायोरिटी है। लगातार हमारी सरकार ने किसानों को सब प्रकार की मदद की है
जी।
और मुझे लगता है कि एग्रीकल्चर की ग्रोथ हमारे देश की ग्रोथ को, जीडीपी ग्रोथ को बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करेगी।
विकसित भारत के एक बहुत बड़े निर्माता श्री नितिन गडकरी जी यहाँ हमारे साथ थे। इन्होंने कई मुद्दों पे एक विजन स्टेटमेंट दी है और कई क्षेत्रों के बारे में हमें ये भी कहा है कि जहाँ आवश्यकता है और भी ज़्यादा काम करने के लिए। नितिन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Welcome, Neelkan, and
Thank
it's
you.
great to have you here. especially while the topic is so hot and everyone's really wondering what's going to be happening next when it comes to Trump and his impact on the economy. So let's actually kick off with that, because he really threw everyone into a tizzy. Surprisingly, markets were still a bit resilient, but overall it's thrown everyone into a bit of a frenzy in terms of what happens next. Now, I know that you've been speaking about this a little bit, and you have alluded to the fact that by now we know that it's also a negotiating tactic on his part. This time, do you think it's going to be different?
No, it has to be a negotiating tactic, because if you look back, 25 years of very calibrated re-engagement, the fact that there is a common, I wouldn't say an enemy, but a competitor in the form of China that India is apprehensive of. China has said that it wants to be the supreme power in 2050. And so the current supreme power, the US, is clearly apprehensive. You look at all the fronts on which India and the US have engaged. So for example, you can look at the deep tech engagement that we have. The large number of global capability centers that exist in India. So this is a very narrow prism of our engagement. Look at the defense cooperation that exists. Now, whether the whole of the Quad structure is dismantled, just like maybe the AUKUS is now mostly history. So I don't think this is an attempt to break away from India. The signs are ominous, and these are things that as a country we should ask questions to the US, that you give 90 days to China, you give 21 days to India. The tariff rates in China seem to be lower now than what India may be facing. So is there a strategic disengagement or not? Those questions need to be asked. But it is reasonable to expect that there are many, many more voices in this conversation than existed 25 years back. There are large businesses in India which are still expanding. There are large investors in the US who are expanding their footprint in India. And I guess at some point those voices will be heard. As of now, it seems like Mr. Trump is upset with something. We need to catch that pulse. And as someone said, and I can say it openly, that look at what for example, some of the announcements that have been made on $100 billion and $600 billion. I mean, companies that are committing to spending $600 billion have spent $100 billion in capex over the last 15 years. So if it is just about announcements, maybe we just have to find a way to make an announcement and just get going.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of how India is reacting so far, and everyone's commended the government in terms of being fairly moderate in its approach, not really succumbing to bullying. What have you made of it so far? What do you think we could potentially come back with as a strategy, as an offering? Is there something going on behind the scenes? Like you said, there's so many different facets of it, whether it be in exchange for something in agriculture or something in any other sector or industry. What do you feel could be a sweet spot?
So if you hear some of the diplomats, and of course, as you know, we've been hearing a lot of voices over the past week or so, this regime is acting in ways which makes it very difficult for everyone. So it is very hard to understand who is making the decisions. Well, one person is clearly voicing those decisions, but how do you influence? How do you control? Why is it that the sane voices in the US are not trying to control him? And remember that even as we feel what is being done to India and the insult that everyone is very, very clearly feeling, think about Taiwan, think about Korea, think about Japan. I mean, these are countries that are dependent on the Americans for their security. Yeah. And they are now feeling that. So there is clearly, I think, the way you engage with this regime, we're all learning from it. There are countries that had already agreed on an 11% tariff, and then it goes to Mr. Trump, and this is Vietnam, and suddenly it becomes 19. So I guess the Indian diplomatic establishment is also learning to cope with it. We have some very capable people who have a very good sense of history. And remember that you look back at prior regimes in the US, the problems that they are trying to solve are very grand. but they are such complex problems that I don't think anyone really knows how to go about solving them. And I'm reminded of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932-33. He had promised the farmers of the US that he would raise corn and cotton prices, but he didn't know how to do it. In the first 6-9 months, he was doing ridiculous things. He was being advised by some agricultural economists whom everyone has forgotten, who, and the US was buying foreign gold. FDR used to set gold prices from his bedside every morning. It took 8-9 months for them to figure out it was not working, and then they tried doing something else, and that too also worked by an accident. So what I think the regime is doing, like look at tariffs. Now that the tariffs are established, I think it is reasonably clear that in 6 to 9 months they will figure out they're not working. So as we engage with this administration, we have to understand that they have taken on too much on their plate. They are struggling to find answers. And whatever they are saying today may not be the reality 6 months later. So as we engage with the US, I think we have to keep all of those factors in mind.
I actually really love how you've explained Trump's erratic behavior in a very polite way by saying he's really trying his best to figure this out. But I want to pull on a thread that you just mentioned, which is that at the end of the day, the impact's not going to play out the way he's anticipating. While the fear may not be so much on what's going to happen here,
present our partners with a small token of appreciation. Remember, this day would not have been possible without our partners. So let me invite on stage our special partners. Parikshit Kaul, Senior Vice President, Adani Enterprise. We also have Amit Gusain, Managing Director, India and South Asia, Kone Elevators. If you're here in the hall, please. May I also request Mr. Subramanian Udayappan, Director of Advanced Technology Solutions at Fortinet, to join us on stage, please. Mr. Amit Jain, Regional Trade Marketing Head, North for Allied Blenders and Distillers. Manish Dwivedi, Senior Business Development Lead, Thomson Reuters. Pamela Tikku, Vice President and Head, Auto for Group Public Affairs at Mahindra Group, also to be present on stage, please. And may I please call upon stage Mr. Alok Nair, COO Business Today, to present all of our partners a special token of appreciation. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our partners who've helped us put this brilliant event together. Let's have a nice photo op. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Parikshit, Amit, Subramanian ji, Amit Jain, Manish, and Pamela. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for our next session, which is titled No One Left Behind, India's Next Leap. If growth doesn't lift the most vulnerable, it is not complete. As India accelerates towards 2047, the biggest challenge may be inclusion. How do we ensure that tribal, rural, and marginalized communities participate fully in the nation's rise? This session will explore the foundations of India's growth story through the lens of grassroots realities. What must change in our approach to make public systems more citizen-centric, data-informed, and outcome-driven? How can we build institutions that reflect the aspirations of every Indian, not just a privileged few? And ultimately, how do we fix the fundamentals so that India's growth is not only fast, but also is fair and future-proof? For this session, I'd like to invite on stage our next set of guests, Yamini Iyer, public policy expert. Huge round of applause. Let's also invite on stage Rukmini Banerjee, CEO Pratham. And let me invite on stage my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, managing editor for India Today Television. Huge round of applause for all of you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Preeti.
You. Well, we have a very short session, and backstage we were wondering how to pack in so much in just 20 minutes, but let's quickly start with first up. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our guests this afternoon. Yamini Iyer, Rukmini Banerjee. But coming down to the moot question of what we are discussing today, and either of you, Yamini, you can start. How do you, somewhere down the line, make sure that inclusivity, equity is a strategy and not possibly an afterthought, philanthropy, charity, which clearly is not visible today? How do we do that?
Thank you so much. I'm really excited that we were having this session in the broader discussion because there is no developed India if you're not taking all of India along the path of development. Let me make my point through an experience that we had about a decade or just a little over a decade ago when my colleagues and I were in partnership with Pratham and the Asar survey involved in a very detailed exercise of expenditure tracking, trying to understand monies that leave Delhi and then are meant to go all the way through the pipeline of the government to be spent in a school in a far, far, far corner. Where does that money go? When does it reach? Does it reach and is it getting spent in the way that it should be? And most of you in this room will have the usual reaction that was in some ways shaped our priors too, that at the ground level, there is enormous amounts of corruption. Money always gets spent on all the wrong things, and that is why we are not able to actually take all of India along on our development trajectory. Well, when we went through this process, we found ourselves in a village, in Purnia in Bihar, and it took us a good 2-3 hours to get to this particular school. And the reason it took us 2-3 hours to get to this school was because there was no school building. This was a category in the Excel sheet on which plans and budgets are made, a school called a buildingless school that was operating more or less under a tree, and in a very good way, right? You're not waiting. A school requires a teacher and students, and teaching to happen. All three of those conditions were in place. There were students, there was a teacher, action was going on, teaching, learning was happening in some way or form. The biggest problem this school had is that they had received an order from above to use the small amounts of money that was coming into their bank account for school management and expenditure to buy fire extinguishers. This is a school that doesn't have a building. The reason they got this order is because we, in the name of good governance, removed discretion at the last mile of delivery to ensure that somebody sitting in a room like this is going to make some decision. They had made this decision because they wanted to ensure that when midday meals are being cooked in the school, there should be safety and fire equipment. But this school couldn't cook the midday meals because it didn't have a building. So the heart of the problem is that we have a governance structure that is designed in a way that is living the imagination of places and people that are very far away from where the government action is supposed to be. We need to empower our government at the grassroots in ways that monies can be spent in a manner that is responsive to what is needed on the ground. That school would have been better off using the money that they had to buy extra textbooks and perhaps hire one more volunteer to ensure that those students learned. Instead, they were lumped with a fire extinguisher and a UC that ensured ensured that the money for the next year would come. So strong local governments and empowered bureaucracy on the ground is what we need to improve our governance and ensure that all Indians can be along this path of development.
Rukmini, you worked for decades in the world of education. How would you want to add to what Yamini said, where India's most vulnerable don't really fall through the crevices of what we're looking at Viksit Bharat vision?
So I think that in the education sector, you can think of many, many things that need to be done. But I would say if I start with two broad layers. First is every child in school? Beginning, building less or building with fire extinguisher or without. And that number over the last more than 15 years has been very, very high. Now, बच्चे स्कूल जा रहे हैं. I remember this very nice definition from a third or fourth standard class in UP, where in any government school or even regular school, you always write attendance and enrollment on the board. So let's say ki enrollment, which is namankan, is very high. Then I asked the kids to read the next word. I was actually there seeing if they could read. The next word was difficult to read because it means upasthiti, which in fourth or third was tough to read, but some kid read it. So I said, ये उपस्थिति का meaning क्या है? So the kid said कि इसका meaning है कि मेरा नाम स्कूल आ गया है. Enrollment का meaning है कि मेरा नाम आ गया है. उपस्थिति का meaning है कि मैं भी आ गया हूँ. So second thing is, if enrollment is very high, all the names are in, am I in? And that number varies a lot across India, but in many states it's also quite high. Third question is, are children learning? And I think we are at the point right now that maybe the first two have been largely taken care of. You must keep an eye on who is attending because it's likely the kind of kids that you're talking about are not there. But uske upar thoda dhyan dene se the children will come. Now we have to, as a system, figure out how do you help kids learn. And again, I would say last couple of years, especially post-COVID, post-new education policy, you see a big improvement in learning in the younger grades. The kids who have started school after COVID, first, second, third, if you look at our ASAR report results or you look at the National Education Survey, Parak, that bottom, the younger kids are doing much better. So I think you have to think and prioritize, do I want the bottom to come up or do I want the top to become excellent? And I feel at least in basic education, there is now a focus to say everybody has to be at a certain level. But I think the discussion as you go higher tends to be on the excellence.
So primary basic education needs to be looked on as infrastructure?
Absolutely, yeah. And now with the new education policy, it starts at age 3, which gives you a 3-year advantage to get ready for what formal school begins. And I think if you can do universal learning in this age group, it will reap a lot of dividends later.
So we have to change our outlook on how we look at primary education.
Absolutely,
it needs to be part of our ready infrastructure and
yeah.
not something that we do on the sidelines of trying to uplift the vulnerable. Yamini, if you'd want to weigh in on this, because we are clearly not there, but what will and what should a grassroots model first look like, where development is concerned?
So let me link my story with what Rukmini just said. If a school has to figure out how to solve this challenge of learning, that is a very localized process which happens in the very tactile experience between the teacher and the student. You cannot, sitting in the state capital or even the district administration or even for that matter in the panchayat office, know what you need to do in order to ensure that the teacher has the flexibility, the ability, and has all the pedagogical tools that she needs to be able to respond to the variation that she is seeing in the class at the moment in which she is teaching. Yet we have designed our entire education system in a way that responds to the top. So you are not preventing the school from saying, actually I want to get 3 comic books for the children over here to get them to learn how to start reading, or an exciting novel that can encourage them to start reading, or some extra tuition for maths. Instead, I've been told that the 1,000 rupees that is coming into my bank account should be used for some fire extinguisher that I don't actually need. So recognizing that there is a very critical part of governance that happens at the point at which the citizen and the state come together, in the instance of schooling, the students and the teachers come together in ways that empower both the citizen to ask questions and empower the state to be responsive to what the citizen needs in the context of the classroom, classroom, empowering the teacher to respond to the variety of learning needs that she is confronting in a classroom. A given classroom will have 3 kids in the first row that are closer to what the curriculum expects, but most of the children at the back are far, far behind, because from the day they enter school, they have they are behind, and the system is not allowing. So empowering to ensure that we govern at the grassroots from the perspective of what the grassroots needs, which means that you have to ensure that local governments have appropriate amounts of funds and appropriate amounts of powers to implement, and that citizens have appropriate amount of information for the accountability cycle to work is really important. Local governments in India, as a percentage of public expenditure, spend the lowest at less than 2% compared to any other country that we know, whether it's China or the US or anywhere else that we want to compare. So that's at the heart of the problem, in my view.
You know, the sad part is we just have 9 minutes left on something that we should have at least had an hour of. It's like a rapid fire and trying to put in everything together. But yeah, you want to come in, yes.
Can I add? So Yamini, you know, is talking about money, very important, we all know, but we have 2 kinds of resources, I feel. One is money resources and one is human resources. And I think the answer to your question about what would a citizen-oriented, grassroots, bottom-up approach look like, let me share 3 examples. First is the example from the ASER reports, the Annual Status of Education Report, which has been around since 2005. And the way this report is done, it's to answer the 2 questions I talked about. Are children in school and are they learning? But done at every rural district. We have facilitated this report for 20 years, and I think it's one of the, I mean, I'm saying so myself, it's one of the most productive experiences that we've had. A district level organization, usually a school or a college, does it. And you go to a randomly selected set of villages where you, survey 20 households in a systematic way. What this does is it creates the data, but it also creates an understanding of the problem by the young people who've gone to do this, as well as in the village where it's being done. So you ask children to read, they actually have to read. You ask it in the sampled households, but the whole village that day is talking about hamare bachcho ko padhna aata hai ki nahi, kyun nahi aata hai, and so on. Results are then aggregated at a district level. At the district level, there's a lot of conversation because district is where these plans are made. And then, of course, at the state and the national level. But beginning from the ground upwards, every year for 20 years, every year 20, 30,000 young people being involved in it, I think leads to 2 things. One is leads to a real understanding of a problem, and then a real discussion of what we should do, and some amount of ownership at the ground as well as block or district level to say this is our problem, how shall we solve it? So that's one. I'll give you one more because I have my eyes on the time as well. The second one is, actually I'm going to give you 2 very quickly. One is, for example, this summer, looking at our ASER results, we can see that the kids who have joined school after COVID, their learning levels are doing well, for many reasons. But the kids who went this year from 5th to 6th, they actually went quite weak because this is the generation which didn't have 1st and 2nd. They were during COVID at home during 1st and 2nd, so their foundations are weak. So one of the things we did, starting at the district level, was to say, is this okay? Should we let our primary school kids go into middle school weak, or is there something that we as ordinary people can do? And we put out a big appeal at a district level. Hundreds and lakhs of high school students helped. Again, I think that is, if you think this is my problem as well, and if I'm part of the solution, we had 6 lakh volunteers across the country, most of them under 20, but who could spend an hour or 2 helping the younger kids coming into school with basic math and reading. So again, we have human resources. We are a very, very rich country because we have billions of people. If everybody thought I can provide a solution, we wouldn't have it. Third one, which is more structured, Maharashtra government as part of the Nipun mission. Nipun is to get our kids by 3rd grade to be reading and doing math. Lots of things are happening in school, but they believed, like we did, that families can play a big role. So in Maharashtra, for every Zilla Parishad school, there's a group of mothers by mohalla, not even for the village. What they do is, with the government, we send them a little activity to do every week. Something to do that 1st and 2nd standard kids do. They do it in the group, then they do it at home, and then once a month they go to school and the teachers and them do it together. Again, no cost, practically no cost, but adding huge value. So we have to learn how to use our available human resources to help.
You know, you talk about citizen partnership. How do you institutionalize that? Because that's possibly a solution to what we're looking at in terms of, forming a policy where grassroots is concerned. But Yamini, moving a little ahead of just education, when you look at health, when you look at skill development, how do you look at that development first model where grassroots are concerned?
So I think there are two things, right? First, we as a nation have to be willing to recognize that this is where resources need to be allocated. Ultimately, all governments have a limited amount of resources, and the whole process of politics is about determining what should be prioritized. We tend to prioritize our highways, important as they are, but we prioritize our highways over our schools and our health centers. And until that broad social consensus isn't broken, by repeatedly reminding ourselves that there can be no growth if if you don't provide for economic opportunity for all, we will never get where we need to. So resource allocation, putting money where you need to, is the most crucial thing. Now, the second question that always comes up is, well, yes, you can put money where you are, but the whole system is so corrupt, nothing actually happens, money doesn't lead to outcomes. That gets us to the second point. How do you actually change the structure of governance in a way that it delivers for what it's meant to be? Right now, we have a structure of governance that is so hierarchical that it's like kind of taking your India plug when you travel to the US and trying to shove it in there. What is required is completely different to what we have. What we need is a government system, a governance structure that is not hierarchical, but actually leverages the human resource power. The fact is that society is mobilized and is seeking a better life and participates any opportunity that we are given. But our mindset is, if you empower the local, there will be corruption in the ground, and we forget that there's corruption upar also. So if we take that away and recognize that empowering the local and finding ways in which the state and society can go together, we have laws that require it. The 73rd and 74th Amendment are precisely that. Every government scheme requires social audits on the ground. We do not implement them because we also say नीचे के level पर सबसे ज़्यादा घूस वहीं पे खाते हैं. Empower the local governments, empower the local bureaucracy, and give them the capability to work with society. You will see huge transformation.
You know, resource allocation is something I think we at Business Today should also look at and should have given a little more time to this session, but which we will do in time to come. But I just have 2 minutes. I'm going to take 2 more minutes on this session, and I'm going to give both of you, time to put your point forward on what you see is the way ahead, because we're looking at, 2047, and how do we make sure that the most vulnerable keep pace with that dream?
So I would say that we've begun very well after COVID. We are doing what we need to do. We need to do more, but we are trying to build very strong foundations of the kids today who are in the very young grades. If we continue to do that, at least for this lot, by the time to get to 8th, they will have a real chance at fulfilling whatever it is that they want to do next. But what about the kids who are not that young anymore? So I think that the first case I would call a leap forward. We are on the process of leap forward. We must keep the momentum up. This is not something only for schools and educationists to do. We and you particularly, who are powerful people in India, must have faith that this can go forward. The second is, how do I help kids to catch up? You can't have kids leaving 8th standard without having the basic reading, writing, maths skills.
I want to come in. I want you to add to the fact that we were speaking about institutionalizing citizen partnership. How do we do that? Because we speak quite a bit about it.
I think at every level, having the voice, like I said in the Maharashtra case, the voice of the mothers is as important as the voice of the teachers. And when you do things together, these voices develop together. So it's not like, these are two separate pillars of the institution. We have to believe that if we want our kids to go ahead, join hands. We have almost 100% enrollment in this country because parents as well as governments as well as teachers all believe this should happen. Now I think that if we want Viksit Bharat, our kids must have strong foundations and we need to do it together. And my last word, I have 2 seconds, is we must be the most colorful panel today. So I think I'd like to thank you guys for that.
Yamini, go ahead.
in the spirit of color, variation and variety, I think everything that Rukmini has said should be a reminder that ultimately development is a process. To be Viksit is a collective process, and that requires us to ensure that our grassroots democratic institutions are strong and vibrant. Access to, right to information was an extremely important part and parcel of precisely empowering those spaces. We need to ensure that those democratic processes are strengthened, they are allowed to continue. And don't forget, India is great at having the best systems on paper. So we have Gram Sabhas legally mandated, we have social audits legally mandated, we have a right to information. Ultimately, it's about what happens on the ground, where local power dynamics and not so local power dynamics and macro power dynamics ensure that we keep the grassroots as disempowered as we possibly can. This is a fight and it's a struggle. It doesn't happen easily, but recognizing that when society and state work together collectively in an empowered and transparent manner, magic happens. That is a responsibility of all of us as citizens, which we should take away forward with us in every way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our two panelists. In 20 minutes, they've given you a master class on policy and how to keep the most vulnerable alongside as we make to what? The 2047 dream of Viksit Bharat. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. It's been an honor, and hopefully we're going to reconvene and do a larger session later.
Thank you so much, Yami. Thank you so much, Rukmini, for that very thought-provoking session. May I please request you to stay back while I request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to both our brilliant speakers. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll pose for a photo op just for a moment, please. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our next session now, which is titled, Do the PSUs have a role in India's future growth? In a world of startups and unicorns, do public sector undertakings still matter? Are they relics of the past or untapped engines for nation building? This session reopens the PSU debate. Legacy versus relevance, efficiency versus equity, autonomy versus accountability. Can PSUs be reimagined as strategic anchors in critical sectors like energy, defense, and even infrastructure? A candid look at whether public purpose and performance can still go hand in hand. Let us please put our hands together to welcome our next guest, Mr. Arunish Chawla, the Secretary of Department of Investment and Public Asset Management. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage my colleague Karishma Sudani, Special Correspondent of Business Today. Also joining her will be Surabhi, Economy Editor for Business Today. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Arunish Chawla. Over to you, Karishma and Surabhi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Arunish Chawla with us, Secretary DPAM. Sir, the last time you addressed our BT audience was around budget early this year, and the discussions were more on the front of decoding disinvestment strategy. 6 months ahead, a lot has happened, global headwinds around. Do you still see that confidence with investors when it comes to executing big ticket sales?
Yes, very much. We had anticipated this at the beginning of the year. I would not say in precisely what the headwinds would be or what the exact details of the geopolitical turmoil would be. But broadly, we did anticipate and expect this at the beginning of the year. And we had started working on this, a strategy to make our economy and our stakeholders resilient. And to give you just a broad indication, we started monitoring the capex of public enterprises right from the beginning of the year. And every month, we breathe down their neck, collect precise data. And the last report that I have, which is end July, our PSUs have already achieved 29% of their yearly target, already in the first 4 months. And as you know, the public enterprises have done as well as the private sector, almost in tandem. And they together will take it forward. They together will build the Indian dream. And as you know, they distributed record dividends in the last financial year. They account for now almost 15% of the total market cap and distribute 25% of the dividend incomes. And that is why the minority stakeholders and investors have a faith in them.
So going forward with Karishma's question, sir, when we look at the apart from the short term, when we look at the medium term, the long term, what is the kind of strategy that we are going to look at disinvestment? Are like listings and follow-on offers, are they on the back burner? Will we look more at PSUs from the sense of nurturing them, dividends, capex, or will we also see further listings going ahead?
To the middle part of your question, absolutely not. We will be pursuing a composite strategy which rests on 4 pillars: corporate performance, fair dividends, sustainable capex, and calibrated disinvestment. Each one of those words is significant. We monitor corporate performance in all its dimensions. As financial experts know, we pursue a fair dividend policy. Discretion versus the rule is the big question. And that's often the debate between the traders and the investors. But when you adopt a fair dividend policy, you, to an extent, de-risk the market for investors, and public stocks, which give you sustainable fair dividends, in a way act like hedge stocks. Sustainable capex, as you know, in the budget that Honorable Finance Minister placed on the floor of the Parliament, you know we have an ambitious capex target this year, of which the public undertakings and the public bodies which invest in infrastructure are a very significant part. And that is pursued in the right earnest. And last but not the least, the disinvestment is also a composite strategy. It could be offer for sale, it could be public offerings, it could be a strategic disinvestment. All of these will be pursued in accordance with the policy that was framed in 2021, which essentially means that certain strategic sectors, the public presence must remain because of the public trust doctrine, and for ensuring national security and ensuring the economy is not starved of the critical inputs that it needs. At the same time, we encourage private sector, we facilitate private sector, we help them grow, occupy greater space in the non-strategic sectors. And when I say so, you should look at disinvestment and closure of public enterprises with the same lens. They look different at a micro level, but in the general equilibrium, together they create greater space for the private sector. And that is what we encourage.
So when we started this conversation, you said that it was in the beginning of the year you had predicted of some geopolitical turns or per se global headwinds. Had you also predicted how bumpy or smooth the ride for IDBI disinvestment will be?
I chose my words carefully, and I would not overclaim. The details, of course, were not known at that time, but we did prepare ourselves. We did prepare the entire department, and we also prepared our partners, which is the public enterprises, to be able to ride that shock comfortably. And you will see that this will pay off.
So I'm glad we spoke about IDBI Bank because my next question and one of the reforms you suggested in the magazine is also having a clear-cut policy on disinvestment and strategic sales. So when we talk about strategic sales, what is next after IDBI Bank? Has the government put any thought on this?
Yes, but not every transaction detail can be given out before the time it is mature. Of course, we are focused on the IDBI Bank because it's going to be the largest disinvestment so far, and it will energize the banking sector. And as you know, as we move towards being a 5 trillion economy, and in the future, a 10 trillion and so on, the banking sector needs to be energized. And the IDBI disinvestment will be a firm and strong step in that direction.
As Finance Ministry correspondents that both me and Surbi are, we have been, it's been reiterated across that how government was once upon a time strongly saying and advocating for the fact that government should not be in the business of doing business. Has there been a subtle and a sweet transition from that to now focusing on rather strengthening the market cap of PSUs rather than just selling stake?
You see, policies, economic policies evolve with continuity. There is no contradiction between them. When we say government should not be in the business of doing business, it essentially means that government should create space in areas where it should not be present, which are non-strategic, and where the private sector can successfully prosper and grow and take the economy forward. That has got no contradiction with the fact that in areas where public goods are to be delivered, public services are to be delivered, and in areas where the supply chains have critical inputs which need to be sustained and maintained, the role of the public and the private sector is complementary.
So let me also ask you a kind of critical and often thorny question. So corporate governance in listed PSUs, that's an issue. A lot of times we've seen it's a challenge for private investors and, experts. So how are you planning to tackle that? Because that's a very key part of listing and making these companies stronger.
Fair and honest selection of corporate leadership. Our government has made the entire selection process efficient and foolproof and free from interference. The public sector corporate leaders are today the best in the world. And I need not say it myself. The proof of the pudding is that now the private sector is hiring the former PSU corporate leaders and putting them in prominent positions. And that's for you to notice.
So Air India was one big ticket sale that we had seen in the past few years. IDBI is something we're hoping that will be executed within this financial year. I'll let you answer that too. What next after IDBI? Do you have a stronger pipeline that you are looking at?
Yes, but I would not like to divulge market-sensitive information before it is due. You will come to hear it in the right time.
But you will be looking at a LIC, FPO at least in the coming months as per the norms because there's a timeline to it.
Absolutely.
So on that thought and on that note, we look to more adventurous and exciting follow-on public sector issues coming up. And thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chawla. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to stay back, sir? And may I request Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our guest. Let us pose for a photo op. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Arunesh Chawla, Secretary DIPAM. Thank you so much, sir, for those valuable insights that you shared with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. On to our next session now, ladies and gentlemen, which is titled, Is a $30 trillion Indian economy within reach? It's India's moonshot vision, becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047. But what will power the climb? Manufacturing resurgence, digital scale, green tech, or a new services wave altogether? This session will map the mega trends, the policy pivots, and institutional capacity required to achieve that goal. Can India grow fast and grow right? A strategic reckoning of ambition versus action. For this special session, may I please invite on stage Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa, former CEO of Niti Aayog. And to moderate this session, let's have a big round of applause for Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, Sakshi, and good afternoon. I know getting a hall filled back in after lunch, but this is a good turnout. Mr. Kant, you are very well known across policy circles and in the public eye. Your latest tweet on what Trump has done is a moment for reforms in India has had 1 million views and countless thousands of comments and traction. So clearly, I think that's the best point to start this conversation on. What President Trump has done and he's doing to his own people, we leave that on the side, but what should India do in response?
So Siddharth, my view is that this is a unique opportunity, and we should carry out very vigorous reforms in our economy. My view is that this opportunity we'll never get again, and this is India always delivers when there is a crisis, and to my mind, this is an opportunity to really eliminate a vast number of rules, procedures, regulations which exist. So that's one bit on ease of doing business. We need to simplify the goods and services tax into 2 slabs. We need to radically improve the personal income tax, on which a lot of work has already been done. We need to bring down the statutory liquidity ratio, where government banks are asked to put about 18% into government bonds, etc., which will bring down the interest rates very sharply. And we need to push for capital expenditure to a greater extent than what we have done, so capex spend. And I think lastly, to my mind, give a massive thrust to travel and tourism, because it is tariff-proof. India is going to buy 1,800 planes, and instead of a lot of Indians traveling abroad, we should be getting tourists from abroad, because on import of tourists, there is no tariff. So we've neglected tourism, to my mind, in a big way, and we need to give it a major, major impetus. So these are some of the few things I think which India should really push for. And in addition to India, I think the states of India need to do this. We need to egg them on in a very big way.
There are plenty of questions there, but I just want to pick up this point about 1,800 planes. One of the things that's being discussed a lot on social media is the massive amount of Boeing planes that Indian Airlines are ordering, $50 billion worth of standing orders, placed orders. Given what America is doing to India with these penal tariffs, should we retaliate in any fashion?
So, many people are talking about retaliation in terms of plane orders or in terms of digital tax, etc. I'm of the view that India should remain very cool, very calm, very collected. We still have 20 days for these tariffs to kick in. And this is, we should never yield to pressure, but we should negotiate our way in a very rational manner, in a sensible manner. And I think there's plenty of time to be able to arrive at an agreement. My view is that we should never lose our autonomy, strategic autonomy. We've never lost that strategic autonomy even during the Cold War period. And India should never bend, but we should behave in a very cool, calm and collected manner as is being done at present. And we should look at a long-term perspective on this.
You know, you have spent a lifetime in government. You also organized the G20 summit. You led that massively successful event. What went wrong from that high of India's diplomacy at the global stage to this low of President Trump unfairly calling India a dead economy?
So first of all, let me put some facts before your audience. India is anything but a dead economy because India is the fastest growing large economy. We are the 4th largest economy in the world. We will shortly be the 3rd largest economy in the world. More than anything else, India has carried out very major structural reforms in its economy. The goods and services tax, IBC, etc. We've also digitized our economy enormously. We've been building our infrastructure in a very big way, which no other country has done in terms of housing, toilets, providing electricity connection to our citizens, water connection for our citizens, plus building about 88,000 kilometers of road. No other country has done that in recent times. We've also gone green in a very big way. No other country in the world has a digital identity for its 1.5 billion people, plus the highest number of fast payments that we do. We do about 45% of the real-time fast payments in the world. So there's been a huge, huge impetus to growth. So we are anything but a dead economy. So I think, to my mind, it's not that India misread Trump, but I think Trump has misread India. And I think in the long run, the second point I want to say is that actually, if you look at free trade, the biggest beneficiary of free trade has been the United States of America. It controls 26% of the global GDP. It has 48% of the market capitalization with 4% of the population. So if anyone has benefited from free trade from the existing world order, is the United States of America. It's moved on from traditional manufacturing to a post-industrial society. And therefore, it's become an innovative society which has been driving growth through research and development. But it's been a very, very big beneficiary. All its companies have been very big beneficiary of free trade.
And all those companies are also big beneficiaries in India. Just 24 hours ago, Sam Altman has said that the highest numbers of users of ChatGPT is in India. Yet President Trump calls India a dead economy. I want to ask you really, what will it take for that breakthrough to happen? You indicated that there are 3 weeks left. I don't know, is it that on the basis of information or your gut feel as a long-standing policy maker? What will it take? A phone call perhaps from New Delhi to Washington?
No, I don't think we need to get into phone calls at the highest level as yet. We need to negotiate through our negotiating teams. We need to clearly spell out that we'll go this far and not further. We have our own strategic interests. We have our own strategic autonomy. We should be very clear in saying that Turkey buys more oil than India. China buys more oil than Russian oil than India. Last year, European Union has bought 297 billion euro worth of gas from Russia. And United States itself does trade in a vast number of critical minerals with Russia. So to do this, impose 25% additional duty on India doesn't make sense. It's a part of a negotiating strategy, which Mr. Trump has done with many other countries, and I think we should just stand firm on that.
Mr. Kant, what's your take on the agriculture sector, which is, as we learn, one of the sticking points in the negotiations? Do you believe it's time for India to consider the latest innovations in agriculture, including GM food, and perhaps at the margins offer some concessions on products that are not made in India, blueberries, cheese, the list is pretty long, sir.
So I think we should do what's in our national interest after debate and discussion domestically. We should not do it to cater to the panderings of the United States. If it's in our national interest, we should do it. But if it's not in our national interest, and the Prime Minister has gone on record to say that we will not compromise on the interest of our farmers. So we should do what is feasible and not go beyond that. But I think it's also a huge opportunity to carry out massive domestic reforms. Domestic reforms, and that should give us the impetus to growth.
This is a very, very important point that you made. Before you in one panel, this point was made that while there is a license Raj has gone down over the last few decades, there's a new kind of regulatory Raj that has come up in the context of all the regulatory institutions being at the central level and, by the way, being peopled by former officers from your own fraternity, the IAS. Just as one example, do you think this is one of those reforms where greater regulatory flexibility and private sector expertise needs to be brought in?
So there are many private sector regulators also. I mean, look at the Competition Commission of India. There are many people from the many of the regulators also have been from the private sector. You've had in the past Urjit Patel, Raghuram Rajan, many of them from the economists, etc., from who had not been in government earlier. So the government has tried out various innovations as far as in Niti Aayog we had 500 people from young interns, all young interns, they had all made an entry into the government and I greatly benefited from them. So go for the best, whoever has the clear mindset of taking India to a $35 trillion economy. That requires a lot of hard work. I mean, it needs India to make its GDP grow 10 times, its per capita income to grow 9 times. It requires India's manufacturing to go 16 times. Now, you need
How will that happen? How will that happen? Manufacturing, for example, you have done a lot of work on that yourself.
So you need India to grow at consistent rates of 8 to 9% per annum for a 3-decade period. Very few countries in the world have been able to do it. Only Japan post-World War II, Korea's in the 70s, Korea in 70s, and China in recent times. Every other country got caught in the middle income trap. 108 countries in the middle income trap.
You fear that is something that we could also see?
Well, India needs radical reforms constantly. India needs not merely radical reforms, it needs 12 states of India to grow at 10% plus. It needs the eastern part of India, UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, all to grow in double digits. Whereas the southern part of India and the western part of India has already grown. So you need these states to grow, you need growth with equity, and you need sustained growth over a 3-decade period. And you need minimum 10,000 large companies in India. The base of large companies is still very small, so you need to create 10,000 large companies in India.
Let's take the GST Council. Months have passed. There are proposals for rationalizing certain levies that the GST Council has imposed. For example, on insurance premium, health premium, you take a policy in 5 years, you have paid more through premiums that you have ever gotten back. No decision is taken. Look at the exclusion of certain sectors from GST. It was supposed to be a great prime example of center-state cooperation. The best brains, the best secretariat supporting it. Very few things seems to be moving. We keep constantly talking about GST 2.0.
So that's one of the first things.
I might retire by the time that happens.
So one of the first things I said was, when you asked me about reforms, I said the GST needs to be simplified into 2 slabs and made it very simple and easy.
I agree, sir. There are
and
proposals,
that is critical.
there are committee
I also
reports.
feel that the personal income tax needs to be simplified.
Why is it not happening?
I think that's something which you will see a lot of more reforms happening. Some of these things have been spelt out in the budget and should happen, much like the R&D. 20,000 crores have been provided, 10,000 crores have been provided for deep tech fund. So I think some things will be in the offing in due course because there are clear budgetary announcements to that regard.
Is there a slowdown on reforms that you see has happened in the recent past?
I think, I won't say slowdown, but I think there's a need for every ministry and every secretary to the government of India to push for reforms to confront the challenge of tariff right now. Everyone has to push for every single little reform, and that is critical, and the Prime Minister has talked about it and saying that this should really be a period of reforms.
You spoke about tourism as one of our advantages. I don't know how many here recall your stellar role in crafting brand India, brand Bharat. I wonder if today you were asked and given that assignment again, what brand would you come up with, Mr. Kant?
No, I think we should stick with Incredible India. There's nothing better than Incredible India.
Not Incredible Bharat?
No. Incredible India is something which is stuck into the minds, because India is a very large country. It's a very
a round of applause for the person who did that.
So, we are bigger than 24 countries of Europe. You have a lot of complexity, but there's no better word to capture the complexity of India than Incredible India. We should just sustain that in a very vigorous manner. You should never change the brand line for India. There's nothing better which captures the ethos, the ambience, the glamour of India than Incredible India.
Well, a timeless brand. Thank you once again for giving that to our country. I want to take a couple of points. You've seen the fruits and benefits of globalization that India got in your government service. It's clear, you and so many other experts are saying we are at a pivotal moment. We have one session which said the 1991 moment once again. In a world where globalization is fracturing, what do you think our comparative advantages will be which will take us down this path of Viksit Bharat?
See, Siddharth, we must understand that India is a very young country. Nobody else has a favorable demographics than India has. United States is aging, Europe is aging, Japan is aging, India is very young. It's younger than China, number one. There is no other country in the world today which is actually doing about close to 30 kilometers of road and about 12 kilometers of railway line every day. There's no other country which has been able to do 31x of green solar in the last 7 years. There's no other country in the world which does 50% of the real-time fast payments on mobile. No other country in the world which does this. And therefore, I strongly believe that this is irrespective of tariffs. This is not merely India's decade, but this is India's century.
India at 100 when the Republic turns 100, and you told us this is India's century. I want to ask you, who needs to reform more, the center or the states?
I think the states now. The center has done a lot of reforms, but now is really the opportunity for states to push for reform in a very big way. And the mindset at the state level is that India will grow only if there's free enterprise. You see, it's not the states it's not the governments which drive growth. Growth is driven by the private sector. And therefore, you have to scrap a number of rules, regulation, procedures at the state level. The center has done its bit. The states have to become champions of growth and push for private sector growth. It's only when private sector grows, India will grow.
When we talk to private sector executives off record, they say that a lot of rent seeking still happens, and that is facilitated by the bureaucracy and captured by the political class. You agree with this?
Well, I think not at the center, but at the state, a lot of reforms need to be done. And that's simply because over the years, we've built up a lot of rules, regulation, which needs to be scrapped. Allow everyone to do it in a digital manner. Every transaction should be digital like we do with payments. Every single access to, there should be no form, there should be no law which is more than, to my mind, more than 2 pages. There should be no form which should be more than half a page. And it should all be digital. And everybody should have access to government only digitally. Why should there be rent seeking? And this needs to be pushed at the state level. The center has done a lot in these terms. And that's why the reforms at the center is not adequate. You need 12 champion states to push this. If 12 states of India grow at 10%, India automatically grows at 9%.
Who are those 12 states in your mind who will possibly become the 12 champion states?
In my view, you already have had the southern states growing. You already have had the western part of India growing. It's now, because the eastern part of India has grown at low base levels, the opportunity for them to grow at high rates is very high. So you need UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand to emerge as the future champions of India. And these are all mineral-rich states. Odisha, for instance. All of them are hugely mineral-rich states. There's no rationale at all why they shouldn't be growing at 9 to 10% per annum. And if the eastern part of India grows, then you are growing with equity, because these are 55% of India's population is in the eastern part of India. They need to become the real champions of India for the future.
As we wind down this conversation, I want to bring out your old hat of brand guru once again. My colleague Alok spoke about Kerala, and he reminded this entire audience of your involvement there. But from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, should all our states have a state level brand also, something like an Incredible India? And if so, what do you think that should be?
Well, every state of India must have its own brand, because we must understand that India is a very large country. We are bigger than 24 countries of Europe. And every state must have its brand, and every state must push for tourism, because tourism is the biggest multiplier of job creation. And tourism should be seen as a job creator. So every state must create its own brand, but Incredible India must be the mother brand.
Okay, last 30 seconds and one quick question. That one reform, before we set up this conversation, you told me about $30 trillion and the journey there, you captured most of it. But in closing, I ask you, that one reform that you think needed to be done yesterday on the path to a Viksit Bharat, a 30 trillion economy?
Well, I think, to my mind, simplification of GST is very critical. It'll give a huge impetus. There is also a need for eliminating a lot of rules, regulation, procedure. Even for a startup, it's taking a lot of time for them to get registered. So eliminating a lot of rules, regulation, procedures at the state level is very, very critical. States must be the key drivers of growth.
Great words there. No rules, no policies, no laws more than 2 pages. I'll take that as the key message. But Mr. Kant, thank you very much for your time with us. Some of the ideas that you spoke about are captured, and I'm very proud to say, in this latest edition of BT India at 100, and we'll take inspiration from many of the other ideas that you gave us. Once again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant. Thank you, Siddharth. Let me please request you to stay back while I invite Mr. Alok Nair, COO Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Kant. Warmest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO Niti Aayog. Let's have a nice photo op. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Kant, for your very valuable insights and thought-provoking session that Siddharth hosted. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Beyond Trump's Tariffs, Navigating the Future of Trade. The global trade order is going through tectonic shifts, and India must play smart, not safe. Tariff wars, regional blocs, and digital protectionism are rewriting the rules. This session unpacks how India can become a trusted, agile, and competitive trading partner in an uncertain world. From FTA recalibrations to resilient supply chains, what trade strategy will best serve India at 100? For this session, I'd like to call upon stage our next set of guests. Mr. Ajay Srivastava, founder, Global Trade Research Initiative. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ajay Srivastava. Let's also welcome Mr. Agneshwar Sen, Trade Policy Leader, EY India. Again, with a warm round of applause, Dr. Ajay Sahai, DG and CEO FIO, and Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, Chairman, Iqtwaj Advisors LLP. To moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Abha Bakaya, consulting anchor, and Surabhi, economy editor for Business Today.
All right, great. Good afternoon, and it's really fantastic to have this panel together because while we've explored a lot of themes at the macroeconomic level and the overall impact on India's economy, sentiment, geopolitics, and so forth, I think the sector which, of course, is reeling the most from the latest threat from Trump is, of course, that of exports. I think we'll get a lot more emotion and a lot more, reaction when it comes to this particular panel. So let me kick off with you, Sir Ajay. If you want to take us through really what the industry is feeling about this latest threat. I'll still call it a threat until it's activated. But this time, how serious do we think Trump is? And what is the extremity of the impact that's likely to play out?
For industry, it was a shock. No doubts about that. But Trump on 30th July made it clear that there will be high tariffs on India because we continue buying oil from Russia. So 50% is almost an embargo on about 70% of our exports to America. That will come down very heavily, but I think this is a very temporary pause. Negotiations are still on, and we hope something should come out soon. But at the same time, I must congratulate Government of India for not capitulating to Trump. I was talking to my friends in European Union, and till 1 week before they concluded the agreement with Trump, they were saying, no, we are going to negotiate on cutting the tariffs from both the sides, and it's not possible, there will be no deal. And suddenly they surrendered. They surrendered their agriculture. Their agriculture is as sacrosanct as we consider it to be. Japan, I thought rice is their cultural thing. They surrendered rice. So everybody was scared of Trump except to China, and then we are there. I hope we continue with this. We get a deal, but at the balanced terms.
Dr. Singh, let me get to you. We've seen protectionism in world trade rising, and we've seen US going about with the kind of tariff policy we've not seen at all for several years now. Do you think this is the new trade order? Do you think that the rules-based trading under the WTO that's gone for a toss now, or do you see that the world will return to that at some point?
I think it'll be a combination. At least for this presidency of the US, and it's unsure what will be the situation later, but given the benefits which the domestic industry would be getting and what exporters will be getting from US, I think likelihood is that the US business will keep pressing the government to continue with this kind of thing, but they may, because if inflation increases, if costs rise and employment goes down, they may then change the policy. But US will be like a lone rider in my view. Rest of the world will start thinking how to manage systems which are predictable and which also give the benefits of the multilateral trading system, which is the WTO, as earlier. However, WTO itself will not be the same kind of WTO in my view. It'll be a combination of plurilaterals. Countries with common interests will come together and focus on issues. The question is, how long will the fundamental disciplines of WTO continue? As far as the fundamental disciplines are concerned, one is most favored nation treatment, which may for some time continue, but there is pressure to change it in terms of deviation when plurilaterals will come. So may not happen for too long, but some kind of conditional MFN might continue. And then there is a principle of consensus, which I think will be diluted. So you'll have a new world order, less predictability than today, but definitely much more than what we see at the moment. And in the US, pressures will be to continue with the kind of advantages which they today think they have. At the same time, to the extent the impact is negative, that's when the US policy will start changing. Meanwhile, the world will start making new kind of partnerships. So it's going to be a very different world in trade and investment terms.
Dr. Sahai, in terms of, again, the more immediate impact, how people are navigating the news, where they see the need to mitigate risk. Where are you seeing the scramble at the moment?
In fact, as of now, with 50% tariff, the differential with most of our competing countries in the range of 15 to 30%, and in most of the business, it's not possible to absorb. So probably roughly 55 to 60% of India's export to US will take a hit. How much hit will depend on whether we are able to continue for some time. I was talking to some of the garment exporters. They said that probably the brands may be able to absorb that much of tariff with huge margins. And since they have to comply with social norms also, it's not easy to change your supply chain quickly. So probably for this season, that much damage not happen. It's I agree, blessing in disguise. Probably it will accentuate the process of diversification and de-risking. The good thing is the government has come with number of free trade agreements providing better market opportunities. We are hoping that UK Parliament ratify the FTA quickly. We are hoping that probably the early harvest with the EU will be in place in next 3 to 4 months' time, and much more market will be opened. We are not much concerned with the loss of business in the US in medium to long term. I'm pretty sure industry will diversify. We have a very vibrant domestic market to absorb. But in the short term, I think in the given situation, unless the negotiation starts, we should be ready to take some hit. What will be hit, I think, will depend on number of factors.
Okay, I want to probe that a little bit, yeah, in terms of where you see the hit, because there are so many industries, and conversations earlier today spoke about how, largely, like you said, the domestic factors and other factors might mitigate, the price will be passed on, but there must still be some nervousness across certain sectors, and I'll get both your views on that in a moment.
Certainly, that nervousness is fully justified, because at this stage, even he's talking about 65% of the trade will be hit. But the other 35% that we are looking at, you don't know what's going to happen to that tomorrow, because there again on pharmaceuticals, which is zero now, he is looking at, he's been threatening about 250% tariffs unless you come and start manufacturing in the US. You see, so tomorrow, as they say, is a new day, and how pleasant that is going to be, that is the question that we are looking at.
Mr. Sen, let me also ask you one question around FTAs. So we are already negotiating with the US. We've had the India-UK FTA signed recently. And I think we're doing about 10 more FTAs that we are negotiating right now. So do you think FTAs is the only way we can diversify our exports, grow our exports, or what other strategies and tools can we use?
About FTAs, Surbhi, if you look back, the last time we saw this kind of a tariff action from the US was in the 30s. And at that point in time, again, FTAs, even then when they'd increased the tariffs, that very clearly said they were going to have, mutual agreements. And that time, the global trade regime was famously described as a spaghetti bowl. There were these various linkages between various countries or groups of countries, which all had their terms of trade which they had agreed upon. So when GATT and then WTO came into being, it was to simplify all of that, the sheer complication and complexity of that system, and then, have what Dr. Singh said, we had the MFN, which was the guiding principle, everybody will be treated equally. Your tariffs will be the same for everybody. You will bind those tariffs. That's what WTO came and the GATT and then WTO achieved. But within the system itself, we had in the WTO, this free trade agreement, which was allowed primarily to allow people to move faster. The way European Union, those days, the Europe post-World War, they wanted to move faster in their integration. So that was the reason why, it was allowed. But today, when you're looking at, you are going back to the pre-30 era, where you're going to have FTAs, and that's the only way to have, some sort of a certainty on some part of your exports. So the good thing is we're not only looking at FTAs, per se in the traditional sense, but also things like, the IMEC, the trade corridors, then some sort of a security, the Quad, the security arrangements. So a variety of these agreements, small, like what again, if I can paraphrase Dr. Singh, that those plurilaterals or small group arrangements are what is going to come back into play. But of course, then you're not looking at a straight line kind of a relationship, you're looking at a matrix, and 190 by 190 kind of a matrix, and then you figure out, what relationship you can have with who, who you are good with on trade with, but not on security with. You see, so it's going to be quite an effort, navigating that at that point.
Dr. Singh, can I have your thoughts on this issue as well?
Yes, thank you. Today's FTAs are very different from the earlier FTAs because they are deeper FTAs. They go behind the border. They actually address certain aspects of policy in which we have not been very strong. We have focused on policy improvement. Even then, as Mr. Amitabh Kant said, a number of policies need to be drastically adjusted or removed. So policy formulation is one aspect, but equally important, in fact, in my view, more so, is implementation of good policies. I think we are not very strong on implementation. For example, in Vietnam, large investments which come in Vietnam are handled by the Prime Minister's office. And each month, the Prime Minister meets the large investors to find out where are the policy problems which we need to address. You have to have systems to address implementation in a big way. Otherwise, mere formulation of policy is not enough. And what the deep FTAs do is they actually go into monitoring of policy formulation, good regulatory practices, etc. To some extent, they'll be helpful because we get concerned mainly with tariffs. But in international trade, tariffs are a large impact when they are high, like Mr. Trump has brought in. Otherwise, the impact, restrictive impact of non-tariff measures is far higher, and you need concerted bilateral efforts, your partner and yourself, to bring mutually lower these restrictions so that free trade and investment can flow. So these are deeper issues, but with the kind of FTAs we are getting into, hopefully implementation will improve, but we have to have a coordination, monitoring kind of mechanism which will ensure that implementation is taking place properly. But FTAs definitely, earlier there was a question, if we have an FTA, what will we lose? What will be our cost? Today the question is, if we don't have an FTA, what are we losing compared to our competitors? Because today exports is far larger part of our economic momentum. I'm not just saying growth, I'm talking about momentum than it used to be. And in that context, you need markets abroad. And one way you get it is if you have FTAs which are similarly deep compared to your competing economies. So that we have to focus on, but at the same time focus on implementation. Just having FTAs is not enough. You have to do domestic reform in order to benefit from that. And that requires implementation.
So there is a huge global opportunity. We do know so many companies, brands are looking into global markets. We've been talking about, Indian brands that are making it on the global stage. So this does impact sentiment and momentum, like you said, when it comes to, looking at it like that. Mr. Sen, or Ajay, let me come to you first for a minute. Just talk to us about really how the companies that you've been speaking to are perceiving this. Where are they looking to for an answer? Because policies sometimes take a little bit of time to both be framed and implemented. How is this impacting sentiment? And what are we going to see, in terms of sectors specifically, where are we going to see the biggest hit immediately?
So first, let's talk about, let's name the sectors which will not be hit. These are petroleum products, pharmaceuticals for now, and our smartphone and some electronics. Rest, everything will be hit. I'll start with, say, shrimps. So we export about $2 billion of shrimps to US, and they attract anti-dumping duty in US about 10%. So now 10% plus 50%, they have to pay 60% now. Shrimps coming from Canada will pay 0. Shrimps coming from Chile will pay 10% only. So shrimps, unless some Indians staying in US, they develop a particular a taste for certain flavor of Indian shrimp, it will go. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to export shrimp anymore. Garments, this both knitted and non-knitted, we export about $5 billion. The tariff on China will be 30 plus 12% on say gent shirts, 42%. For us, 50 plus 12%, 62%. So we are behind China not only in terms of tariff but also in terms of scale and so many other things. It will be very, very difficult time for these exporters. Similarly, we talk about metals. Metals, of course, everybody has the equality of disadvantage. So everybody will be facing 50%, steel, aluminum and copper. So nothing big on that. Then auto components, everyone will be facing 25%, except for Mexico, which supplies 90% of auto components, which will be zero because they have an FTA with US. So this broadly means that about 28% of Indian exports will be tariff exempt as of now. Rest will be hit, and of that, most will be our labor-intensive products, and they will be very severely hit unless something changes.
So all the economists keep saying that, the price will be passed on to the US consumer, but at the end of the day, that's going to impact demand. So is it safe to deduce that, of course, the companies will be hit? Everyone's trying to really paint a bit of a rosy picture here and saying that, no, the prices will be passed on, nothing will happen.
No, the complete price hike because of the tariffs will not be passed on. Obviously, you are looking at a market which was, used to getting a product at a particular price. Now suddenly there's a 50% increase in that price. That is really going to push the product out of the market totally. Right. So the discussion that is happening is, one, how much price you can reduce, and then how much they can absorb. And then again, the American importer there, he is also talking about how much of it can absorb within its own margins, profit margin, and reduce that, and how much do they pass on to the consumer. So finally, what is going to be the result, is tough. It's going to be, I think, within sectors, brand-wise, again, like the lithium magnets situation. If there's no alternative, all right, fine, you put 50%, I pass on the full 50%. But if it's garments, within garments, if it is, say, customized, hand-stitched, those high-value garments, the effect would be lesser. So we'll have to really look at it in that perspective. But one point I would like to make is, about this whole situation is, and to look at it a little positively, is a market of the kind that US was, low tariff, free market, where you could go ahead and export yourself. That was also a reason why primarily, everybody would focus on that market, for their exports. But now the situation arising there, we are going to seriously look at, diversification, look at other markets, similar markets, markets which might be a little more expensive where you would, not be necessarily competitive, but now suddenly you are. So how that is going to play out is something, again, one would like to.
What would be some of those markets, by the way, the top three?
Big markets, one, again, Europe, one doesn't know. UK, we are just waiting to see. Countries like, say, South Africa, Brazil, the big ones. Again, if you're looking at a free trade agreement, say with Central, in the African region, and you're competitive there, based on whatever terms of trade now you get on the basis of, say, a free trade agreement with them. So the FTA policy of the government is largely going to determine that. Middle East is another one. So there are these places, where we'll more seriously make an effort to go in.
Dr. Sahai, let me get to you. What is the situation on the ground with exporters? How are exporters dealing with this kind of uncertainty? Are you looking for some support from the government? And also, could you give us a sense of what's happening to MSMEs? Because a lot of them are export-oriented units.
In fact, there has been front-loading of India's export to the US, and therefore, for a month or so, inventory is in place. That provides some solace. Still, we have the duties will come into effect after 21 days. A lot of shipments which are in the pipeline, they are being pushed so that they may be cleared in the US by 16th of September, and then this duty will not be applicable. The problem is for the orders which are in the pipeline. In number of cases, exporters have taken the advance. When they took the advance, dollar was at 84, dollar has crossed 87 now. They have passed on to the raw material supplier. They have booked the space in the ships. All needs to be cancelled at the given point of time. And it is not just the issue of trade. There were a lot of investment which were expected to come to India, and non-leather footwear companies were moving from Vietnam. Now that has been put on hold. And in a way, there are question mark over China +1 also. Because a lot of investment was flowing to India to use India as a hub for exports and primarily for export to the US. So unless this duty issue is sorted out, probably we will be waiting for the investment to flow the country, and that's a bigger worry for us. For the export sector, definitely SMEs will take a hit because the sectors which are being impacted are largely dominated by SMEs. And that's why we are more worried on the job front. We were talking to a number of leather exporters, and they are talking about huge losses in the leather sector. Some of the companies have roughly 50% of the total production earmarked for the US market. That has put the SMEs in bad shape at this point of time.
Mr. Srivastav, I have one question for you. You know, almost daily we call you, we read your reports on how the negotiations are going on. So could you give us a sense of, you know, farmers' interest is very intrinsic to India, dairy and agri sectors, which is unlikely that any government would consider opening in an FTA. So how do you see negotiations panning out in the coming months?
I thought all of us and the media, we speak too much about agriculture and dairy. Of course, most of the agriculture and dairy is a red line. Government is very clear about this. But I think there are more factors, several more factors apart from agriculture and dairy. Americans are very smart. They are dealing with us for long. They know agriculture and dairy are big no-no for us, most of it. So they are also talking about many other things. For example, we have seen many of the reports which say Americans want us to dilute our patent laws, which means they want us to allow evergreening the patents. They want us to open our government procurement market. They want us to commit for the future will never levy digital tax. At least 100 such demands are there. But in media, we talk about agriculture and dairy, but I think agriculture and dairy, they are red lines, but hypothetically, if we assume that India offers complete access to agriculture and dairy, India is not going to, but hypothetically, for understanding, I think America will not spare us. They will be asking for those things. Without that, they will not allow us to go. My understanding.
Go for it. Okay. So, Dr. Sahai, I have one more question for you. Till now, we'd been hoping that we'd have some kind of a competitive advantage vis-a-vis tariffs. But now, when we look at the 25 plus 25% duty, we are right up with, you know, close to Brazil and China. So, where does this leave us? Are our other export markets sufficient for us to, you know, cope with this kind of a thing from the US?
I think that's why I'm saying one positive fallout of is this, that industry is forced to look for the alternative market. So probably that work will start quickly, and FTA is providing some cushion to look into those markets. The increasing focus to the US may come on the services also. We are doing well in the services. We need to look into what else can be added to the basket of services. We have not ventured enough in some of the untapped market of Africa, Latin America, and CIS. Probably the time has come that industry will look into. SMEs who are not much afraid of the market access with the EU or US can look into Russian market in a big way. Russia today is willing to purchase anything from India. Our large companies and even some mid-sized companies with exposure in US and EU will not venture into that territory. Probably SMEs have a chance to look into those markets. So that's why I'm saying the only silver lining is that probably the diversification and de-risking will take a further momentum from all these tariffs.
It's actually quite interesting because I think in a way all of you are aligning on certain key aspects, and that shift towards diversification, FTAs, it's already happening. So beyond the news that we're seeing every day and just reeling from the impact, clearly the work has already begun. Dr. Singh, I was going to come to you, you know, with your vast experience as well. I would just love for you to round up this discussion and give us your closing comments in terms of what to watch out for in the next 20 days.
Thank you. Actually, there's one aspect which we don't think of because it doesn't directly relate to trade, but we have to continue to strengthen our domestic capabilities to produce more in the country. And that requires a very well thought out strategy together with partnerships with industry and technology. And technology from countries with whom we can have relationships that will be stable. Because this uncertain and high-cost scenario for us and the world is not going to end soon, because tariffs now are not just imposed for trade purposes. They are imposed for multiple other reasons. And those reasons will be found if the President of the United States does not see any other way to hit a country strongly other than tariffs, which is a favorite instrument of his. In fact, my information is that 2-3 times the negotiators had reached agreement. But that agreement was not found good enough, not for trade reasons, but other reasons. So we have to focus on making ourselves much more impactful and capable domestically, which requires the kind of things which Amitabh Kant was talking about. Plus, nobody talks about implementing properly. All lessons from industrial policy show that you have to implement, monitor, implement better. So these are not really trade related, but they relate to the domestic economy. Of course we have to diversify, but this is the largest importer in the world. How much and how easily can you diversify? Africa is not going to replace the US. There's only one part of the world which potentially could, which is the European Union. And it's not really doing well. So we have to do multiple things. And we also, I'm saying this not only because I have worked in the WTO, as has another colleague of ours, but we have to think of strengthening a system which provides predictability. And we have to therefore change the mindset a little bit on that.
All right. Anybody want to jump in? Otherwise, we're out of time. Yeah, I think that sets the stage, though, for some of what is to come in the next few weeks. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us on this very hot topic. Thank you.
Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, everyone. May I request all of you to please stay back as I request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor of Business Today, to please come up on stage and felicitate all our panelists. Let's pose for a photo op. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. This is called Seeding India's Future, Transforming Agriculture. India's agriculture future is at a crossroads. Can we move beyond subsidies and procurement to a model that is climate resilient, tech-enabled and income-investing as well? Now, this session explores next-gen agri-tech value chains, farmer entrepreneurships, and rural innovation as well. Can we make farming aspirational and agri-policy future-ready as well? For this session, I'd like to invite on stage our next set of panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. S. Sivakumar, Group Head of Agri and IT Businesses at ITC Limited. Let's also welcome on stage Dr. Rajesh Shukla. He's the MD and the CEO of People Research on India's consumer economy. Mr. Amarjeet Sinha, Senior Fellow, CSEP. Jayan Mehta, MD, Amul. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Shal Bhatnagar, Editor for Markets on Business Today, and Karishma Sudani, Special Correspondent, Business Today.
Good Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this very august panel. We have a wealth of experience on the panel, and let's hope this is going to be a very interesting conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's often said that agriculture is the backbone of the Indian economy and the farmer is its soul. If you look at how we address the farmer in popular culture, whether it is our own thought or how politicians put it, it's always Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan. And here is a situation where 55 to 60% of the population is dependent on agriculture to fill its stomach, and there are all sorts of problems that most of us are aware of. Let's discuss how we can get agriculture in the 21st century, and this is a panel that will address that. I'll start first with Mr. Mehta. All of us have seen that wonderful ad, PO glass full doodh. Mr. Mehta is the MD of Amul, and from breakfast till dinner, Amul is an integral part of our life over the past 5-7 decades. Mr. Mehta, thank you first of all for doing that fantastic job in getting that wonderful butter and milk and ice cream and so many other stuff to our doorstep. At 1 lakh crores as Amul's turnover, and the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has put his personal integrity at risk in saying that the farmer and the dairy business is not something that is open for business with other countries. How do you react to that statement, sir?
We would like to thank and salute Honorable Prime Minister of India for his support and commitment to the farmers of the country. And particularly in dairy, this is a business or an occupation which is usually and typically run by the women. So his statement is actually a testimony to the fact that he recognizes the labor and the livelihood issues of millions of farmers of our country, millions of women of our country, and he has taken this position in this negotiation which is going on. But let me tell you and remind you of the same statement he made in 2019 when India walked out of RCEP. And there also, if you read that statement and this statement, it is consistently the same. So it has been the position of not just Honorable Prime Minister of India, but the entire government, all the ministries, including Honorable Minister of Commerce, that they have said that livelihood will never be a leverage for trade. And that's where agriculture comes in, that's where farmers come in, that's where cooperatives come in, and obviously the future of the country comes in.
Mr. Mehta, you've very well reiterated on the whole importance of sector, and no doubt, Shell, as you said, it's hot off the press for all of us because Prime Minister spoke about it, and amidst all the trade talks, it's something that has to be looked upon. My question is for Mr. Shukla, because we had such an interesting chat behind backstage, and you drew a very important analogy and comparison that rural is not equal to agriculture. Please elaborate.
Thank you. It is important to understand when we talk about the rural, sometimes or most of the times we actually confuse with the agriculture. You see, rural, if today's rural is approximately 75% of India, living in the rural India as per the government definition define the rural, approximately 21 crore household. So if you look at 21 crore household, it is important to look how they earn their livelihood. You will notice that out of 21 crore household, 7 crore of household, which we define means those who are drawing the major source of income from agriculture and agriculture related activity is 7 crore, means which is a 33-35% of total rural household. It means 65% of rural household, major source of household income is different from the agriculture. And let me elaborate on that. If you take agricultural labor and non-agricultural labor, those who are not having the actually land and cultivating the land, their share is 38%. So saying that their source of income is agriculture. Second, approximately 22% also derive from the non-farm income like business, chartered accountant, lawyer and other thing, and salaried. So out of the total income, 100 rupees rural income, the contribution of agriculture to rural income is approximately 36%. Rest is non-agriculture income. So that's why we are saying that the agriculture always treating as equivalent to rural is not actually correct.
Let's get Mr. Sivakumar into the conversation. He, of course, works for ITC, one of very large corporates that has done some fantastic business on the rural countryside. Mr. Sivakumar, you look after about 6 million farmers. You're almost there in about 2/3 of the country in terms of districts. Is it even possible to think that at some point of time, Indian agriculture will be an export-oriented business and that we would be enjoying the same kind of confidence as we do as far as software services exports is concerned? Can Indian agriculture take that giant leap?
Yeah, it's not only the perspective of can India, but I think it is also an imperative. In terms of the total productive capacity of Indian agriculture versus the consumption, I think very soon, already in some sense in some crops, but very soon we are going to see prices falling if we don't export. The productive capacity is much more. There is science and technology which is helping raise as farmers' investment capacity goes up with all the support that is coming through from government programs and otherwise. I think we need to. But I think the shift that has to happen is that traditionally we have been a production-driven supply chain, that we produce crops and if something is surplus from the domestic market, we export. If for some reason global market prices are high, it gets pulled out. Or it gets stored in government warehouses for a long time, and if there is next crop is coming in, and then it gets liquidated and it moves out. But I think if it have to be competitively exporting in the emerging global context, we need to shift to a demand responsive value chain mechanism. That means obviously there are quality that need to get aligned with different consumption markets around the world. Logistics costs need to be competitive, time schedules need to be on time, all of that. And it can't be produce what you can and it will get exported just because you have surplus. To say that I actually produce what is required, whether it is more food safe, more traceable, and some of them are really gaining ground across different crops. And where we have the natural advantage in some of those crops, certainly will be very globally competitive once we make this shift, which is rather important.
By and large, how much time would it take? A decade?
No, some of them already are programmed. Like spices, for example, if you take today, there is a significant amount of IPM spices which are food safe. And certainly they are expanding and going. Shrimps, for example, are market focused production which is happening. That is certainly going. So it is crop after crop. Some of them are already on their export path in a competitive manner, in a quality which is relevant for the consumption markets. Some of them will take longer time as we get there. It really depends on the market opportunity behind which one has to create that. Because it requires cluster, because obviously our farmers are small and it can't be distributed that you source some of it from here, some of it from another district and something from faraway place. If it has to be competitive, it has to be in clusters. As we become more and more value chain clusters, I think some of that will progress faster.
And that shift which you're talking about will clearly also come with a stronger push from the regulatory angle. This is where I also want to bring in Mr. Sinha in. Sir, I am a policy reporter. I've been covering the economic policy for 9 years now. And I know that you've had various stints in the power corridors of the country. I was reading your book, The Last Mile, and it has a very interesting excerpt, and I'd share with the audience. I'm going to pick up the fact that you said that, this is not the verbatim, but that each policy that is reform that is being built will not be able to kick off in its full strength until there is some groundwork being done at the smallest level. Here I want to understand from you, pertaining to the agri policy that's existing currently in the country, where do you think the challenge lies?
Thank you very much for that question. What my friends here from Amul and from ITC just spoke, if you look at why they have done well, that's where the professional, the community, and local level facilitation, the last mile facilitation. In both these, the primary units are very, very strong. The clear learning is that unless and until you focus on your primary units, you cannot build castles on it. We have a similar example which has been pushed very strongly over the last 15 years. Started in 2011, the National Rural Livelihood Mission. We have 100 million women with us today. Thanks to all the efforts of the digital public infrastructure, the access to retail credit, we actually have a scenario where in India we've started recognizing the woman as the main principal player in agriculture and animal resources. Unfortunately, the land doesn't belong to them, but very little land belongs to them. But in terms of their participation, more than 60% of agriculture and animal husbanding is managed by women. Access to credit to them through the women's collectives of the self-help groups of the Rural Livelihood Mission, the last mile facilitation through professionals and community resource persons makes all the difference. One very small example, the NDDB services, which promotes producer companies. We had a lot of these women's collectives in very remote areas, in Bundelkhand in UP, in Madhepura, Supal in Bihar, in Madhya Pradesh tribal pockets. We decided to have a partnership with the NDDB services, where the livelihood mission provided the cost of the professionals for 3 to 5 years. Everything else was on market principles. They set up producer companies. The 7-district Bundelkhand Balini Milk Producer Company today has 68,000 women as members. Their total revenues over the last 6 years crossed 600 crores.
Wonderful.
Now, what it shows is the power of collectives, professionals, facilitation at the last mile. These would be needed to go to scale.
Absolutely. The gentleman on your left is one of the most powerful cooperatives the world has ever seen. But getting Mr. Shukla into the conversation, Mr. Shukla, often we've seen the farmer in India being typified as a person who barely gets 2 square meals a day, works 12 hours a day, if not 24, and is often at the mercy of the rain gods, the money lender, and of course an apathetic audience, which is us. Actually, there are farmers who earn millions and millions of rupees, and I believe that number is upwards of 35 lakh in India at least, the number of such farmers. Let me ask a question which might sort of trouble a lot of souls. Should agriculture be taxed?
Well, thank you. It is like let me say that what I am particularly speaking about, it is from the large scale survey which outside the government institution like NCAER price is doing, and based on that we have done actually and it is, as you are rightly saying, income of the farmer and income of the ruler is 2 different things actually. So if you look at the farmer, so you'll find there are farmers, those who are earning less than a lakh rupees per annum. There are farmers, approximately 50 lakh farmers, which we have estimated currently earning over 15 lakh rupees per annum. And the share of agriculture in their income is 65%, means 35% is coming from non-agriculture activities, like it might be. And from where this is coming? We defined a developed rural. Developed rural means which is a periphery of second tier city, or if you go around in Delhi, you are having 131 villages. So their income, you will find that it is tremendously high. So what I believe is we have to think little bit bold. Think to how if like the 12 lakh is the income tax, if farmer's income is 25 lakh rupees, where the 25% non-farm income, so why not, it is time has come to at least think it should be reasonably taxed to the agriculture as well as farmer as well.
Maybe there should be a business today issue on top 100 richest farmers in India.
Yeah.
Siddharth?
Exactly. And the important thing also need to remember that you see means like there is, which is diversity is there. Means there should be a protection, there should be means all the, and when we are talking about the rural, always all the most policy go like the farming, agriculture is farming. No, agriculture is not farming actually. So a lot of the things like Kisan Nidhi, can we think about the 1.25 crore means like so-called farmer not having the land, not receiving the Kisan Nidhi at all actually. But their livelihood, major livelihood is agriculture. So one has to think actually the entire policy in different way, in different contexts.
Mr. Mehta, the question I'm going to ask you is something that most people in the audience will relate to, especially gym goers. And this comes in the fascination of affordable and reasonable protein in the market. And Amul has been a game changer, no doubt about that. I am personally somebody who goes to the gym, and I know the importance of having the right nutritional information and protein for your health. Now, this has somewhat brought in a change of rural protein revolution. Tell me, do you plan to take this beyond borders, international, and open up our dairy sector to the world when it comes to the protein element of it?
Well, milk itself is a superfood, which is a combination of good quality fat and protein and the sugars and the calciums and the vitamins and the minerals. But yes, protein as a concept has been appealing to large number of not just young Indians, but Indians at large, because of increasing awareness. And that's what our role has been, to say that each one of us requires 1 gram of protein per kg of our body weight every day. And largely as a vegetarian society that we are most of us are falling short of it. So it's not just the gym goers, but actually everyone, right from a youngster to a senior citizen, requires that protein. For us, it has come as a very important byproduct of a byproduct, because when you use milk to make cheese, you have whey, which we used to drain off, and used to spend money in draining off the whey. From that whey, we are extracting that 0.6% whey protein in every liter of whey, and we launched a range of high protein products, starting with high protein lassi, buttermilk, high protein milk, whey protein concentrates, and so on. But again, we are not selling the product, we are selling the concept. And that's what our job has been, to create awareness. And of course, the trust of Amul name is there in the quality to build on this. Talking about globalization, of course, you are right, because protein is a global currency. It would appeal to anyone and everyone around the world. And India is the largest producer of milk in the world. Amul is the largest dairy brand in the world. Today, 1/4 of the total milk in the world is produced in India. In next 10 years, 1/3 of the total milk in the world will be produced in India. So obviously, we are not just looking at ourselves as the taste of India, but also India becoming a dairy to the world, and we playing a role, not just in milk, but also value-added products, and more importantly, protein.
Clearly, it's not going at that affordable price if it's going out of India, right? Especially after the tariff clash.
People, again, there's a misunderstanding, and we are being called the tariff kings. We've been exporting our products to US for the last 25 years. Let me tell you, a kilo of ghee, before this new high import duty hikes, I mean, I'm talking of, say, before 1st of August, was 50%. A kg of Shrikhand at 75% import duty in United States. US charges 40 to 60% duty on its products, whereas in India, whatever you can import from anywhere in the world, it's 30% duty. So people were paying that because the Indian diaspora wants Amul butter and cheese, and they're paying 50% duty. But again, those who want good quality will buy it, and we shouldn't be worried about it.
Mr. Mehta, I think the final question will go to you. You have the most recognized brand in India and of course an audience and a customer base which is almost captive to you. Is there a day when people in the audience, apart from buying an Amul butter or milk or maybe ice cream, can also buy your share? Do you ever plan to get listed via an IPO?
I'm aware that the ticker which is running below the screen is of the stock market. But unfortunately, it is contradictory to our objective. The reason is very simple. A private company shows the price and the profits and the valuation based on the money it makes. So it buys the raw material at the cheapest price, sells the finished good at the highest price, hypothetically, and makes the maximum money for its investors, the shareholders. We do exactly the opposite. As a cooperative, we buy our raw material from our members, and obviously we pay the highest price of milk to our farmers. And to the consumers, as she mentioned, Amul is a value for money brand. So we have to work with low cost, low margins, low profits, low overheads, and give the maximum both to the producer and the consumer. And
Sir,
that's why if we are listed, it will be a big disappointment for everyone who has invested into it. So my advice is to be a member of Amul, buy a cow, become a member of the cooperative society, and make the most out of it.
Sir, I deserve a protein pack for that.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll wrap up this wonderful conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone, for that very wonderful session that both Shell and Karishma have hosted. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to felicitate all our guests and panelists, wonderful speakers, and for that very engaging conversation that we've just heard. Have a photo op, please. Thank you, everyone. Warm round of applause. Moving on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. This one is called a less unequal India, growth that includes everyone. Rising inequality risks are becoming a structural threat to India's social fabric. How can India really grow without leaving millions behind? This session will examine how to close the yawning gaps in wealth, in voice, and in opportunity. Is fiscal redistribution enough, or do we need a systemic redesign? From tax reforms to social security to even corporate responsibility and grassroots empowerment. How do we truly make equity integral to our economic model? For this special session, we'd like to invite on stage, with a warm round of applause, Dr. Surjit Bhalla, economist and former ED of IMF. Let's also welcome Dheeraj Nair, chief economist at Vedanta, Mr. Abhik Barua, also to join in economist with us. Warm welcome to all of you, and to moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Shell Bhatnagar, editor for Markets Today, and also Surabhi, economy editor for Business Today.
Again, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, a less unequal India, growth that includes anyone. The panel is very well set. You have the three finest brains as far as local and global economics is concerned, and I'm sure this is going to be an interesting one. First to you, Mr. Barua. We've had this dichotomy in India where you have a waiting list for a Maybach and showrooms of Maruti 800 waiting for people to come in. There is a mad rush for Birkin, Louis Vuitton bags, and a lot of textile companies are showing empty showrooms. what do you think is happening with this K-curve kind of a economic recovery or a economy which refuses to set up or answer to the earlier parameters that we had?
I think is this on? Okay. I think the images that you described are indeed very powerful and emotive, but I think we need to kind of go a little behind that. Yes, certainly, I think part of the post-COVID recovery and indeed the growth process before that has been somewhat unevenly distributed. Perhaps it got a little exaggerated post-COVID. Having said that, I think if we were to just focus on this image of inequality or inequity, we would be missing some of the key issues. For instance, I think social protection, and I think Surjit will talk about it, like social protection has improved significantly. Yes. We've pulled a lot of people above the poverty line. So there are a lot of things happening. My only submission is that let's also recognize, I mean, this is a reality, this needs to be addressed in some way, but let us not knock the achievements. And the other thing that I want to add is that I think there is a very deep concern about the upper tiers of the middle class now. And I think there is some kind of a discourse on the hollowing out of the potential hollowing out of the middle class because of automation, because of the job losses and so forth. That is a genuine problem. But all I would like to sort of emphasize is that there are a lot of things happening, some positive, some negative. Let's not get entirely carried away by the negatives, and also not think that the positives obviate the need for some kind of policy and other action.
Dheeraj, let me pose a question to you. So we're set to become the 4th largest economy this year, 2025. It's obviously, we're one of the superpowers. We're aiming to become a greater superpower by 2047. But when we look at, per capita GDP income, we're still, what the World Bank describes is that we are a lower middle income country. How do you see, if we have to move towards a developed India by 2047, how do you see, improving this and improving the quality of lives and access to social service, social security for citizens?
So in one word, growth. And my complaint with the title of this session is that inequality, so that I think the title is towards a less unequal India, how can growth be more inclusive? So I think in India, we always put inequality, our concern for inequality before the concern for growth. We were perhaps a more equal country before 1991 or in the 50s and 60s, but we were equal at a low level of income. Everybody had a low level of income. So I think, what we have right now is obviously a per capita income which is about $3,000, which is still very low in the global hierarchy. So the only way you lift it is through growth. You don't lift it through redistribution. I said it here last year that we always tend to be a slice of cake political economy, not a size of cake political economy. We want, each of us wants the slice first, the equality dimension or the share dimension, but nobody really fights for the size of the cake increasing. And I think that has consequences because the policy reaction then tends to put inequality or perceptions of inequality first. So we want to talk about redistribution and taxes and so on before growth. So unless we grow substantially, that per capita income is not going to double or triple. The only way that's going to happen is with growth. And I agree with Abhik to the extent that there has been a rationalization of redistribution and a greater efficiency in redistribution, particularly since PM Modi came to office. We do have, a lot of the basic things, whether it's a gas cylinder or toilets or, for that matter, direct transfers of income. So you have a lot of things happening, Ayushman Bharat, for example, so that, you don't have to pay out of pocket for a major health emergency. So I think a lot of redistribution at the lowest level has happened. But, when you talk about stagnating Maruti sales or, hollowing out of a certain part of the middle class, I think that's a growth problem, not an inequality problem.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sujit Balla is not only a very well-known economist, but a very well-known investor, and of course a psephologist as well. Let's get his views in. There's a waiting list again for flats above 12 crore rupees if you are wanting to buy one in Gurgaon. And there is a waiting list for almost anything which is, uber luxurious. And yet we talk about the Indian middle class being hollowed out because of higher taxes, maybe higher savings as well. A lot of money is going into SIPs. Which side of the argument are you as far as this debate is concerned?
Okay, first, I was an investor for a long time, but I've practiced economics more than I have practiced over the long run. But I want to come to this inequality, which I think is a very pointed question, which we need to dwell upon a bit more than what we have. Look, one way, and I completely agree that, we have given second or downgraded growth in our pursuit of redistribution. I believe we have economic reforms without growth, but maybe with redistribution. So let me make it very explicit. I think time has come for us that, and I'll base it on a couple of data points. No matter how you look at it, no matter what inventive forms you bring up, that consumption inequality in India is about the lowest in the world. Is that a good thing? That's what we don't ask. So first, the critics, etc., keep on going, no, inequality is actually much higher, this, that, and we should have more redistribution. And I think, we've had enough of redistribution. No matter what statistic you look at, we've done tremendously well. The question now is, can we do tremendously well in growth? And that is where I have a lot of, not doubts, I've always remained optimistic, and I remain optimistic, but I do think that it'll be nice to have reforms that actually address growth problems rather than redistribution problems.
Can I ask you a follow-up on that? When you talk about reforms on, to address the growth problem, what are the top 10 reforms or top 5 reforms you think are needed?
Look, forever, there are, let's date everything since 1991. That was the first serious, matter of fact, forget serious, it was the first time we did any reforms, and they were major. Now, one area that was completely left off from the reform framework at all, and actually after that we've done worse, is agriculture. I'm somewhat surprised to see that, and I missed the previous session, we came in late, but might have been discussed there, that we have completely ignored reforms in agriculture. On that, I'd like to point out the first serious attempt for reforming agriculture was made by Prime Minister Modi when we drafted, or he drafted, or the government drafted the farm reforms. And it fell flat. Why? Because of possibly farmers in Punjab and Haryana who are holding the entire country hostage and being allowed to do so. After the reforms fell was not passed, the Supreme Court did a survey to find out actually what was the view of the farmers. So very democratic. Let us see how many farmers supported the farm laws. And they found the percentage was as high as 87%. Now, 87% of the farmers are supporting the farm laws. And here we have Rihanna and Greta Thunberg arguing on behalf of certain political parties. No, 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 you can't have reform. So this is, this is where we've been caught up. So first and foremost, agricultural reforms. And second is, every economist, even born-again economists have pointed out to the fact of the very high tariffs that we have in India for manufacturing. Now remember, one point I want to really emphasize, nobody ever complained about India's potential and realization of potential in software or in pharmaceuticals. Why? So we have to really think, and software is a large industry. No government involvement in either of those two sectors. Where is the maximum government involvement? In manufacturing. So forget about, public infrastructure, etc. There you can't get a foreign, well, you can get a foreign company to help build. But basically, manufacturing is pathetic where we are at, and every economist forever has pointed out the problems with our manufacturing sector, and we're still on the same road.
Maybe something will change over the next 21 days or so. Getting in, Dr. Barua, until recently you were with the largest bank in India, whether it's in terms of market capitalization or in terms of reach. Have you seen data which actually says that the middle class is saving less because it's buffeted with so much of taxes and is probably investing a lot more than what it was doing maybe 10 years ago? What, according to you, are 2 or 3 parameters which define this inequality that we are seeing?
Well, I don't think, certainly taxes do play a role, but taxes have been reduced, rationalized, and so forth. There are, from what I remember of the internal surveys that we did, and I think that was just about 7-8 months back, there is stuff happening which is very positive. For instance, we tend to knock self-employment a lot. One of the things is, self-employment is kind of skewing the unemployment data, and we should have. There's a lot happening in the informal self-employed sector. There's a gig economy which is taking off. The MSME sector, parts of the MSME sector were doing very well. They were investing. In fact, this was the first time where sort of a tentative investment cycle was rising on the back of MSME activity. I think the problem really lies, is that big private investment is not happening. Private companies are not investing. I think the consumer-facing companies have faced over a long period of time a problem of demand. There is also a concern about, as Surjit said, the intervention of the government. Regulations, particularly state-level regulations, haven't changed. And I don't think there's been enough innovation in our country. So the startups really have been, glorified versions of jugaad, right? Which is something that a minister who will come after this has emphasized. So I think, the private sector and has kind of run out of steam. On top of that, we've had technology shocks like AI, which has sort of rattled everyone. So I think we saw, from the bank's perspective, a lot of problems, not so much with the small entrepreneur or not so much with the MSME, but people who are associated with the large private corporate ecosystem and the kind of fears that they faced.
Dheeraj, coming to you with a question on manufacturing and jobs, because jobs in the formal sector are seen as one of the best ways to get out of, poverty. Why is it not happening in India? We've been waiting for years for the private sector to come back into investments, and every year it's the government which is doing the capex bit. So could you share your thoughts on that?
I mean, the private sector and private investment responds to incentives, right? So they're going to go and invest, whether it's Indian investors or foreign investors, in the jurisdiction which gives them the maximum return, or at least a reasonable return. Now, in India, in manufacturing, the biggest constraint is land. Then you've got labor issues, you've got capital issues, but that's not such a big problem for the larger firms because they can raise from anywhere in the world. You've got power tariffs which are too high because you cross-subsidize, again, farmers, large farmers, and charge industry more. You've got freight rates, rail freight rates are too high. There are too many factors which still, and then, clearances which, should take 90 days at most, take 3 years. So how do you expect, ultimately the private investors putting their money down, right? All of us are, talking, but they have to put their money down, they have to justify to the shareholders the returns they get. So I think unless the time is ripe for a second round of structural reforms, right? And I think including reducing tariffs once again, which have again gone up somehow the last decade or so. So I think without that, still, I mean, and the bureaucracy, the mentality in India is still that, and the cabinet secretary recently wrote a letter to all bureaucrats that please meet private sector people. I mean, that in Vietnam and China, the officialdom runs after foreign investors, domestic investors to come and invest. And they say, what do you want us to do? 1, 2, 3, and they do it in 2 weeks, right? In our case, the government is doing, the government is still the Mai-Baps, so to speak, right? So I think if those things are changed, private investment will come. I mean, there is a market here, there is a global market, there's every reason for us to be competitive. And I think ultimately, if you talk about inequality or, if 40% of the workforce is in agriculture, they're only going to be drawn out into better paying jobs through manufacturing. And we still have a window, despite AI and all of that, I think we still have a 10-year window to generate some of these jobs. So if we can get the reforms done now, and Mr. Trump has put enough pressure, and that's a completely different debate, but there is pressure now to do something. So let's do the reforms and get manufacturing in. I mean, this is the last chance. But until you at least do half of it, even if you don't do all of it, I think just ease of doing business. I know a lot of things have been done and our rankings improved, and then the rankings themselves ran into a credibility issue. But I think there's a lot on paper, and then there's what happens in practice. And I think if you compare us to, say, Vietnam or certain other jurisdictions, you will find that there is a disadvantage there. Policy, what I call a policy-induced uncompetitiveness, lack of competitiveness.
Dheeraj, to you, as the youngest economist on the panel, what is your peer group and the boards that you address to thinking in terms of artificial intelligence? Are we headed for higher unemployment? Are we headed for a larger unequal society? What do you think is the future as far as growth is concerned and artificial intelligence thrown in?
Well, you see, some jobs will be lost. There's no doubt about it. It's just that I don't think I have the power. Maybe Surjit does. He's quite a lot more imaginative. But what jobs will come, we don't always necessarily know in advance, right? But I think, again, there's a particular way of skilling your population, a particular way of reorienting your education system so that people are more flexible and can do the new jobs that will come, right? Some of the old jobs will go. But AI, if it's used well, can deliver a whole host of other benefits which will address many of your other challenges, whether it's healthcare or education, in much more efficiently with much less cost. So let's not only look at AI as something which will take away jobs. It may take away some, but I'm sure new ones will come, and the productivity increases you'll see in certain crucial sectors would help a country like India catch up. Because the bricks and mortar stuff we do very slowly, as I've just said. We take years to get clearances, we get years to get things off the ground. So maybe AI will be good for us, but obviously we have to see. But I don't see it as a negative. I mean, I don't think we should be afraid of it.
Right. Dr. Bhalla, the final word to you. Are you hopeful and more expectant about India's economic future than what you were 10 years ago?
That's a, see, you put in the clause, more than, are you more hopeful than 10 years ago? You know, my DNA is plus plus, and I've never not been very hopeful about India. Even at the worst of times, I'm hopeful. I think, yes, I'm very hopeful about India. What I would say is that time is maybe running out on hope. You know, in 2010, when China moved up the value-added scale, we were all very, very enthusiastic that now we'll get the second stage of reforms because we will take over from where China left. And what happened? Vietnam came in and Bangladesh came in, and they had our breakfast and our lunch and our dinner. Okay, so we missed that boat. And now, you know, 15 years later, we're talking about China plus one, which should have been there in 2010. And now this is our, you know, very close to the last chance to break through. We've got everything going in our favor, except policy. And that's a bit sad. So, hopeful, because there is a lot of internal strength of the Indian economy, of our democracy, and, you know, I'll end with the following. I think I've been puzzled a lot as to why we don't have more reforms. And this is not just now, it is, you know, for decades. And I think the governments, whether they be coalition governments or they be one-party governments, that they're very comfortable. We're growing at 6%. Aap dekh lo, ki farak panda, you know. So if you have to take a risk with reforms, and governments, especially with the IAS exactly the same as it was 100 years ago, then it was called the ICS. Both Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Modi tried to get lateral entry into our decision making. You know, they are on another planet, and maybe they'll come down to earth one of these days.
Maybe they will. Thank you for this lovely conversation, gentlemen, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you so much, Shell and Surabhi. May I please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, to felicitate our guests. Let's pose for a photo op. Thank you very much, Dr. Surjit Bhalla, Dheeraj Nair, Avik Barua. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our next session. And this one is titled Long or Short, India's Futures and Options. The capital markets will play a critical role in India achieving its economic ambition by 2047. So how should stock exchanges evolve to serve rapidly changing economy, deepen market participation, and support innovation? This session explores the structural, technological, regulatory, and strategic shifts that are needed for India's markets to power 2 decades of sustained growth from here on. A forward-looking dialogue on building an exchange for a developed Bharat. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, the MD and the CEO of National Stock Exchange of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Shail Bhatnagar, editor for Markets Business Today. And I'll be co-moderating this session with him, Sakshi Batra, associate editor and at Business Today. Warm welcome to everybody. Well, India's equity wave is here and it's unstoppable clearly. The National Stock Exchange is seen as the world's largest derivatives exchange as well. It's actually now present in every PIN code in India. And why do you ask? That's because everybody, whether it is in metros or small towns, wants to participate in India's growth story one stock at a time. And the man who's at the center of this transformation is Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Warm round of applause for Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, who's been an instrument of transformation first at BSE and now at NSE since the last 3 years. So I want to begin with that itself. When you took over NSE, it was going through so many troubles, the co-location scam, the invisible yogi. I want to understand, when you took over, how did you really look at all of these issues? What helped you out in transforming NSE completely? Day one, you were digital in an era when we were not even sure of how digital exchanges will function. How did you take over the mantle and what helped you transform this exchange?
No, thank you. In some ways, as you rightly said, 3 years back was a tough period for NSE, and I was retiring from BSE, and so when this opportunity came, one of the larger issues in the family was that should I take up this job or not? Because it was very difficult with the controversies, and also my previous colleagues, actually some of them had gone to jail. So you don't end up taking jobs which sort of send you to, especially in a civilian kind of stuff, right? So that's where it was very tough for the family also. Even now, every day my wife asks me in the morning, and she's a doctor, saying, do you really want to do this job? So the fact is, I started NSE in '92, and I was one of the 5 people who signed up. So it was also a little bit of a personal obligation, so to say, to bring it back to life. And so when 3 years back, in fact, literally to the day, I joined in July 22, and naturally you have to worry about the fallout of the bad publicity, but also the organization structure in way the technology was not being robust, and there were apprehensions of the management also not kind of being that that live up to that level of expectations which the government had. And so we had to make changes to the management, to the technology, and it's like a rocket, right? I mean, every day it has to work, and you have to do things behind the scene to make those changes. So it's like changing the heart of a patient while he's running, right? And so whatever you do is not easy in that kind of situation where 6, 7 channels, including you guys, are pouncing on us every moment. Whatever we do, right or wrong, you say it's wrong, right? And so that's where basically we have to be extra careful compared to anyone else. And UPI can go wrong. Yesterday also I was told UPI went down for a couple of hours. April, I think they went down, but you don't want NSE to go down. Somehow, if NSE goes down, it's the CEO's neck on the line, right? And so probably NSE's performance over 30 years since it started the technology revolution in India, also the stock market revolution, people have got that expectations, and so in a way we are prisoners of our good performance of the past, right?
So can you tell us how many crores of trade do you conduct every day? Is that 20 crore trades or more?
In a way, on a good day, like June 4, 2024, when the election results came, that day probably we did 2,000 crore orders in a day in 6 hours and 15 minutes. As a comparison today, UPI does around 1,900 crore transactions in a month of 24 hours. And we do in 6 hours 2,000 crore orders and 30 crore trades. And most days of those types, we are 50% of all orders and all trades in the world. And that is true with UPI also. At 1,900 crore transactions a month, UPI is the 50% of all the mobile trades in the world. So in a way, NSE is the first public digital infrastructure. UPI is the most celebrated and most touching public digital infrastructure. But in a way, put together, we being the oldest, we still carry that mantle.
Absolutely, and the flag also flies high in the business environment because of you, Mr. Chauhan. Everybody in this audience has that one question, which I will ask the last. But coming to more important businesses, as far as the numbers are concerned, sir, recent changes by the regulator, good or very good, we don't know. But what has happened is that the mantle of being the world's largest derivative exchange has been taken away from you and India, and it's gone to Brazil. Now, what are the remedial steps that you are taking, and what do you expect the regulator to do?
In a way, being the largest derivatives exchange is a what I call a misstatement. More importantly, the options in India are very low value options vis-a-vis rest of the world. The rest of the world started with institutions trading those options. And in terms of what gets actually traded is the premium, which is you buy and sell that amount. And there, India is around 20% of the US numbers. So we are not the largest market. It's just that our value per trade was so little. It's like if you're selling 100 grapes vis-a-vis 100 watermelons or 50 watermelons, you might say that 50 watermelons are less in number, but in terms of the kilos, it will be like very different, right? So what matters is actually the value traded, that is premium. And that's where US is the largest market in the world by miles. I mean, we are less than 20%. In fact, one stock I was told last week, that one stock Tesla trades more on many days in options premium compared to entire India's derivatives volume in options, right? So effectively, we are not that large, but we were selling grapes and we were saying, no, we were selling 10,000 grapes vis-a-vis your 3 watermelons. And so we have larger number and we wanted to believe that, but it ended up creating a perception that we have created a speculative market, which is in a way telling you that it is very small market compared to US. I mean, we are less than 20%. And now, as you rightly said, Brazil has reduced the contract size. So basically from when you were selling watermelon, you cut it into small pieces like grapes and then sell, you will also be in the same size. So that's where I think we end up basically making the mistakes of thinking that we were the largest. But on the equity side, equity derivatives, we are like second or third largest on literally last 5 years, which is the trading volume.
So what do you intend to do to get your crown back from Brazil?
For me, it's not good to have that crown anyway, right? So not to be because in a developing country, neither Brazil is a rich country, we are also not a rich country. So to sort of take pride in a speculative instrument is not a great idea, right? Okay. What is important is how did we do capital formation, right? And NSE started in 94 operations, in November 3, 94, Diwali Day. Since at that time, India's total market capitalization was around 3,60,000 crore, 3,70,000 crore. Today, it is 450 lakh crore, almost 130, 140 times more, right? For me, that is what makes me much more prouder, that today we are the 4th largest market in the world, capital market in the world, after US, China, and Japan. And there are sort of economic theories which says that poor per capita income countries like India, like $3,000 is not very high from the world standards. But those countries cannot have a good capital markets because poor people don't save. And if they save, they don't trust their brothers also. How somebody sitting in Jorhat or Dibrugarh is putting money into an entrepreneur's business in Salem in Tamil Nadu. She's never going to visit there, right? But she's putting that her hard saved, not only hard earned, but had saved that 1,000 rupees into that person's business, assuming that somehow he will make money and then small sliver of that money in the form of dividend will come to it. It's such a great leap of faith. And that kind of market has come up in India itself is a miracle. And thanks to NSE's 30 years of automation, reaching out to people, making great corporate governance framework. It's one thing to automate and dazzle you. Other is to ensure that the corporates also behave. And whenever profits come, that are not siphoned off. Because if you see, China is a larger market. It's actually 5-6 times more per capita income, 5-6 times more GDP overall. But still, 30 years, their market has not given returns, even 1 or 2% returns. We are running at, even in dollar terms, 8.5% on CAGR. On a rupee term, I think it's 12-13%, right? So
yes.
India is a very protective market for the small shareholders. And that's why the promoters also now like it. It's tough to follow all SEBI guidelines on corporate governance, but it's a win-win for the investors. And because of that, new companies are able to raise funds and things like that.
Right. When we talk about our vision for 2047, India's economy is likely to move from $4 trillion to $30 trillion. I want to understand from you, where does NSE fit into that? And if you could paint a roadmap for us, you know, how will we see the kind of returns that we've seen thus far from the Nifty last 30 years, from 1,000 to 25,000? Over the next 22 years, where do you see the Nifty going forward?
Again, basically, there are two types of channelizing of savings in the economy. Who saves in an economy is the households, and who requires money is the industry. And there are two ways to channelize that savings. One is classic framework of intermediation, which is called banking. You put in the money in bank, and then bank on-lends money to somebody, and that's called intermediation. If that person defaults in the loan, then bank still has to make it good, and that is where your money is safe, and you get a fixed kind of interest on top of that. The other side is what is called disintermediation, where you put in money directly into the company as form of equity or a debenture, which is giving you fixed interest, but in case the company fails, your money is gone. So that disintermediation is what we do. Banking, the RBI system does the intermediary part or intermediation part. Ours is a disintermediation part. We have intermediaries just to get you in touch with the company. That is the trading system and brokers. But once you buy the shares, they come in your account. That is the relationship between you and company exists, not between anyone else, right? So it's a framework which is called disintermediation in the economics. And there, over last, as I told you, 30 years, 3,70,000 crore was the market cap. Today, 450 lakh crore, 130 times. And in the process, India has grown at around 6.5% average in last 30 years. If you think India is going to grow even at a faster pace, then 25,000 is a 25 times jump. Next 30 years or 22 years, if it's going to go up by that much, then you'll have to multiply it by 25, right? That's how
I think we'll have to add a lot many zeros to what it is now.
Correct.
But coming to the ground reality, Mr. Chauhan, are your rival BSC, where you just worked a couple of years ago, and are you getting together and try to understand or work towards again increasing trading volumes or investment volumes or cash volumes on both exchanges? Because ever since SEBI has taken whatever action it deemed fit, there has been a marked fall in volume, and a marked fall in volume essentially means that the pricing does not get better, it actually gets worse. So what are the steps that both exchanges or even NSE is trying to do to get that volume back?
In a way, why volumes are required is, as you rightly said, for getting better pricing, that is the liquidity, right? So that's, otherwise, the channelizing of savings is the main function, and the price signaling of assets in the economy, that is the function of the exchange. The trading part is actually it's the mechanism through which you do the channelizing, right? So trading is not the end. It is a means to an end to channelize savings, create wealth, create jobs, help companies raise funds and all. That is basically the end goal, right? Trading is a means to achieve that goal. And in some ways, it's required. But trading gets naturally the profits or the revenues for the exchange, it's brokers. So most of the time when you meet, the brokers will ask you that volumes have come down.
Question on behalf of your main constituents.
Right. And also the exchanges, because we again get our salaries from that activity. So naturally there is some interest, but largely if we don't understand the purpose of the exchange, we'll keep on confusing the volumes with the capital formation, right? That's why the capital formation is the main function. Price signaling in the of the assets in the economy is the main function. The trading is a mechanism through which you do it. And of course, we need to have the liquid market. We are among the most liquid market in the world today. But STT is a drag. It's called Tobin tax in economics. Every time you trade, you pay a little. And not many countries have this Tobin tax, STT, right? And so that is a drag, especially it's much higher on the notional volumes on the equity side vis-a-vis, say, premium based on the options. And that's where the equities volumes are much lower. Although in terms of the premium traded, again, it's not very high today, 35,000 crore, 40,000 crore a day, which is not very high vis-a-vis 1 lakh crore of equities getting traded, right?
Yes.
But we could be much more in terms of liquidity if the STT was rationalized. So we are taking up with the government for over last many years, and hopefully, because there is already capital gains tax now, which was not there from 2004 to 2018, and now that there is capital gains tax, there is a need probably to relook at the STT to bring in more liquidity into the market, which will of course help create more capital, raise more capital and things like that.
Right. Lastly, I have to ask you, sir, on the recent Jane Street episode and you know how 90% of people in F&O are still losing a lot of money. That's a study by SEBI as well. I want to understand what can be done to prevent you know, a Jane Street 2.0 kind of an episode going forward from here. What role can exchanges also play to protect the small retail investors?
In a way, again, we have kind of got two things mixed up. That Jane Street had basically made a lot of profits, and that came out of the small investors, right? So we have, and so small investors, to protect them, we should stop such things from happening, right? The idea is that small investors should not be in derivatives at all. They should not be trading derivatives, right? And that is what I have been telling since I started derivatives on NSE in my first stint at NSE. And it's basically for people who understand this business. It's a complex instrument. It's a highly leveraged instrument. And that's why it's better that small investors don't come in. But if they come in, they need to be aware of the pitfalls. And of course, if there is any malpractice, which is what the SEBI's order is all about on Jane Street, then now there are mechanisms through which automatically they can be found once the pattern is established by a regulator saying this is not allowed. Those trades can be easily cancelled automatically by exchanges if it is made into a regulation. So then this will not recur at all, right? So for me, you can still stop the Jane Street type of activity from happening exactly, like you can say this is the pattern, stop second leg of the trade. It's doable automatically. But that doesn't mean that the small industries will stop losing money, right?
Right.
And that's why idea is the people who are not aware of the nitty-gritties, who are not having that kind of net worth, they shouldn't be allowed to come into this type of markets.
And Mr. Chauhan, the final answer will have to come from you. This Diwali, are we going to have a IPO dhamaka? Or in this financial year, should we get NSE listed on BSE or even NSE?
And clearly, NSE will not be able to list on itself. It's a regulation. And so it will have to be listing on other exchange. And that's a fact, right? And the way the process works is we are a regulated entity. We are a regulator ourselves, but we are also a regulated entity. We are one of the rare entities which are regulators with a regulator on top of them. And so to do our IPO, we have to first get a no objection certificate from our regulator, which is SEBI. Once they give the no objection certificate, we'll prepare our DRHP. Then we'll again give it to them for scrutiny in another department of SEBI, which will take another time. So usually it takes 3-4 months to make your DRHP. And then 3-4 months for them to go through all the details and...
So 8 महीने तो ये हो गए. And BSC and NSC and SEBI have a common wall in BKC. So 8 months of this work. So maybe this financial year?
Once the NOC comes, NOC has not yet come. So whenever, I mean, आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर, but whenever, and basically मैं आपको खिला सकता हूँ, I have no stocks in NSC nor any other company. Nor am I allowed to have. So I can do this as a part of my job, but we are not benefiting individually or even as employees of NSC. So that much, I think all your viewers should know that it's a job for us and we do it very sincerely. But again, it will be first NOC, after that the DRFP preparation, after that SEBI approval, then the IPO goes live.
H1 FY27.
Again, आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर, but NOC लाके दीजिए.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan for that wonderful, session. And I'd like to now call upon stage Mr. Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please present to him a token of our appreciation. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan. We're moving on to our next session, and this one is called Viksit Banking, the 2047 Roadmap. India's banking system must evolve, not just to keep up with innovation, but to actively shape national development. This session explores how AI, fintech, and regulatory innovation are transforming credit, compliance, and also inclusion. What will it really take to build banks that are resilient, inclusive, and digitally agile? A 2047 vision for future-ready finance. And for this, let me call upon stage Mr. Amitabh Chaudhary, the MD and the CEO of Axis Bank. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call upon stage Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, Amitabh, and for making the time. He has a packed day here in Delhi today, so really nice that you could make it. So the big question really, and this comes at a time after many, many years of a small finance bank being converted into a universal bank just the other day. But the broad question that we have starting to ask, is there enough money in India and the ability of the banking sector, not just your institution, to deliver that for achieving Viksit Bharat?
I mean, if you look at all the data, I think, yes, there is enough money available in India, and frankly, the banks have the capability to raise the necessary capital, if not from India, from outside of India, to support this growth and get to Viksit Bharat without too much of a problem. Now, obviously, when I make this statement, there are a lot of assumptions underlying it, that we will continue to make money at a certain pace. If necessary, we will be able to continue to raise capital as and when necessary. Government will continue to support the public sector institutions as and when necessary, or allow them to go and raise capital and maybe allow for dilution of their shareholding. Let's also not forget that the overall operating profitability of the Indian private sector and the public sector has gone up tremendously over the last couple of years, so they can self-fund. They are under-leveraged. The opportunities in India are huge, so it is also allowing a lot of new entrepreneurs to come into the system. And with the right ideas, they're getting not only backing from the banking sector, but the private capital is coming in. Some new institutions have got established, like NAPFID, which are also supporting project finance. And you're also seeing emergence of private credit funds, which are coming into India. So it's not only the banking system itself, which is in a great shape, the corporate sector is in great shape. New forms of finance are coming. And yes, given the profitability of the financial system overall, I think the Indian financial system has the capability to go and raise huge amount of capital on a consistent basis, as long as obviously they continue to do well. So I don't think that's a huge matter of concern. Opportunity and capitalization of that opportunity is what we should be focusing on. Capital should not be an issue.
I will come to the shifts that are needed, but one follow-up on this. $4 trillion of GDP, 30 trillion the aspirational target for Viksit Bharat as and when that gets achieved. Some states here have also been telling us that they will become Viksit states even before that deadline. But that leap, 7x leap, what will it mean for the growth of India's banking industry?
Well, we talk about the fact that if GDP has to grow at a certain rate, there used to be a concept of velocity of money which we used to talk about. And it used to be 1.2 to 1.3 times. Now we say this is against nominal GDP. Now we say that maybe it's come off a little bit. So that means that if you have to grow to 30 trillion, the banking system has to grow at a slightly faster pace to capitalize or ensure that that promise is delivered. And when I talked about the capability of the banking system in terms of delivering on that growth, I think it exists. So you can easily say, if you do the maths, that what it will take to go from 40 to 30 in what period of time, then the banking industry has to grow at a slightly faster pace. It has grown. I mean, the banking system was growing at least the larger banks, were growing between 15 and 20% for a long period of time before, only in the last couple of years we have seen that growth come off a little bit. But otherwise, a lot of us were growing at 18, 20% per year without too much of a problem. So I don't see, yes, the size has grown since then, but is the mid-teens possible? Yes, it is possible. I think the capacity exists, the capability exists, the technology exists. I don't see that to be an issue. Capital, I think, does exist.
Okay, capital exists, but so do non-performing assets. We've seen in the recent decade and a half, a cycle on NPAs, and clearly they happen all over the world, nothing unique about India. But as you look ahead, your sense of the borrowers and your system's ability, can we foresee a situation where we will not have an NPA shock of the kind that we saw earlier?
See, we are in the business of taking risk, and not every institution has the same thought process around risk. Everyone has depending on where they are in their cycle, they might look at risk differently. So to assume that we will not have an NPA cycle of the kind which we had where almost every bank was impacted, I think that should not happen. But will some institutions go through a deeper crisis, will take risks they should not have taken? Yes, that will happen. That's part of the cycle. And it's good for cleansing the system. Sometimes you learn the most when you make mistakes, but you also learn from mistakes of the others, and that's a better option rather than you making the mistake yourself. So in that sense, yes, we will have institutions which will make mistakes. We are seeing that even now. Some institutions make more mistakes than the others, and then they suffer in the capital markets, or the regulator takes appropriate action. And you see that happen all the time. So I don't think that will go away, but will a systemic crisis take place? I think the information system, the regulatory oversight, the fact that the bankers have learned it the hard way. Now, obviously, memories do fade away, but bankers have also learned their lessons. I don't think, at least in the next 10 to 15 years, I see this kind of systemic crisis happening. And let's look at COVID as a good example. It was not a long period of a cycle, but there were two sharp cycles which did come in the system because of COVID. And the banking system was able to absorb it quite well. I mean, I'm not saying it is completely a replication of what would happen in a systemic crisis, but at least the system got tested. And in that test, I think the banking system did quite well.
Your institution represents the effort of leading institutions in the private sector to absorb technology, newer trends, and continue to serve the customer within what is a really heavily regulated sector. Perhaps you might want to say off record, over-regulated, but I know you won't comment on that here. What, according to you, is the biggest strategic shift that the banking industry has to take? Is it to adapt to newer technology, the advent of AI, or the fact that this generation, future generation of borrowers has a mindset of zindagi na milegi dobara?
We have a systemic crisis coming if that's what is going to happen. I see some very, very smart people sitting in the front here, including consultants who have written papers on AI. So,
can I just interject and say that there are at least 50 paid delegates who've kind of paid a very decent amount of money to come and hear to people like you.
I mean, I do believe when I'm looking at, when people started, so let me pick AI as the topic first. When I started hearing of AI and started looking at what use cases people were talking about, and normally, the people who teach you first are the consultants who have actually experienced how some of these new technologies, new processes, new frameworks are getting implemented across the world. I was not that impressed. I appeared, more of talk at that time, and there were some use cases. But in last 2 years, the pace at which the new use cases are coming, and what is happening and what you can feel, touch, and I'll give you an example very soon, is just amazed me. So firstly, AI is coming. It will have an impact. It will have impact across 2 broad dimensions. I'll just keep it simple. One is obviously it will allow you to become more efficient and cut your costs in a big way, or do things where a human being intervention is not required, so you can cut costs. And second is that you can now reach to a customer in ways which you had never imagined before. So it will have both a sales and a cost impact. I'll just give you an example. We were sitting, the Axis Bank people were sitting in a dinner, and we were there. We had just developed a model for collection of money, agentic model, which could speak. And our people, bankers think very smart. So they started playing with the model and started saying that I don't want to pay the money. And it was just amazing how this voice bot which you developed, which is obviously based on AI, would just not give up. One of our people said, okay, I'll give you money on 30th of February. And she said, please, it looks like you don't want to pay the money because you're naming a date which does not make sense. And would not give up, by the way, would not give up. I think your intention is wrong, you don't intend to pay. I mean, it just went on and on. So I'm just saying that the kind of technology that has come in, it is giving answers which you can't even think of yourself sitting there, right? So I'm seeing more and more use cases across all parts of business. It is actually worrisome if that is what the model could do today when we were kind of just looking at it, sitting in a dinner. You wonder whether you need a human being at all in your collection model, because your voice bot can do 10 times better job than an individual get frustrated and start screaming, shouting, given the kind of answers some of our smart bankers were giving. So my view is AI is here to stay. It will make a huge difference. All of us are testing it. All of us have already implemented parts of it in our business. And we believe in the next 12 months, the kind of things we'll be introducing in the systems, obviously thinking through all the implications of it, would mean a huge impact on costs and sales. For sure.
Also a huge impact on future employment if there were...
It could. I mean, I don't want to go there because one will always assume that the human beings will be able to upgrade themselves and then do things which upgrade their skill set. Yes, but, I read a great article written by someone which said that a lot of people were doing accounting. In one job, if accounting was a very small part of your job, you started doing more physical work. In case of accountants, where just adding and subtracting was a small part of your job, you actually got upgraded. So depending on what kind of job you're doing, you could move up the value chain or you could go down the value chain, depending on what job or what skill sets you bring to the table. But yes, it would mean we have to change the way we think. It would mean we have to upgrade ourselves. It would mean we have to do maybe different jobs, for sure. As far as other technology is concerned, yes, I think what AI or any technology would allow you to do is to be able to take solutions, services to a customer at the individual level. If I was to explain the biggest difference the technology would make is right now all of us develop products and solutions which are meant for a certain kind of audience. It could mean millions of people and they have the same solution. These technologies will allow you to curate something for an individual customer based on how I personify that customer. And there is technology which will personify me, for example, very, very well. It will come out with needs which even I have not imagined. And if that personification can happen at that level, then obviously I will go and buy products from that firm which will be able to personify me to that extent. So that's the biggest change we're seeing. And I think all the institutions, large institutions, investing huge amounts of money in it. It is a tsunami. It will come and hit us. Now, the issue is who takes advantage of that and who kind of just gets blown away by it. So let's see.
I want to take one more technology-related question, and this is the amount of digital banking that we have seen, and if you just expand that to even digital payments that we saw post-COVID, has meant that inclusion and speed of transactions has increased. But I fear as we look ahead, there's also an increasing trend that we see of a certain set of customers, including those who are at the upper end of the age curve, not being able to keep pace with digital banking and technology and falling victims to scams, to Jamtara networks and all of that. Is that a real fear that as we go down this path, that is going to continue to increase and cause inconvenience?
Oh, very clearly, if someone is looking to fraud someone systematically and spending all their time doing that, they are obviously coming out with newer and newer ways of scamming people, and obviously the people who get scammed first are the ones who are the most vulnerable. Senior citizens, people not used to technology, etc., etc. And it is rising and rising very, very rapidly. If you hear or look at the numbers people talk about in terms of global scams of this kind, they're staggering. And it's not just India, it's all across the world. I mean, if you can set up a factory in Laos or Cambodia or whatever to run scams, you can imagine obviously because you're doing quite well. I mean, it's like setting up an assembly line of scams, right? So in that sense, yes, technology is bringing, will lead to this happening, and we have to be very careful. And I think the government is quite seized of the matter, so we're seeing a lot of activity in that area. All of us are working on it individually also. But let's also understand that if we really want to become a Viksit Bharat, if we do not reach and do, work on financial inclusion, where still a lot of people do not have a credit history, a lot of people are not able to get credit, a lot of people don't even know how to access credit or a bank account, we will not be successful. So important activity, something which all of us have to work on and use technology innovatively, is to make financial inclusion a success. It's not just about doing financial inclusion as a tick in the box. If you make it a success, include everyone in that formal economy and give them the access to what they need to be able to uplift themselves, I don't think Viksit Bharat will happen. Because otherwise, if we are assuming that a part of Bharat will be Viksit and a part of them do not matter, I think will be a fallacy in itself. So that is very important.
That's a good point. 400 million people cannot be left behind. But who should bear the responsibility of future finance inclusion? Is it the public sector banking pack or the private sector? Because currently some would argue that it's the public sector banking system which is doing the heavy lifting.
No, that's not the case. Let me give you a couple of very quick examples. All the banks, so you talked about someone getting a universal banking license, 40% of our lending has to be in priority sector. It's not that we have less and others have more. The criteria is exactly the same. And by the way, if you don't meet the criteria, your penalty, in inverted commas, is exactly the same. So it's not that you can escape it. There are a lot of other schemes launched by the government. RBI has a financial inclusion index. Government has their own criteria. They use that to assess who will get what business, from government departments and ministries if you kind of don't work in that area. By the way, doesn't stop there. State governments doing exactly the same thing. Then because there are state level committees like this. There are district level committees which are looking at what you're doing for financial inclusion in each of the districts. And by the way, you do get called by the bureaucrats in each of these areas and they demand a certain level of performance. So I don't think that in that we are being differentiated positively or negatively. Actually, sometimes you get the axe more because you're a private bank and we knew you will not do it, and see, you're not doing it. So kind of, you get penalized a little bit more. So no, I think the standards or the lens through which all the banks are being looked at is the same. We are being judged on same standards. We also realize that if we don't do it, it's not good for the country, and ultimately it is not good for you yourself also. You cannot on one side say, I'm working for the country, I want to play a transformational part in the country, it's development, and on the other side not do some of the activities saying, oh, this is not good enough for me. Yes, while doing those activities, your credit losses could be higher. While doing those activities, that you can use technology in a form and a shape which will allow you to do it more efficiently and reduce losses. That we should try, no problem. But I don't think any one of us are trying to escape from it at all. Not possible.
Okay. A broader question, and it's been my experience that bankers who lend very significant sums of money and take very high risk decisions sometimes have the best ability to, do crystal ball gazing into future sectors and growth, where will it come from. I want to ask you, look ahead for us, 5, 10 years, 15 years from now, what will be the winning sectors in this country? And I ask you this in the backdrop of deglobalization that's been triggered, India being hit by President Trump's penal tariffs, and obviously that is going to set things in motion. And many panelists since the morning here have spoken about the 1991 movement for the Indian economy. So your broader take on that subject, Amitabh.
So, sometimes our biggest weakness can also be the biggest strength. We are the largest and the most populous country in the world. That means there's a lot of demand sitting here. If we can increase the per capita income of India itself, the domestic economy itself is large enough. And that should, and we're talking about India already becoming the 4th largest economy, and it should become the 3rd largest economy over a period of time. So let's not forget that in that journey, as we become larger and larger, there is a huge domestic demand which will continue to spurt a certain amount of growth. That in itself is one big advantage which we have. So yes, we have to be worried about geopolitics, and I'll come to that in a second. But first, let's ensure that we are working on the domestic side of things, where Indian entrepreneurs, Indian consumers are consuming things of the best kind, best variety, which might be available globally, but is being produced here. Second, geopolitics. Obviously, a lot of action happening there. But end of the day, I think given the size of India, given the place of India in the overall economy, and given the role India has generally played in its history as an independent nation, I do believe that we will be seen as a country who people want to be broadly friends with. I'm not saying that, obviously we have some issues with our neighbors, but generally we are seen as a country people like to be friends because India will be a large economy, people want to sell into it, and India has not done anything to harm others. So in that sense, from a geopolitical perspective, in the short term, there might be this disruption, but in the long run, my view is that as we are signing more and more trade agreements, India will generally have healthy trade flows happening across most of the economies which matter, except maybe one or two. And if that happens, it should support India in the long run, because then I mean institutions, countries can take longer term bets in terms of they setting up facilities here, they taking advantage of whatever competitive advantage India has to offer. So my view second is that India should do well geopolitically also in the medium to long term. And since we are talking about futuristic here, I don't think we should be worried about that. Third, let's not forget the Indian diaspora. Indian diaspora is spread all over, again seen as a friendly diaspora in every country they have been. They are also becoming more and more powerful, more well-to-do. Not only they have the ability to invest back in India, but they are now leading global corporations. They are a rich set of people. And that also overall supports India's long-term growth story. Also, we still have a lot to do in terms of our food, our culture. I mean, I don't think we've done a good enough job. As we spread it across the world, I think you will see more kind of flows of people and trade happening between India and the rest of the world. So I'm very, very confident about India's place in the world economy going forward in the future. Hiccups will keep happening. Otherwise, why do we need politicians? Unless hiccups are not there. We have to keep the world excited. So it's okay.
Why do we need politicians if hiccups were to happen? Okay, let's try and talk about some reforms in the broader macro economy that you would like to see, and harking back to the point about 1991 movement. From your standpoint, what are the key reforms that you think can ensure that our growth remains stable and in fact faster despite the export dip that we might see?
I would say the biggest thing which India has to do now is to seriously improve the ease of doing business. I think we talk, I don't know what other...
Can I interrupt you here? Every single session that I have done today, and my audience here will bear me out on this, everyone has said that. So, Amitabh, you join that.
Yeah, and for me, ease of doing business is not some, big reforms. I think most of it is in place. For me, ease of doing business is the friction at the low level. I mean, where real decisions, day-to-day decisions are getting taken. That's where the friction is the most. The hassle, the irritation, the delays which are happening, anyone at any level down below, 5 levels below, can make life of entrepreneurs, consumers miserable because they can slap some law, throw some procedure at you, which you have no clue about, right? They can be reinterpreted. People can go and change the past for you. People can definitely change your future. So I think stability, clear clarity on what the laws are, ability of people to change the rules on the fly, all that, if that can be changed dramatically, I think India will go to a completely different level. I think some states get that, and that's why just because of that small difference, they're able to do better. Imagine if some state was able to make ease of doing business so good that people will just not go anywhere. They just want to go there, right? And you hear this talk amongst businessmen that I'm going to that state because there my experience was good. Even though there they had a lot of friction, but it was much lesser than maybe friction in some of the other states. So I would say ease of doing business for me is reducing friction dramatically at where the real decisions are getting taken, not the macro ones. the real decisions. Small approvals, day-to-day approvals, stuff like that. That's where the problem is.
Absolutely. What you are really saying is that the things that could be done from the top and that were stroke of pen decisions have been taken, structural reforms have happened, but it's really, and this is what our urban life is also, cleaner streets, that's also a reform that we need. Okay, as we wrap this up, and I don't know how much more time we will have, but in this entire room, I'm sure there are many borrowers, particularly home loan borrowers, and let's say the cost of money for the average home loan would be what, 7.5% right now?
Yeah, it's the cheapest loan available, yeah.
Okay, so there goes my question, because what I wanted to ask him was, will the cost of money for retail borrowers, I'm not bothered about fat cat industrial borrowers who run up massive NPAs, will the cost of money for retail borrowers go down? What will it be 5 years from now? 2, 3%?
I don't know what margin will make. I just withdraw. I just withdraw whatever I said to you about capital. But I think at these, cost of borrowing, I don't think it is coming in the way of anyone's decision on buying a house of a certain kind. Because people, you might take loan for 15, 25 years, but the average tenor of the loan is not more than 3 to 4 years anyway. Indians like to repay quite quickly. So for 3 to 4 years, let's keep it 5, that 2%, yes, does make a difference. I'm not denying it, but I don't think the cost is going to go down to that level. But even if, let's say, the 30, 50 basis point difference is not going to make a difference to your decision making.
Okay, the reason I asked that question
Trust India, go and buy a bigger house here.
Okay, buy
and
bigger
borrow
house.
more from us.
Because to end this session, if you're looking at India being an advanced economy by 2047, we have seen the experience of advanced economies where home loan or borrowing rates generally are in the 2-3%, and that question came from that perspective. You want to make a quick one-line comment?
Well, let's see whether we get there. We are still a developing economy, long way to go. So whether India can afford those interest rates, I don't think it's happening in the next 3 to 5 years. Over a period of time, we can develop economy. Yes, very much possible.
As always, thank you very much for being such a sport and joining us here today at the India at 100 Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaudhary. May I request you to please stay back while I announce the invitation of Alok Nair to please come up on stage, CEO of Business Today, to please present a token of appreciation to our guest. Let's have a photo op. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled The Gen AI Q. How will India power its AI future? Generative AI is redefining everything from how we learn to how we work. But will India lead the AI revolution or merely consume its outcomes? This session dives into India's data strategy, AI skilling, ethical frameworks and local innovation systems, and what does it really take to build trustworthy, inclusive and globally competitive AI systems that are rooted in Indian realities as well. For this session, I'd like to call upon stage our next set of guests. Let me call upon stage Mr. Ganesh Gopalan, the CEO and co-founder of Nani AI. Let me also welcome on stage Mr. Saurabh Kumar Sahu. He's the MD and lead of India business at Accenture. And let me also invite on stage Mr. Subramanian Udyatman. He's the Director of Advanced Technology Solutions, Fortinet. Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, MITI, CEO of India AI Mission, also to join in. And to moderate this session, we have with us Aba Bakaya Consulting Anchor. And we are just about to start. Over to you, Abha.
All right. Thank you for your patience with a little bit of logistics there. Great to have all of you on the panel together. All right, let's dive right in. There's just so much talk about where we're at in the AI journey, what's coming our way. We've got, ChatGPT and Sam making all kinds of statements. We're talking about India being the next big market and taking over really a lot of the demand. Where are we placed in the midst of all this to really tap into this huge opportunity? Let me start with you, Ganesh.
Well, I think India has always been placed well in the software world, and AI is going to be no different. As a country, and a lot in the media, we tend to be obsessed also with LLMs and all the big things that we hear in the market. The huge opportunity in the industry is going to go beyond LLMs, going to go beyond, I would say, what's more interesting to talk about. It's going to be about solving problems in industry, in government, for India, for the world. And I have absolutely no doubt that India, or rather Indian companies, are going to be on the forefront. Key reason is, here's where the talent is, and you can't compete with talent.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a moment, but let me first get an opening comment from Mr. Sahu as well.
Yeah, thank you, Abha. How many of us use some form of AI in our lives? Quick show of hands. So we are pretty well placed. Almost everyone in that case. India attracted close to about $1.5 billion of investment last year or so on AI. So that way, I think from both external as well as internal perspectives, we are reasonably well placed. I think the pace of growth can definitely improve for us to get there faster. You look at any kind of revolutions or waves that have happened so far. Take the computer science, the computer revolution, take the digital revolution, cloud. India has always been a cradle of talent. Even in AI today, we are a huge supplier of talent to the world. I think the time has come for us to be our own huge consumer of talent. Right? The more we consume AI, the more we create AI and create those companies which can be those marquee lighthouse AI companies in the world, then I think India will be very well placed. We are getting there. A good collaboration amongst the academia, private-public partnership, and startup ecosystem, they all come together and they improve the pace at which we are investing in creating AI for our own, for consuming it. I think we should get there soon.
All right. Subbu, let me talk to you about how this impacts enterprises, because there's a level of risk also involved. How are enterprises gearing up in terms of implementing AI, understanding how it can both benefit them as well as where they need to perhaps mitigate their risks?
Absolutely. I mean, today when we talk about AI, while we speak a lot about the opportunities, obviously there's a lot of risk about AI. And the risk comes from both the sides. There is an outside risk and there is also an inside risk. Like, for example, when we did a survey, we found out that 74% of the organizations had already faced an AI-generated attack. And out of which, only 15% of them were confident of handling those attacks. So that's the outside risk part. The inside risk is that, something that not a lot of them discuss that outside today. Let me take an example. Like over a weekend, I was just doing something and then I was going through a particular technology, reading through it, and then one of our partner technologies. And I just thought I'll give a call to the product manager who I know. So I gave the product manager a call and asked them, hey, I was just going through your technology. I saw that it has something like this, but I don't find any documentation. Can you give me some more information about it? And there was like a stunned silence. And then he said, it is there in my plans, but I haven't published that in roadmap yet. How is it that being an outsider, you already know about it? And that's because an engineer in his team had already deployed an AI engine which had access to what they were doing and was already publicizing something that has not even been published internally. That's the inside risk. So when we speak about risk, it's both outside and inside. And organizations really need to be geared up to face both. So that's where, to the outside risk, you can't throw people at the problem anymore. You're not going to be able to stop or mitigate those risks by throwing more people. You will have to use AI to mitigate that AI risk. When it comes to internal, that's a much bigger discussion to be had, because you're not going to shut the door on AI today. People are going to use AI, whether you like it or not. People have access to those engines like he has. Look at the number of hands that went up. Everybody's going to use AI. The prudent thing to do is to regulate the use of AI rather than stop people from using AI. So the adoption has to increase, but at the same time, it has to be regulated.
So lots of interesting opening points. Mr. Singh, thanks for joining in as well. Let me bring you into the conversation in terms of how India is positioned in the AI innovation landscape, and also how we are capability building at this point in order to keep up with the rapid change as well as competition.
As was being mentioned, people will use AI. And why will they use AI? For the same reason for which I and you use. We use it for doing things easily, for making us more efficient, for being able to do more. If I have to analyze a 600-page document in less time, I can use a Gen AI tool to summarize it, get the high points, and be able to do my things better. So agentic AI assistants are becoming part of our lives. And if they are making us efficient, they can do the same thing for people in various domains. So whether there's a farmer who can get information, timely information with regard to what he should do, a small businessman who can do inventory management, who can do stock, who can do price prediction, who can do modeling with regard to his business. So almost every domain, or whether it's manufacturing for quality checks, for ensuring that we are able to price our product in the right domain. So it will have value in all domains. So given that and the way the industry is growing and adopting and across the world, we do believe that given our talent and given the engineering workforce that we have, India has a big role to play. And Indian startups can take advantage of the emerging businesses that are coming up. To do this, when the government looked into it, we tried to see what is it that's stopping us from matching up to where China is or the United States is. So we did realize that there were certain gaps in our AI story, which included lack of compute infrastructure, lack of sufficient data sets, funding opportunities for startups. So the AI mission was conceptualized to address these gaps. So like today, we have made available 34,000 GPUs at a very low cost of less than $1 per GPU per hour, so that all researchers or academicians or businesses or startups who are building AI applications can access compute at a low cost. We are building AI Coach, the datasets platform, which will make datasets from all domains, from public sector, from private sector, made available in an AI usable form for training models or building applications. Similarly, we are providing tools for anonymization, privacy preservation. We are hosting models on AI Coach, which can help people use it as a sandbox or a playground for building AI applications. Funding for startups, skilling initiative. So all of it is being taken up under the AI mission. And we do hope that with the policy support from the Government of India and the participation of the private sector, we will be able to catch up with the best in the world.
All right, Ganesh, let me bring you in on that and build on some of the points that Mr. Singh made, because there are gaps in the story. And do you feel with the adequate support from policymakers as well as private sector participation, it can be filled?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thanks to the India AI mission and Abhishek Singhji and his entire fantastic team. For example, we were one of the selected winners of companies who are going to build some of the foundational models. So what we are building is something called a voice-to-voice LLM, right? We were already recognized by NVIDIA and some of the other companies, one of the most unique companies to build this for. So what we needed, so we had the architecture in place. So we had, we had the talent, which already built some of the, other IPs in the AI space. So what we lacked was compute, and compute at the cost that companies in, say, China and various other parts of the world were getting. And I think the government has stepped in the right manner to say that, this is going to be the fundamental or one of the key problems that companies are going to face. And, let's try to solve that. And, we are looking forward to using this compute, right, and to develop the best systems possible from a fundamental product perspective to build not only for AI, for India, but also for the rest of the world. So I think it's an amazing thing that we have started. The fact, what I like about this whole piece is that we have identified the key pain point, and that is the biggest pain point is compute today.
Saurabh, would you like to come in on that as well in terms of the pain points, as well as let's bring up the whole aspect of having ethical AI, and this is also a huge debate. Is there a way to manage that as well?
No, absolutely. Again, thanks to Abhishek and the Indian government, and the Indian AI mission, entire policy and structure has been very articulately drafted. very well conceptualized. Compute was a base layer of infra that was required, which I think Ganesh very clearly alluded to say how it is being set up very well, because that's a framework on which the entire AI consumption will take place. I think a couple of points before I come to the ethical AI point. I mean, it'll be a little bit of a traverse to say no, we don't need ethical AI. So obviously the answer will be yes, we will need it, and I think the time has come. But having said that, I think first is that, can we create a truly global Indian AI company? Right? So I think we have been asking that question for manufacturing companies, for consumer companies in the past, but can we truly create a globally relevant, a giant of an AI company from India? What does it take? Right? I think all the ingredients are now in place. It's just important to get the right set of ingredients in the right combination to put it together to create that. The government, I think, is taking a lot of steps in that space. The private sector has to also step up and then to move towards that. Secondly is, AI is one of those unique technologies where I think the technology is moving faster than the skills. Right? So I always keep giving this example when James Cameron wanted to do Avatar. He had the concept and the story and everything, and he waited 10 years for the technology to match up, to actually create all of that vision in place. Unlike today, where I think the technology is moving faster, so the ability to create the right set of skills which can be therefore used for consumption of AI will be again very critical. So can we make AI as ingrained as a part of our education policy, our curriculum that we follow in the schools from at the primary level, so that you essentially have digital AI natives being born, and then that's what happened with computer science. I mean, it became mainstream, and therefore that's how the next revolution happened. Coming to ethical AI, I think simply put, any technology needs to be governed well, in the right framework. It should not be constraining. It should essentially be moderating enough so that we use it for the right applications. I think again with that, I sit on a panel with the Department of Telecom, which has also taken up this initiative to look at responsible AI for India as a country, and framing the right set of policies as well as guardrails to create it. At the end of the day, it boils down to, if you're doing the right use cases in the right constraints in place, and I think the ethical AI will take care of itself.
Okay. So building on that as well, with Gen AI, you've got content, crime, all kinds of things that it can sort of churn out, it can create code. How do we manage some of the issues around security? So,
yeah, I mean, while we speak about ethical AI and responsible AI, there is also another part of AI, which is we call it as general adversarial networks, the GANs, right? The GANs have no boundaries. They have no guardrails. So anybody can use the GANs to create malicious codes. It can be used for crimes. Today, if you look at most of the phishing, emails are AI generated. In fact, to the extent that they can learn how a person communicates from their social interaction and mirror that. So it would be very difficult for a user to say a phishing email apart from what a normal email from that person would look like. So that's what when I talk about AI generated threat, that's what I talk about. Right? It's going to be very difficult for a normal user to differentiate between the two. And that's where, once again, you can't just throw people at that problem. You can't just think of cybersecurity as a guardrail. You can't just think of cybersecurity as a parapet wall around your organization. You can't even think of it as just a competitive advantage today. You'll have to think of it as a culture. Cybersecurity has to be engraved at every step of the way, to the extent that nobody should be able to say that it was not my job. I'm just a developer, or I'm just a guy in finance. Cybersecurity is not my responsibility. Cybersecurity has to be everybody's responsibility. It has to be engraved into the culture. One is having the awareness amongst the people, and the second is using the AI again. It's using AI to secure the AI attacks again, and that once again comes with its own risk, and that's something that I would say organizations have to consciously take a call. Whenever you invest on something, you will have to consciously understand that risk before you invest.
So what are some of the real world cases, Mr. Singh, where we've seen AI being implemented across areas like governance, agriculture, education, also perhaps to create a more inclusive impact, for the greater good? Are there such instances that you can share with us? Because I know we're all using ChatGPT to make our work easier, but are there deeper examples as well?
There are many. And in fact, if you look at one fundamental use of artificial intelligence, Gen AI is one part of it. For example, natural language processing, which is allowing us to build a tool called Bhashini, which I believe some of you would be using. It allows speech-to-speech, text-to-text, and speech-to-text translation seamlessly. And what it does is that it makes application, information and services available in all Indian languages. And very often, if you look at our digital story, we are very proud to say 90 crores, 900 million people in India are connected. But when we say that, we also are saying that 500 million people are not connected. What will it take to connect these 500 million people to the digital economy? It will require services in all languages, and more importantly, it will require voice-enabled services. Imagine a farmer, if he has to find the price of a particular commodity in the local market. One option is that he can go to the enam.gov.in or download the enam app or navigate the CAPTCHA therein and then search for masoor ki dal Agra mandi mein kitni chal rahi hai. How many farmers will actually be able to do that? So instead of that, imagine he just goes, just like you talk to the Alexas in the series, says masoor ki dal ki Agra mandi mein kya qeemat hai? And if he gets the reply back in his mother tongue, that will be very powerful. So we tried that out with the speech to text and the Gen AI APIs. It works. Then we also said that if it's like voice input and voice output, then it can work even on a feature phone on a toll-free number wherein somebody can just call a number and get this information back. So what we are trying to build with the company that we have selected for our LLMs is to build up a voice LLM, which will truly empower people at the last mile. A poor woman living in a tribal area or somebody, if she wants to find a solution for diarrhea, for example, India, still people die of diarrhea. We don't have a counter like COVID-19 had, but it's a real problem. So if people don't know how, and they don't have access to a specialist doctor, can she call up a toll-free number and say that mere bacche ko ye problem hai, kya karu? And if she gets that advice back, it can be lifesaver. So what we foresee is that there will be many use cases of this kind. Many are already in place at pilot stage. There are AI applications which can help diagnose tuberculosis. Like, for example, looking at the X-ray machines, and the solution I have found is better than many usual, the average radiologist, the outcome of the average radiologist, this AI solution is better than that. So we have hospitals across the country which have got X-ray machines but don't have qualified radiologists. Can we deploy these tools there? Similarly, there are AI applications with which you can diagnose breast cancer. AI applications with which you can predict floods, with which you can predict extreme climate events, with which you can build personalized language plans for students. It can become like a tutor which can be patient with the student and keep on answering even stupid questions. Teachers in the school get bugged, and most public schools in India, the best schools, they teach with when they believe that the front row students are the brightest 5 kids, say, yes ma'am, they go forward. But the average kid may have questions which they will not answer, or they will think they'll shut them down. But there are AI tutors on which the average child can keep on asking questions and learning. So that kind of learning today possible with AI. So in almost all domain for children with learning disabilities, like dyslexic kids, they need sometimes tools with which they can read text in a larger font. So there are multiple AI applications in healthcare, in agriculture, in climate change, in governance, in education, which can really, really benefit students.
All right, some great examples there. Small and medium enterprises, taking from something he said as well, how do we ensure that AI can really benefit their growth? Because a lot of these plans, are talking about consumers or large companies. What about the SMEs?
See, I think, firstly, I think the biggest game changer for SMEs is going to be AI, right? Look at it this way, what are the options that are available if you're an SME, right? You have an enterprise software or you have a SaaS software. Sometimes both these things are too much to solve their particular problem. Sometimes all that they need is an AI agent which is going to solve their specific need and which they can pay for on a usage basis. So the world is moving towards an agentic model, and in an agentic model, the SMEs are going to be definitely benefited in a big way. And for example, we have agentic models where we have a platform called India, and what we do as part of this platform is that you don't need to consume an entire piece of software. For example, if there's an SME his biggest problem is like, say getting new customers, he can just use this particular agent of the available library and only pay for usage. So it's no longer paying for subscription, it's no longer paying for entire software. Just when he uses that software, he has to pay for it. So this is going to be a real game changer for SMEs.
Closing comments, Saurabh.
I think, I keep saying this always, I think AI stands for artificial intelligence. AI also stands for Atmanirbhar India, in a way, right? I also extended to say Accenture India, but we will take it some other day. But having said that, I think as a nation, we are at the cusp of essentially saying, can we use AI to be the no longer an emerging economy and to be one of those established Viksit economies in the country, in the world. In the current geopolitical scenario, we do understand that economic power is important. And having said that, therefore, can we really use AI to truly be Atmanirbhar? I think that is where we are at, and hence the results for that.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Round of applause, please, for our guests. Thank you.
Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our guests, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we would like to invite on stage our honorable guest, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to please be up on the stage with us. Let me also call upon stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief for India Today, to join him on stage. Also, Mr. Siddharth Jarabi, if you could walk up onto the stage. We are now going to be having the unveiling of BT India at 100 list of 100 reform ideas with Honorable Minister right here on the stage. Yes. And now for the unveiling. May I please request Honorable Minister to unveil the Business Today India at 100 edition. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May we have the physical copies as well? Let's take the cover from the Minister, please. Let's have a nice photo op. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Business Today India at 100 list of 100 reform ideas for the journey to Vikasit Bharat by 2047. And now, we will now be looking forward to our next session, that's Navigating the New Trade Order, India's Strategic Playbook. Thank you so much, KP ma'am. In a world where global supply chains are in a flux and trade rules are increasingly shaped by geopolitics, India faces both a test and an opening. This session will examine how the country can chart a clear course through shifting alliances, rising protectionism, and the new age trade disruptors such as digital commerce and sustainability standards. And for this session, we have with us Mr. Siddharth Sorabi. On stage to moderate this session also is Mr. Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor at India Today.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. Namaskar, Piyush ji. Thank you very much for joining us at what is clearly a pivotal moment, not just for the Indian economy, but for the global economy. And you made time despite your busy schedule and have come here straight from Parliament. So thank you very much. What we want to do, and Gaurav and I hope to navigate with you a set of questions that explains to our audience here, as well as those who are tuning in all across India Today platforms, what the new trade order is going to look like and how and what is India's strategic playbook. And before I get into some of the questions, I want to relate to this audience here my own personal experience. After years, I got the opportunity to go out on a reporting trip with Piyush ji to Sweden. And one of the things that I realized in that hall of people, that there were 1,000 people and the biggest industries that you could think of, including companies who have been investors in India for well over a century. And the amount of interest that that event had, and a photo of with the Commerce and Industry Ministry of India. I have been on previous such reporting assignments. I have covered commerce, but usually I haven't seen that kind of interest. So I wanted to tell the audience this. And I want to begin from there. If that is the level of interest and interest towards investing in India, how do you see the engagement with the world as we stand at this pivotal moment?
Thank you, Siddharth. But before I go forward, just 2 data points. One, I want to thank you for this outstanding initiative to suggest 100 big ideas. This is exactly what we are looking for. This is the need of the hour today. And before coming here, my last meeting was with CII, where I was asking them for exactly this thing, that what should we do so that we prepare India in the Amrit Kal, in our journey to Viksit Bharat, to make life easier for businesses, to make it enjoyable to do work in India, for making it easier for the lives of the common man. And we want any and every idea to come on the table. We want to have out-of-the-box ideas. We want to have outlandish ideas. We want to experiment with the bold. And thank you so much for this initiative. Truly appreciate it. The second point you just mentioned was you were thanking me for sparing my time. Maybe that thank you should go to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress. Because with Parliament not functioning as it should be doing, with debate and dialogue and discussion on bills, raising issues of public interest, taking up issues of concern, discussing the very sad tragedy in Uttarakhand, discussing ways to make India grow faster and better and bigger, working together for a better future for the children of India. We find them disrupting Parliament, making fake narratives, exploding a bomb which probably never took off. Probably just like the Pakistan attacks on India. The Congress comes up with arguments which have no, as they say in Hindi, na sir na pair. और ये इतने दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि पार्लियामेंट जो फोरम जनता ने दिया है, जनता के वोट से हम चुन के जाते हैं, उसमें हमें बजाय कि जनता के समस्याओं का, जनता के विषयों का, देश के भविष्य की बात करने के, हम पूरे समय डिसरप्शन और डिसऑर्डर ही देखते हैं. तो एक प्रकार से धन्यवाद उधर जाना चाहिए. बट टू योर क्वेश्चन, world keeps evolving. International trade keeps finding new pathways. And what we are seeing today is possibly a churn that is bound to happen over every few years. Over every few years, new countries come up, some countries go down. This is a part of history of nations. And I think this is India's time. ये भारत का समय है. और अब जो मेरे आँख के सामने दिख रहा है, जिस प्रकार से कल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उत्साह दिया है पूरे देश को, जिस प्रकार से पूरे देश का मनोबल बढ़ाया है, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने देश को आह्वान किया है कि अब ये देश झुकने वाला नहीं है, किसी के सामने घुटने नहीं टेकने वाले. अब भारत के किसान हो, भारत के पशुपालन के साथ जुड़े हुए लोग हों, हमारे खुदरा व्यापार हो, हमारे छोटे उद्योग के लोग हों, सूक्ष्म या लघु उद्योग से जुड़े हुए उद्यमी हों, अब इनके हितों को चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं. भारत अब देश के चिंता करता है, जनहित और देशहित प्राथमिकता से संभालता है, और ये नया वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में भारत का स्थान रहने वाला है.
आप इस नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की बात कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री का आपने जिक्र किया, और प्रधानमंत्री ये कहते हैं कि जब भी कोई उन्हें पत्थर मारता है तो वो उस पत्थर को पायदान बना देते हैं और आगे ऊपर चढ़ते हैं. इस समय जो भारत को पत्थर मारे जा रहे हैं उसको आप किस रूप में देखते हैं? क्योंकि लेट्स टॉक अबाउट थ्री बिग डेवलपमेंट्स वेयर यू आर लाइक अ मैन ऑन अ मिशन. You've concluded a deal with the United Kingdom. You're concluding a deal with the European Union, and you recently said it's so near and yet so far. And of course, there is the United States of America, 25% plus 25% imposed. How do you look at आपदा में अवसर here?
पहली बात तो मुझे तो कोई पत्थर दिख नहीं रहे हैं ऐसे हमारे सामने. मुझे लगता है कि देश का मनोबल भी बहुत ऊंचा है, बहुत प्रबल है, और देश में सामर्थ्य भी बहुत है. मैं आपको 2-3 उदाहरण देता हूं जिससे आपको भी ध्यान में आएगा इस देश की ताकत क्या है. आप याद करिए 1999 को एक पूरे दुनिया में खलबली मच गई थी that the sky is going to fall on the world's head. And I'm referring to the Y2K moment. 31st December 1999, 12 midnight, the whole world had assumed and were convinced, all the Western developed world, the very so-called evolved and intellectual people, were all convinced that on 31st December 1999, 12 midnight, all systems will crash, which they call the Y2K bug. और ढेर सारे लोगों ने हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्चे उसकी तैयारी में. तभी अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार थी. अटल जी ने इसको अवसर देख लिया, पूरी हमारी आईटी इंडस्ट्री को सहयोग किया. तभी आपको याद होगा सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क्स आए थे, STPI, अलग अलग प्रकार से इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट भी किया और साथ ही इंडस्ट्री को छूट भी दी. सरकारी इंटरफेरेंस आईटी सेक्टर में एकदम खत्म कर. न्यू टेलीकॉम पॉलिसी लाई जिससे डिजिटल कैपेबिलिटीज भारत की बढ़ी. और उसके बाद कुछ होना तो था नहीं. भारत के लोग तो समझदार हैं. हमने ऐसे कई मिलेनियम देखे हैं चेंज होते. हमारा इतिहास तो हजारों साल का है. तो भारत में किसको चिंता नहीं थी, पर हमको अवसर मिल गया. हमने अवसर का पूरा फायदा उठाया और उधर से आज तक हमारी आईटी इंडस्ट्री ने पीछे नहीं देखा है. आज $300 बिलियन की लाखों लोगों को नौकरियां, भारत को इतना बड़ा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज अर्निंग, एक बड़ा सेक्टर खड़ा हो गया. इसी प्रकार से कोविड को देख लीजिए. कोविड में भी तो दुनिया ने भारत को राइट ऑफ कर लिया था. कई लोग तो सोचते थे यहां भुखमरी से ही लोग मर जाएंगे. कई लोगों को था कि यहाँ पे तो वैक्सीनेशन संभव ही नहीं है. $30 का एक वैक्सीन था, $30, और वो भी हम जब खरीदने को तैयार थे तो दे नहीं रहे थे। बोलते हैं कि एक्सपोर्ट कंट्रोल्स नहीं थे, लेकिन इनडायरेक्टली रेगुलेशन से वो अपने आपस में ही, अमीर देश आपस में ही बांट रहे थे। भारत में इतना सामर्थ्य था कि ना सिर्फ हमने वैक्सीन अपने खुद का बनाया, उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यहाँ पे की, उसका शोध यहाँ पे किया, नवाचार इनोवेशन यहाँ किया, और मैंने तो भारत बायोटेक का वैक्सीन लिया। माय वाइफ टोल्ड मी कि मेरे बच्चे भी और मेरे पेरेंट्स भी, दोनों ने बचपन से भारत बायोटेक के वैक्सीन यूज किए, तो हम भी वही लेंगे। तो भारतीय है, अपने भारत के खुद का शान है, और हमने भारत का ही सिर्फ नहीं 250 करोड़ वैक्सीन लगाए मुफ्त में। दुनिया के 100 से अधिक देशों को मुफ्त में वैक्सीन दिया। गरीब देशों को जिनको और कोई वैक्सीन नहीं दे रहा था, भारत ने दिया। दुनिया में लोग, और ये मैं आई विटनेस अकाउंट्स बता रहा हूं, न्यूयॉर्क जैसे शहर में डिपार्टमेंट स्टोर्स वैंडलाइज हो रहे थे। यूरोप के कई देशों में सड़कों के ऊपर शव पड़े हुए दिखाई देते। भारत में एक व्यक्ति भूखमरी के कारण नहीं गया, नॉट वन डेथ ड्यू टू स्टारवेशन in the worst pandemic the world had ever seen. And every state has confirmed this in writing to me. Not one person has died because of starvation. 80 crore people got twice the ration, which means trains ran continuously, which means logistic systems ran, which means our farmers produced. आखिर हम आत्मनिर्भर बने हमारे किसानों के, अन्नदाता के सामर्थ्य के ऊपर, which means electricity was available round the clock. Because our trains are now running on electricity, 95%, almost 90-95%. If electricity companies ran, the coal mines ran. Keeping social distancing and all the COVID protocols,
right,
we converted COVID to an opportunity. तो जितनी आपदाएं आप लोग को दिखती हैं, उनको सबको ले आइए भारत में। भारत एक प्रकार से सीता मैया की तरह और अच्छी तरीके से उभर के, कोई अग्नि परीक्षा हो जाए, भारत इसमें विनर ही निकलेगा।
अग्नि परीक्षा हो जाए, भारत विनर निकलेगा. This is calls for a round of applause. But Piyush, I want to ask you, since you connecting previous challenges with how we dealt with it, how do you think we as a nation will deal with this challenge of deglobalization and how the trade order is being completely dismantled? And what do you think is the playbook going to be? How are you going to tackle this, including these penal tariffs on India imposed by the US?
I don't see any deglobalization. I see countries restructuring their trade routes and their trade partners. And I'm quite confident this year, India will do more exports than we did last year.
And you already have mitigated, all factors put in place. BRICS becomes stronger?
Well, I think these are questions you should ask the Honorable Foreign Minister. But I can only talk about trade and commerce. India's exports in the current year will be more than they were last year.
Piyush ji, how do you describe the state of India's economy, particularly because someone called our economy a dead economy recently?
कौन सी पिक्चर का गाना था, समझने वाले
समझ गए
और ना समझे? I think it's so sad. The whole world is looking up to India. The whole world recognizes us as the fastest growing large economy. We are contributing 16% to global growth. Our inflation is amongst the lowest in the world. Compared to other emerging market economies, our currency, our foreign exchange reserves, our stock markets, our macroeconomic fundamentals are the best. The world recognizes it. You said so yourself. during your visit with me. The world wants to come and work in India. The world wants to work with these 1.4 billion young, dynamic, enterprising, aspirational Indians. They recognize the talent, the skill that young India has. So India's got a very bright future. I think parroting a negative narrative by the leader of the opposition is a matter of shame. I condemn him for that. And frankly, the nation will never forgive Mr. Rahul Gandhi for this kind of very, very demeaning comments about the great story that Bharat is demonstrating to the world.
You know, you recently concluded a very positive trade agreement, as they say, with the United Kingdom. With the EU, if we were to get into some specifics, because you said so close and yet so far. So how do we speed up to get that yet so far, you know, bridge the gap? और ये जो negativity लोग फैलाने की कोशिश करते हैं, dead economy type, हमारे ही देश में अगर parrot करें उसको, does this have an adverse impact overseas?
First of all, negotiations are done in the negotiating room, so we won't be discussing negotiations and negotiating strategy here. But I think any such statements like the one we referred to will automatically die if people like your channels, and you claim to be one of the highest viewed channels, right?
The highest viewed, the
India
best.
Today group. If you stop showing this fake propaganda, and if you stop giving time to such negative stories or negative mindset that some people display, automatically this will be a dead issue. And as regards the foreign countries or other countries in the world, they go by facts and figures. They don't even recognize the gentleman you were saying is making these disparaging comments, despite being the leader of the opposition in India. I think somehow he has made up his mind that all his life he's going to remain in opposition.
Piyushji, I want to turn the attention of our audience here and those who are tuning in currently to the broader vision with regard to our playbook for global trade. I think in the last 1 year, you must have maybe had conversations with 24 countries for global trade or more. So if I were to ask you by 2030, 2035 or 2047, what would be the shape of India's engagement with the global trading blocs, and how many free trade agreements would we have? Just one quick point. You have made it clear to us how the previous round of free trade agreements was with economies that were still developing and how you are now pursuing a developed strategy. Can you give us that overview?
Well, I think India today is much stronger, much more self-confident, much more respected. We have a decisive leader. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is amongst the tallest leaders in the world, most respected. We have today a country which produces the highest number of STEM graduates every year. We have a country which is already growing at 6.5% a year, which will only get better in the years to come. We will, of course, have trading arrangements with other nations with whom we have complementarity rather than doing trade agreements with countries done as was done by the UPA, which really didn't help Indian business as much as it should have. Whereas on the contrary, if you see our trade agreements, even business today and India today could not find fault with it, despite your best efforts. So UAE, Mauritius, Australia, the four-nation EFTA bloc, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, UK. We are in dialogue with many other countries, Oman, EU, US, Chile, Peru, many others, New Zealand, many others want to start engaging with India. So today the world recognizes the strengths of India, recognizes our demographic advantages, recognizes what 1.4 billion aspirational Indians bring to the table as demand. An aggregate demand that India has is a huge market. Why else do you think everybody is vying up to do trade or have better market access in India?
Do you think, sir, that trade deal with the United States is still possible?
As I said, we don't do negotiations in the media stage.
लेकिन जो आपने भारत के किसानों की बात की, you spoke of our farmers and our dairy, you spoke of the Prime Minister's, resolve. उनका एक चुनाव से पहले 2014 से पहले भी उन्होंने कहा था, सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा. क्या एक साजिश है, क्या एक प्रयास है देश को झुकाने की, भारत को झुकाने की, या all your trading partners they respect our sensibilities on agriculture?
मेरे भाई, आज तक ऐसा कोई नहीं आया है जो भारत को झुका सके. असंभव है.
कोशिश करते हैं.
कोई लाख कोशिश कर ले, भारत को कोई नहीं झुका सकता.
Okay, you said that we couldn't find fault, and I'm not asking you this question to find fault, but to address some concerns that we have had. And during this event, sir, we have had sessions where a couple of points were raised. One, with regard to the UK deal specifically, that we have given them far too much access, including access into government procurement. That's point number one. The second is that for certain sectors, including, for example, alcohol, there is again, India, according to that view, has given far more than it should have. What would you say to these two specific?
In fact, whoever gave you both these comments needs to go back to school. As regards your first point on government procurement, we have obviously opened up a large government procurement in the UK for Indian entrepreneurs. So it's a two-way traffic. Whoever it is, if he thinks that everybody should open their markets to India and India will not do anything for them, is living in a cuckoo's world. And in any case, what India has done is protected all its MSME sector and the privileges or the priority given to MSME sector. That's all entirely protected. And we have only agreed to allow UK companies to be considered as a class 2 supplier, not class 1. Whereas in return, there's a social value regimen in UK which would restrict Indian companies from bidding in UK government procurement. That will not be applicable anymore. So effectively, we've opened up a larger opportunity for India's businesses in UK's public procurement. That's to your first question. The second question is absurd. And in fact, it is these narratives which has held back India for the last 25 years. This UK trade deal has taken almost more than 2 decades to happen. More than 2 decades of lost opportunities. Mark my words, lost opportunities. 2 decades of lost opportunities because this silly attempt to not allow alcoholic beverages to come to India. Now, mostly what UK exports are Scotch whisky. That's a GI product. It is made only in Scotland. There's a limitation to how much they can make. It's a labor-intensive industry. There's a very high cost of labor in those regions. Scotland probably more than UK also. Or rather, I mean, more than the London or the England region. And already, if you see the statistics, more Scotch whisky comes into the country through the duty-free shops at the airports than actually imported as Scotch whisky. The total import of Scotch whisky is probably 2,000-3,000 crores. Can you believe it? 2 or 3,000 crores is the total import. And that also largely comes in bulk, which means it is bottled in India. It adds business to our bottling plants. It adds business to our blending plants or whiskey making plants. Jobs are created in India. And instead of spurious liquor, there's a joke going around, I don't know how far it's true, and I have no way to verify it because I don't drink Scotch whiskey. But I'm told there's more Scotch whiskey sold in India than is produced in Scotland. I think you must have heard that. So would you rather not have that we open one or two sectors like this and in return get more than 99% access? Mind you, friends, more than 99% access, preferential access, in most cases zero duty access to a large market like United Kingdom, which is almost as big as the Indian market, with a per capita income of $50,000. People spending money at that level. What is ये कोई घाटे का सौदा दिखता है आपको? 2-2,500 करोड़ की मार्केट सेव करने के लिए हमने 20 साल लगा दिए ये ट्रेड डील करने में. कितना हम एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते थे 20 साल में? लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को नौकरी मिल सकती थी. हजारों कंपनियां खड़ी हो जाती. एंटरप्रेन्योर स्टार्टअप्स को कितनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलती. इसका एक प्रकार से उस टाइप की नकारात्मक सोच का ये परिणाम है. So I think it's an absolutely wonderful deal. Whoever has studied it, any economist, any newspaper, any editor, they have all appreciated that it's a win for India in a big way. In addition to that, what we have negotiated was beyond anybody's imagination. We have about 1 lakh people working on short-term visas in UK. And that number keeps growing. You are aware of that?
Yeah.
I'm sure, Siddharth, you are aware that the social security payment of these largely young people who work in UK, mostly in the IT sector and other areas, 12.5% is deducted from the employee's salary, 12.5% is paid by the employer. So 25% of your salary used to be paid to the UK Treasury. And since you didn't stay there for 10 years, which was a minimum period to get pension, that money was gone forever. These people never got any benefit out of 25% of that person's salary. They're all Indians working there. Now, and most of them go for 2 years, 3 years, short period visa. Now for 3 years, this entire money, instead of being paid in UK Treasury, can be deposited in the Provident Fund account in India, which will earn 8% plus tax-free interest for our youngsters. And that money will be yours. It will not be taken away by the UK Treasury. वो आपके बुढ़ापे का सहारा बनेगा. वो आपका सोशल सिक्योरिटी बनेगा. तो देश का कम से कम 8-10 हजार करोड़ रुपया इसमें बचाया गया. अब बताइए घाटे का सौदा है कि वो 2000 करोड़ की स्कॉच विस्की पे 150% लगे. वो स्मार्टर सौदा है.
नहीं वैसे और भारत में भी वो जो स्कॉच ड्रिंकर्स और जिन ड्रिंकर्स हैं वो तो बहुत खुश है.
आप भी उसमें शामिल हैं.
लेकिन क्या इस बहुत बढ़िया डील का फायदा उठाया जा सकता है कि जो इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स हैं वो वहां बैठ के स्कॉच और जिन ना पीते रहे और मतलब हमारा मजाक ना उड़ाते रहे.
मैं ट्रेड डील करता हूं. बाकी प्रोसेसेस अपने दूसरे लोग देखते हैं.
लेकिन यही जो भारत की शक्ति है इसका हम लाभ उठा सकते हैं. द विजय माल्यास, द नीरव मोदीज एंड दोस 31 प्लस.
पूरा इसके ऊपर चर्चा भी रेगुलर होती है. लीगल प्रोसेसेस के हिसाब से अवश्य ये सबको लाके न्याय दिलाया जाएगा.
दैट शोज भारत की शक्ति
100%
कि हम किसी आगे झुक रहे नहीं है.
तो आपने देख ही लिया.
Piyush, since we are talking about, and you said that you are the commerce minister and therefore a trade negotiator, you've been to Harvard and clearly you know a thing or two about deal making. What I want to ask you here is, what are your tips to all those people, and there are a lot of people from business and I'm sure many more who are watching us live right now, who would want to learn a couple of tips from you, maybe the top 3 tips about the art of deal making?
No, then let me clarify, I'm a dropout. I had only gone for a OPM program, which Kali has also done, but she's successfully completed and graduated. I'm a dropout. I could only do one module in 2000.
Many dropouts are billionaires in the world.
I think what matters most, and this is for the young people who are listening into this program, what matters most to be successful is to be sincere, is to be honest, is to be upfront. And remember in life that a deal can only work when it's a win-win for both. It can never be a lopsided, one-sided relationship. If you respect the other person, you receive corresponding respect. And I think success in deal making is entirely a result of sincerity, sincerity of purpose, sincerity of objective, and honesty in your dealings.
And we don't let any external power decide who our friends are, who we go to, who we deal with.
Boss, I know you're a veteran journalist, but I'm no rookie either.
True. नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा एक प्रश्न और भी था आपसे, और apart from all these pressures, आपने deal की बात की, हम लोग जब विश्व में जाते हैं, so people talk very highly of India as a democracy, but then within our country there are those who say elections are rigged, election commission is rigged, election commission works at the orders of your party. Does that take away from the strength of our democracy? How would you respond to those?
I think, these are such absurd comments that they only deserve to be condemned and not even responded to. B, जब हम कोई फल लेने जाते हैं या कोई दुकान में कोई भी चीज़ देखते हैं या डायमंड माइनिंग कोई लोग करने जाते हैं, तो एक खोटा सिक्का तो सब जगह किधर ना किधर निकल ही जाता है. अब कोई एक व्यक्ति अगर समझ के बाहर हो, जिसकी समझ इतनी छोटी हो, अब उस कारण तो मुझे नहीं मालूम है क्या है, उसके ऊपर हमें समय व्यर्थ करके देश को कोई लाभ नहीं होने वाला. पीपल हैव ऑल्सो गिवन अप, और उनकी खुद की पार्टी के लोगों ने भी उनके ऊपर उम्मीद छोड़ दी है. तो दे हैव डिसाइडेड कि हमको जीवन भर अभी ऑपोजिशन में रहना है. हो सकता है कोई नए युवा लोग अभी भी सोचते होंगे कि कभी ना कभी उनको नंबर लगेगा, पर ये परिवारवाद के रहते तो शायद वो भी संभव नहीं होने वाला है. तो ऐसी स्थिति में मुझे लगता है अब देश ने मन बना लिया है, अब विकसित भारत की तरफ बढ़े. ऐसे सब ये साइड क्या बोलते हैं इसमें, साइड शोज के ऊपर कोई टाइम वेस्ट करता नहीं है. अनाप शनाप झूठे आरोप के ऊपर कभी राजनीति नहीं चल सकती. इस प्रकार से भारत की इंस्टीट्यूशंस को रन डाउन करके कभी देश का विश्वास नहीं प्राप्त किया जा सकता. झूठे आरोप लगाने से कभी कोई सिद्धि नहीं मिल सकती है. और इलेक्शन कमीशन तो पूरी दुनिया की शान है. आज दुनिया भर में लोग भारत के इलेक्शन के प्रोसेस को देखकर ताजुब करते हैं कि इतना परफेक्ट सिस्टम, इतना बढ़िया सिस्टम भारत जैसे देश ने इवॉल्व किया है. फेयर, फ्री, और वास्तव में अगर एक लाइन में देखें तो वो जिस प्रकार की बातें वो कर रहे हैं वही तो रीज़न है कि SIR करना पड़ रहा है. तो अगर कोई डुप्लीकेट वोटर है, समझो मैं मुंबई से आता हूँ, मैं दिल्ली शिफ्ट हो गया, अगर मैं दिल्ली में भी रजिस्टर कर लूँ तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने चेक तो करना पड़ेगा ना कि मैं मुंबई से डिलीट हुआ हूँ कि नहीं. अगर आई हैव लॉस्ट बोथ माय पेरेंट्स, अगर उनका नाम नहीं निकला होता तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का जॉब है कि वो देखें कि कोई गलत नाम तो नहीं है. अगर कोई बाहर से आके भारत में बसता है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उसने एक फॉर्मल प्रोसेस से भारत का नागरिक बनना पड़ेगा, फिर उसको वोट का अधिकार है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन अपना काम कर रही है, अपनी नौकरी निभा रही है, अपना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल दायित्व, संवैधानिक दायित्व को निर्वहन कर रही है, हमें रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए। और ये फेक नैरेटिव के आधार पर, अदर देन योर चैनल, मैंने तो किसी और को दिखाया भी नहीं, देखा भी नहीं दिखाते हुए। आपको हेडलाइन नहीं मिल रही होगी तो आप अपना वो दिखाए जा रहे हो। कोई शायद अच्छी हेडलाइन मिल जाती है आज मेरे से तो ओवरराइड हो जाता है।
आपसे बहुत अच्छी हेडलाइंस भी मिलती है और हम हर चीज दिखाते हैं सर, हर पहलू दिखाते हैं।
नहीं, पर फेक नैरेटिव्स दिखाने का बीड़ा उठा रखा है क्या? आप कन्विंस्ड हो क्या वो जो कह रहे हैं? तो फिर आप मेरे से सवाल पूछिए, किस हिस्से में आप कन्विंस्ड हो? कोई तो हिस्सा बताओ उस एटम बॉम्ब का जिसका कोई प्रभाव हुआ हो। आप मुझे पूछिए स्पेसिफिकली, क्या चीज में आपको लगता है कि उनके नैरेटिव में सच्चाई है? आई चैलेंज बोथ ऑफ यू, एक तो विषय बताओ।
Well, I think we'll leave that challenge for some other time.
मतलब you don't have anything to say. And if you don't have anything to say, the least a responsible channel like yours, where people like Raj Chengappa are also editors, will sift the truth from the fake narratives. Fact check करते हो ना आप लोग?
बिल्कुल
जरा इसका भी fact check कर लीजिए।
Piyush ji, we are out of time, but just one question, and I wanted to take this, and this is a very unique feature of one of the recent trade deals that we have done. Massive amounts of committed investment that will happen into India. I just want you to take a minute to explain that before we end.
Friends, see, earlier we used to do free trade agreements, and we used to think that duty concession is the only element. हमारे गुड्स उनके देश में ड्यूटी फ्री जाए, उनके गुड्स हमारे देश में ड्यूटी फ्री आए, लेकिन या प्रेफरेंशियल ड्यूटी पे आए। ड्यूटी फ्री हर एक बार तो नहीं होता है, कई बार प्रेफरेंशियल ड्यूटी होती है। तो अगर हमारी नॉर्मल ड्यूटी 40% है, अगर हम 30% किसी को देते हैं तो हम प्रेफरेंस पे उनसे माल ले रहे हैं। पर अलग अलग देश की परिस्थितियां अलग होती हैं। जब एफ्टा कंट्रीज से हम नेगोशिएट कर रहे थे, 4 देशों का समूह, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो, भारत आज $4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी, एंड वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग लार्ज इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। हमारे पास 140 करोड़ लोगों का डिमांड है, हमारे पास युवा शक्ति है, हमारे पास एक निर्णायक नेतृत्व है। वो शोले का किसका डायलॉग था? दीवार का डायलॉग। मेरे पास माँ है, आपके पास क्या है? आपकी इकोनॉमी तो इतना स्लो ग्रो कर रही है, आपके यहाँ पे तो एजिंग पॉपुलेशन है, आपकी इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर करके शायद 2047 तक डबल हो जाएगी, मेरी इकोनॉमी 8 गुना हो जाएगी, $32 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होगी। तो मुझे क्या दोगे जिससे विन विन सिचुएशन बने, जो आपने सवाल पूछा था? हाउ डू वी बैलेंस बेनिफिट्स ऑन बोथ साइड्स? मैं मेरे मार्केट में आपको अगर आपका सामान बेचने दूं, और वैसे उनके यहाँ से जो सामान आएगा वो तो हमारे हितों का ही होगा, टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, जहाँ तक डेयरी है, एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स है, राइस, व्हीट, ये सब तो हमने खोला ही नहीं है उनके लिए, सब प्रोटेक्टेड है। किसानों के हित, पशुपालक के हित, हमारी एमएसएमई के हितों को संरक्षण पूरा रखे। तो मैंने कहा हमें क्या मिल रहा है? तो वो भी फॉक्स थे, कभी आज तक हुआ ही नहीं है कोई, देयर इज नो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट इन हिस्ट्री जिसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट कमिटमेंट विदाउट अ बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटी, और ऐसा कमिटमेंट कास्ट इन स्टोन कि अगर वो इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेंगे, भारत में नौकरियां नहीं क्रिएट करेंगे, तो मैं उनके ड्यूटी कंसेशन वापस ले सकता हूं। आई हैव अ क्लॉबैक क्लॉज। तो ये 4 देशों ने कमिट किया है कि भारत में $100 बिलियन यानी 8.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए वो भारत में एफडीआई यानी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च, फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज, आईटी, ऐसी ठोस चीजों में, इसमें स्टॉक मार्केट इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं इंक्लूडेड है, वो एफआईआई इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है। foreign institutional investor. FDI investment 8.5 लाख करोड़ की कमिट की है, जिससे डायरेक्ट जॉब्स 10 लाख होंगी. और जब 8.5 लाख करोड़ का FDI आएगा, तो कोई इंडियन पार्टनर साथ में होगा, वो निवेश करेगा, कोई लोन लेगा, इकोसिस्टम डेवलप होगा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप होगा. यानी मेरा अनुमान है 50 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट इस एक FTA के माध्यम से आने वाले वर्षों में भारत में आएगा. 10 लाख जॉब्स तो डायरेक्ट होंगी, पर अगर डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट मिलाएं तो 50 लाख नई नौकरियां भारत में बनेंगी. और ये 1 अक्टूबर से ये लागू होने वाला है. फ्रॉम 1 अक्टूबर EFTA एग्रीमेंट इज गोइंग टू कम इनटू इफेक्ट, और उसके सब लाभ आप सबको मिलना शुरू हो जाएंगे.
Piyush ji, thank you very much for explaining that and taking us on a journey as to what our trade engagement will be at a pivotal moment for the global economy as we move towards 2047. Thank you very much for your time and for giving us all those headlines today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Can I please request you to stay back on stage while I request Ms. Kalipuri, Vice Chairperson of India Today Group, to please present a token of appreciation to our honorable guest here. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate your presence, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Piyush Goyal, huge round of applause. And now, let's move on to the next session. This session is called Built in Bharat, the Rise of Global Scale Corporations. From startups to scale-ups, India is home to a new breed of companies aiming for global impact with Indian values. But what does it really take to build enterprises that are ambitious, enduring, and ethical? This session explores founder mindset, governance, and navigating growth in uncertain times. Can Bharat truly become a global incubator for world-class corporations? For this session, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Manish Sharma, the Chairman and CEO of Panasonic India, to please come up on stage. Let me also invite Anshuman Magazine, Chairman and CEO of India, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa for CBRE, Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director, Akash Healthcare, Amit Gosain, the MD of Kone Elevator India, and to moderate this, let me invite on stage Shalini Chopra, Founder, Gayatri, and Shri the People. Warm welcome and huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session.
Good evening, everyone. I think this session is titled appropriately right after Mr. Piyush Goyal talking about the potential of reciprocal relationships with countries that are more supportive than United States at this point. This was exactly the subject of discussion in our green room just now, so I'll go straight into that. Let me start with you, Anshuman. We are talking about double tariffs in a matter of few weeks, but also the fact that we all look inwards and talk about the great India consumption story. Are we calling this the great India consumption story ahead of its reality check, or do you truly think this demographic dividend is willing to pay?
See, first of all, what Mr. Goel just talked about, and I was thinking we were talking about it just before, that India is in a very strong position. We've got 1.4 billion people, we've got huge consumption. The whole world needs our economy, our country for consumption, and there's actually no other country with this kind of population. But which is all true, but if you really look at it from the other side, our per capita income is quite low. So this perception of huge consumption and a huge market is only partially true as far as I'm concerned. Because till the time our per capita income, which is about $2,000 per person, if this was $10,000 per person, which is still, we are not at any of the higher, richer countries, I don't think anybody would have dared to put tariffs on us or try to bully us, As simple as that. So yes, we do, our biggest strength is that we have this population and consumption, but till the time we at least don't increase our per capita income by 5 times, we are not a real, we don't have any real leverage.
That's a good point and an honest one. Manish, you manufacture in India for some time now. Give us a sense on the ground. It's always been a story about whether India is really the biggest buyer, or are you also looking at India being the hub to other continents outside of the United States today?
So we have to imagine our position in the global ecosystem such that it is unconventional. And you spoke about do we have a potential to become a hub? I believe that we have to make ourselves hub part of a network which is a hub and spoke network, which essentially means that we have to collaborate with consumption-led economies. For example, imagine if we have to look at exporting products out of India, the conventional way of looking at that is that manufacture and assemble those products in the country and export it to those economies. But the second way to look at it is that go backward in the value chain, do sub-assemblies, establish assembly capabilities out of other economies which say have free trade agreements with other countries. For example, Egypt has a free trade agreement with a lot of European and African countries. So can we leverage on that and export sub-assemblies out of our country? Yep. That is what I mean when I say that we have to look at unconventional models. And I'll just quickly take 30 more seconds in making reflection on the first question which you asked, Anshuman. Of course, if you look at different times then, when say China got out of being emerging to say walking towards being a developed country, there's a threshold of then $3,000 per capita, which potentially is $3,500 per capita, which is the threshold where a potential unlock happens for the demand. So in that sense, our country in specific for electronics might be just about 2 to 3 years away from that unlock.
That's good. I like the emphasis on the reality on the ground when it comes to perceived demand and real demand. So let me get you in, Amit. You look at a lot of innovation at your company. This is an opportunity for innovation. Every time there are barriers to entry in parts of the world, it does put pressure, but it also creates an opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. One of the things is, of course, India is technologically very advanced. So while we look at the per capita income and all that, but technologically we are there because we have a big IT sector, not only in India, but Indians working outside. So innovation is one thing that we are very good at. And if you look at, for example, my industry, which is the elevator industry, the government is now introducing a new code, which is the European code. Therefore, the products can now be exported, which is the elevators can now be exported to Europe. So there was a little bit of a limitation before, because that was not export worthy at one stage, but now they can be. And if you see the quality of the product that India now produces, including my industry, that's as good as anywhere in the world. In fact, some of the products that we say is much better than rest of the world. We produce products which are better than Europe and even America. In fact, coming back to tariffs, we export machines to America from India. And with this tariff, I think, one opportunity which I'll just go back to your first question to Anshuman. This tariff issue, we export to America some machines, but now we can look at other countries. That gives us the opportunity to scale up and look at other countries where we were not looking at.
I like the way all of you are following my diktat on giving headlines on tariffs. Good job done. Coming to you now on the healthcare sector. If one looks at any space where India has had the signs of leadership, it's healthcare. I think you were mentioning how India could be the hospital to the world because there's so many people coming in. There's medical tourism that's flourishing. Put the spotlight on what we are seeing as a built-to-scale story in India.
So, well, for last 2 decades, gradually the India is catching the eye of so many countries for seeking quality healthcare. And earlier the story started with the low socioeconomic and developing countries, Africa, CIS, and Iraq, and leaving aside the affluent market. But now, if you look at even the Western world, those people are also trying to, see better options, cheaper option. And since the quality of the clinical talent which is here, the skill, the nursing, India is largest exporter of nursing to across the world. So if they are finding, and as the infrastructure in healthcare is improvising, startups coming in and increasing the technology bit in the healthcare, I think the overall ecosystem is very attractive for the entire world, not just the poor countries. And to a simple example, in NHS, to even get an MR, you get a 8 weeks waiting time. Here you get in within 30 minutes and fraction of a cost. So insurance company across the world was driving the business in Western world. I think they're also looking towards India. They're happy to fund the travel, stay, and yet they save a lot of money at the bottom and then get the quality at par with Western world.
So quick follow-up question, as been building in the health tech sector for some time now, one of the biggest challenges is increasing skills and retaining this skilled staff in our own country. As you talked about how we're literally the nurse to the world. How do we fix that? How do we retain people?
So gradually that's also changing, especially after the COVID, there was a splurge of nursing staff going out in bigger numbers than ever. But if you look at the clinical talent, in fact, I am seeing so many doctors coming back from UK, settling in India, because now they find their quality of service and they're able to deliver the same level, they get the same kind of infrastructure. They are ready to leave Cleveland, Mayo, and come back to their roots and try and serve, and yet make a similar amount of money because the cost of living would be much lesser, and coming back home is become an added advantage. So India, I don't think that, I would call it reverse brain drain in healthcare, which was, US was the hotspot 20 years ago, but now things are changing. In fact, looking at the way the Indians are, at disadvantage in Western world. Sure. I think India is looking very attractive, not only for patients, but also for the healthcare talent, which is working outside India.
Okay. Anshuman, let's pick that. One of the big bets in India remains its ability to leverage its both intelligent and growing professional labor force. Where do you see that play out, particularly in the interest of moving away from potentially dependent markets like the US? Do we see a bigger play in Europe, in Africa, emerging to emerging markets?
Absolutely. I think our biggest strengths are people. I would say this is our oil, but oil needs to be refined. And I think our challenge would be, next 25 years belong to India. There's no other country on the planet which can say that it's going to grow for next 25 years. So India has huge potential. The only risk is people. And we do need to do, that's a long discussion. One end, there's a huge unemployment. On the other hand, we don't get people. Everybody says we've got more than 1 billion people, but still when we go out to recruit, you don't get the talent. So we really need to do something on skilling, education, whatever it takes. It has to be revolutionary, because right now the only thing keeping India away, of course there are 100 other issues, but I see that we are in a good advantage, like for our business and others. Market is not the challenge, it's the people. If today I could get, and I'm sure I can see someone from KPMG here, if we get people, we can increase our business by another 10%. If you go to Europe, their challenge is they have the people, but they don't have the market. So in spite of being in that advantageous position that we have the market, people will remain a challenge, which is, of course, no doubt, it's our biggest strength, but we really need to do something to where we can skill our people and make sure we can grow at the pace we need to.
Adi Godrej said this famously to me once, that we don't have an employment problem, we have an employability problem. But I'll just try to move to tech from labor. And Manish, bring you in. we are all looking for India to become a next generation industrial hub, which means we're talking semiconductors, we're talking about building manufacturing capability for many of these fabs here in India. In your business, what is a next generation business going to look like over, let's say, the 3 to 5 year horizon?
I think for us to be ready for the next generation, embracing digital convergence both in products and processes is necessary. And I call it an obsession. Like if you look at the decade gone by, we have focused a lot on, say, semiconductors. I mean, of course, if you look at the opportunity, last calendar year, we did about $130 billion of domestic electronics manufacturing. And 2030, a structured study reflects we are looking at a 425 billion odd. And last year, the local value addition was 24%. We are looking at taking this up to 45. Look at the compounding impact. From a $30 billion, we are looking at $160, $170 billion of domestic value addition happening. We can afford to keep semiconductor happening when it has to happen. There's a lot which can be done. We can build laminates, PCB bare boards. We can populate PCBs in the country, discrete, active, passive components. So I think those are the low-hanging fruits. So I believe that for us to be ready for the next generation, one, adoption of digital convergence, we have to make our factories as automated possible, as connected as possible, precipitate real-time insights to deliver real-time decision-making.
Surprised no one said AI yet, and so I'll get to Amit with that. Amit, what's the role of tech in your business at this stage, and how rapidly is it transforming?
You know, it's technology is huge. I think, and AI is the buzzword today, but AI is one thing where we can excel. I think I read somewhere the data today is that by 2028, almost 80% of the companies will use AI, even the smaller ones, which means India needs to take the lead in that technology aspect. And today, if you look at my organization, we are actually using AI for everything, mainly for safety. When you think about elevators, if anybody's been stuck in an elevator for 2 minutes, it's like 2 hours. But you know, I'd say that AI is now being used to predict failures, for example. It predicts failures before it happens so that the technician can go and fix it. Similarly, in automobiles, AI can be used, it's already being used in IoT, can be used to fix cars before they fail. They can be used for traffic management, for both horizontal and vertical transportation. I heard Nitin Gadkariji this morning, the minister, he was talking about accidents, etc., which happen on the road. You can actually use AI to see where the traffic movement is and how to use the traffic movement much better. So India, I think, can use technology and can lead in a big way, and that will be the differentiator.
Ashish, I'd like your inputs there, because health is seeing AI usage, particularly in a country where inequalities are vast between borders and coasts. How can healthcare leverage it?
So I think in all 3 waves of COVID, you saw millions and millions of teleconsults happening, and suddenly everybody realized that there's so many things which can reach home even without coming to the hospital, and all the underserved areas, even the primary health clinics, health ATMs, and so many other concepts. And very recently, one Indian company, SS Innovation, they did the robotic surgeries from one place to the other country. And they've done more than 400 now, including cardiac surgeries, gastroenterology, and neurological.
And there's now an AI-based stethoscope as well.
And radiology, and they are using AI. They don't need a radiologist. They just need the system software to assess the disease. They are picking up the disease much in advance as compared to a trained radiologist. And even in infertility, somebody has really used an algorithm to achieve conception in people who have not conceived for 20 years, because that AI could find out the most motile gamete, and they could infuse the fertility. So there are many advantages in every field. I think orthopedics, neurosurgery, everywhere we are seeing handful of AI startups. And overall, if you look at the picture, I think we are able to do a surgery, an Indian surgeon doing a surgery sitting in India, for Africa, for any other country. In an entire day, they have a list from various countries. That's not too far.
Great. Anshuman, we have 3 pillars that every organization, and presumably everyone sitting here is thinking about, which is scale, sustainability, and responsibility. How do you see organizations, not only yours, but as a nation, come together and focus on this?
You're talking about scale?
Scale, sustainability, and social responsibility together.
Those are all very apt titles for everybody, especially the large corporations. Yeah. Scale, I would say, what we have seen in last 5 years, I've not seen it before. We are, if you look at the GCCs coming in fact, leaving GCCs out, Indian companies, our business, we used to work with 90% of the companies or multinationals. Today, more than half our clients are Indian companies, which I thought would not happen in my lifetime. So the scalability of the Indian companies, forget the GCCs and multinationals and service companies, is significant, I would say, and it's going to rise going forward. Sustainability is talked to death. It's really important. We are seeing today what is driving sustainability is also the clients, the occupiers demanding, or the users demanding that they would prefer to invest in real assets, in companies for which sustainability is a priority. So the awareness level, what has really changed is the awareness level in our country for sustainability, for technology and other things has gone up exponentially. And I think this is a good news, and what he was also mentioning, we will have that huge advantage of leaping in development thanks to AI and thanks to technology.
Let's keep that theme on and talk about what challenges should we gear up for. And Manish, maybe you can start on that one.
So I think we are just about, as I said, couple of years, if you look at categories, air conditioners, we are 7.5% penetration ratio in the country, huge potential. Last year, we would have done 12 million units of production in the country. Comparatively, China would have exceeded 120 million annually. So I believe that it is around the corner. You look at another very strategic category, CCTV cameras. We are roughly about 12 cameras surveilling per 1,000 people. China comparatively is about 260, 270 odd. Last we took a check on that. That is the kind of potential. And on scalability, I think we are just around the corner. And when it comes to sustainability, I think of what we have done in last 10 odd years, a lot of policy interventions, we are kind of ready. We are top class when it comes to energy efficiency into products. The quality standards which we operate are globally ready. So I believe that it's a matter of time when we potentially unlock to be ready to be globally scalable out of our country.
It's a good point. Amit, I want to just ask you that. So essentially where we are today is that we're waiting for demand to get unlocked in India in a serious way. Is that the right assessment?
I think, we were just discussing our economy is growing at about 6.5%. Should it not be growing at 8-9%? We've always, with our kind of country, I think it should grow much faster. But yeah, the potential is huge, and I think we have a big consumption economy here. From my industry, if you look at real estate, that's doing really well. You look at infrastructure, that's doing really well. And I think we are all very happy because things are moving up, but can it be done better? Yes. I think there is a lot of scope for our economy to do much, much better. To leverage our consumption economy within the country much better, introduce technology which is for India, and then things will happen because then you can export and make it more competitive as well. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's a good point. I have 2 minutes left. That leaves you 30 seconds each. And my question to each one of you, I'll start with you, Ashish, is that what's the one thing you and your industry could do in order to lift India from the 6% to an 8.5%, 9%?
I think, first of all, by keeping more and more people healthy and out of hospitals, that's going to keep them economically viable. And other thing is trying and, getting 2, 3, and 4 areas into the network of healthcare, trying to reach out to those areas, because currently healthcare is so much skewed and focused in metros.
That's right.
And you get 10 cardiologists in 1 kilometer, whereas if you go to Tier 3, you would not have even a single one in the entire zone. So that is a big disparity. I think that has to be addressed, not just at an individual, it's at the global level, government level. We have to, PPP modes have not picked up so well. Government still has to look at 75% of the private healthcare which is being served. I think those fruitful associations will drive more healthcare and better penetration across all the sectors, all areas.
Okay.
So that's what I feel.
Skilling people. I think that's the most important thing. The more people you skill, more employment. I think that's the #1 task right now what's required.
Amit?
I think I'll just say that it is making people more employable, which is skilling people in the right way. And therefore, this is not the job of the government alone. I think the industry should open training centers to train people for specific jobs. And that's most important for India, so that more and more people can become more employable, like you mentioned.
It's always good to turn the compass at yourself as well, and that's a good thing. Thanks, Manish. Your turn.
Yeah, so I think we have to rise to the occasion, and while we continue to stay focused on making sure that we assemble whatever gets consumed in the country, we have to shift that to a mindset which is more design-led manufacturing happening in the country. And second is, I think in this whole process, while we rise to this occasion, we have to look at democratizing technology. Only then we'll be able to take leverage of the potential which exists.
Yes, I'll just add that not just democratizing technology, but also increasing the demographic that actually earns and contributes to that demand growth. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Really appreciate. Built in Bharat, looking at scale, but looking at it from within the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for that very engaging conversation, and thank you Shelly. May I please request each of you to stay back. I'll also request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please walk up to the stage and present each of our panelists with a token of appreciation. Let's pose for a photo op, please. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. Let's move on to our next session. Our next session is titled, When Will India Have a $1 trillion company? Now, can India build a corporation with the scale and staying power to really match the world's best? This session unpacks what would it take from capital to regulation to tech to talent for India to create $1 trillion enterprises. What sets enduring institutions apart from high-flying valuations? A sharp look at ambition, leadership, and economic scale. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to request you to put your hands together for Mr. Romal Shetty, CEO of Deloitte South Asia, to please come up on stage. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Siddharth Zorabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Good evening once again, and a very warm welcome to what I'm very interested in as a topic. Building a company out of India, and in fact, the session before that also relates to this, that will be a $1 trillion company. Now, that's just to capture the headline, but I'm sure all of you will understand this sentiment, and my guest is someone who understands this subject very well because he's one of India's topmost consultants and knows the pulse of industry and corporations like perhaps no one else. Romal, welcome once again. I want to begin by getting to hear from you your understanding of this aspiration that we believe fits in with the $32 trillion economy target, because if we are going to grow 8 times, obviously our companies will grow equally. But what are the ingredients that are necessary at this stage to aspire for a $1 trillion Indian company?
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you for inviting me. I mean, today there are in the $10 trillion or $9-10 trillion companies, pretty much majority of them of the US. One is Saudi Aramco. So some key ingredients, I think. First is, if you look at innovation or R&D spend, we probably spend 0.6%, whether on the government or in the private sector. If you look at, for example, top Microsoft or NVIDIA or somebody else, would probably be closer to 10% is what they would invest of their top line. If you take countries like Israel and South Korea, they would probably be 6.5%. So we're 0.6%, Even China would be about 3.5, 3.6%. So one, I think, is clearly R&D and innovation, I think, spending. Second, my view is also in terms of product and platform plays. So what I mean by that is, and to give an example, and you can extend that. If you take NVIDIA, everybody understands is obviously a chip company, is making chips, and everybody wants to buy those chips. But what NVIDIA is really doing is creating platforms where either you could build AI models, you could build GPU-based data centers, you could, for example, create omniverse platforms of factories. So they're not selling a chip, they're selling a platform. And that's what is really causing the valuation. It's not just the chip, right? So I think that is the second thing which I think is extremely important. Third is branding is extremely important. If India decides to be a $1 trillion company only for India, it's not going to happen. India has to do for India and India has to do for the world. So I think branding is very essential, right? So if what we've created with UPI, with great branding, can it become that tool across the world, right? And not just across a few countries. So I think that is the one that I would say is important. Fourth is also the global south as a market. You have to look at the upper value chain everywhere, but also you have a 5 billion population in the global south, and something that the Prime Minister and everybody else has also been talking. It's a big market, but it's not tapped. And of course, per capita income and others are also lesser, right? If that is an area also we look at, then these are some aspects of creating a $1 trillion company.
Creating a $1 trillion company is not just like a flat aspiration, because if a company were to reach $1 trillion, imagine the impact it would have on the economy, on jobs, on the level of innovation, R&D that you spoke about. Let's now turn to another critical element on this journey. What are the sectors that can take us to that target of $32 trillion? What will drive India's future industrial growth?
Yeah. So Siddharth, now there are a few sectors, but let me just take an example of energy as a sector, right? The energy needs of the world, with now what's happening with just AI and Gen AI that is coming in, is probably going to be more than 10 or 20 times more than the current energy level. So people are saying today you need small nuclear reactors to now start coming into mainstream production. So not just having large scale, this thing, but small nuclear reactors to do it. And if that kind of energy consumption is not going to be easy at all. So energy, whether it's renewables, hydrogen, all of those, I think that is going to be significant. Tech as a sector, because what's going to happen is you have now agents, you have agentic, Gen AI, you have quantum coming in, you have physical robots coming in. So I think the tech world and the connected devices, you've always covered telecom, you know that, but this is truly if there are 8 billion people, but you're talking about maybe 100 billion devices connected to each other. So clearly that is an area. And I would also say in some things, right, for the $1 trillion economy, $1 trillion company, as India, we've always been doing something that somebody else has already done. Semiconductors, even AI, we're doing, and we're good at it. But today in the new areas, let's take quantum. Can India be that which is really, in terms of quantum will come, and sometimes bets can fail, but if quantum can succeed, it can do many, many more things. So can we be the front runner of quantum? Can we be the front runner in space? And I talk about space because today rare earths is a big challenge. We know that rare earths pretty much, there are very few countries that dominate rare earths. But think from space and from meteorites, you can extract a lot of these rare earths. And one meteorite has enough for the whole world. We have many, many meteorites across the world. So can we do things? So these are the areas, new age, whether it's space, whether it's energy, whether it's areas like quantum, will really make a big difference.
You spoke about, going global, and that's not a journey that is new. It's happened for pretty much many, many years. There are storied Indian corporations that have gone overseas. And in this edition of Business Today, we reflect on the Indian MNC as we call it. But I'm going to ask you, can we crack global markets without ensuring that value creation also shifts to India and we get that home base advantage, possibly like a China? Or do you think there's a different model that will evolve and needs to be explored?
No, I think the value creation can definitely happen out of India, and it should happen out of India, because I think that is what will make. But for me, the most important part is, there is capability at what I call as at a corporate, at a promoter level, at a CEO level and others. And frankly, having worked across more than 40, 50 countries, the capability that we have right at the top is actually quite phenomenal. We really have very, very strong capabilities. The second question is that if you want to go global, you will have to focus on how to brand. And I think that is an area that is not taken as seriously as probably some of the other areas. So branding.
We had the creator of an Incredible India on a session earlier today, and he made this pointed remark that don't change that brand because it's going to stay. But since you said that, I interjected to give that as an example of brand building in the larger national context.
Yeah, because if that is something, and as I say, right, just let's take UPI, phenomenal innovation. But I think it would also need a brand building to take it across to every country in the world and replace a lot of other things. So Indian companies will have to focus on that if you have to truly go global. And it is an area that I think does need focus. Of course, you need many other things. You need to be the first off the block. You need to be more innovative. But branding is critical as well.
Romal, we are talking at a time when global trade has been thrown into tumult. We had Minister Goel answer that question, but my question to you is slightly different. Having worked and known so many industries across India and in your larger footprint in South Asia as well, what do you think is the immediate impact that is going to happen on account of what is happening with the US for us, and how should Indian industry come out of this?
It is always a difficult, because the trade wars is okay as long as there is certainty. Whatever is the rate, the rate may be high. As long as there is certainty, people can still plan and think through what they want to do. But when there is not so much certainty, it may go up, it may come down. That becomes a bit of a challenge. But the way I look at all of this is, necessity is the mother of all inventions. So if you are forced, right, because of the tariff wars, you are going to struggle with a particular market, then, like I said, Global South, is that a market that you need to open up significantly? Look at newer avenues, look at newer ways of doing things. So my view is innovation and constraints will force innovation. And India has done well in constraints, has always done well in constraints. So I think we will figure out our way during this whole crisis. But it is okay. I don't think we need to be overtly worried and say that everything is going down. I think even the trade wars, what is happening, I think it's a question of time. It will get okay.
Let's turn to another subject that you know very well yourself, which is technology. And I was struck by this statement by Sam Altman that India is the largest user base for ChatGPT. We've seen that in countless other sectors, particularly in social media, where India feeds into mass numbers and gigantic numbers. Should we feel happy about this development, or should we feel a tinge of sorrow that we have not been able to develop product companies in the technology space of the kind that perhaps OpenAI is?
So if you obviously look at the United States and all the big tech companies, a lot of it is powered by Indians only. So the products, while of course in India we may not be building as many products, but it is being built in the US. So there is clear capability there. And the OpenAI one, of course, not just the users, but even in the paid user segment, I look at everything as an opportunity. The paid user segment, India is among the top 4-5 countries, if I'm not mistaken, for OpenAI, right? Which is quite phenomenal.
Because you have to pay in dollars.
Yeah, we're paying in dollars. That means that's an opportunity for our companies as well to say that those kind of models can work. But the movement towards, we've been tremendous in services, and I think, we can clearly say we are world-class in services, but the movement towards product plus services, I think, because it's a very interesting combination. It's beyond just the product. The product plus services is a niche segment, and I think that is a segment that we need to focus on and build more for the world, and give enough, whatever incentives, everything else to build that in India.
1999 gave birth to the Indian IT industry of the size and shape that it is today, $300 billion plus in revenue. That was Y2K. But a lot of people now say that 30 years, 35 years of good profits, understanding the whole globe, working across practically every country, yet Indian IT seems to be at the crossroads with the advent of AI, and the entire model is under question. If you look 30 years ahead, will there be an Indian IT industry of the kind that we see today even left?
My personal view is that the Indian IT industry will be even more significant 13 years rather than now. And there is this view that, okay, AI comes in, agentic comes in, and all of software and everything else you'll not need people. That's not the way. That's not the case. You'll still need people, because you will be building software and building custom software for a lot more different things. Newer business models are going to come in. So you will need people. And the only thing which I would say is, as Indian IT companies, where I think the one journey, in the services journey, they have moved, they will, even on the AI, my view is that we have moved ahead. We may not have all the products. But in terms of just building product, you need a different mindset. You need a different set of team to build things. And it takes time.
Why haven't they been able to do it, despite all the free cash that they have on their books?
If you've seen the kind of growth that we've had, we've continuously had growth for year on year, right? And when you have that kind of growth, your focus is to say, okay, where are we growing, and to continue there. Now, these take time. And it's not that the companies have not built products. They have built products. Some of them are reasonably successful as well. But these take over a period of time. But a mindset is very different for a product and a services company.
That's a very important point. And why I asked you this was because I'm connecting back to our topic of a $1 trillion company. Because when I asked myself what could possibly be a $1 trillion company, it can't be a commodity company. It can't be an oil company. We don't have that. Not a gold mining company. I thought that the answer would be an IT company, but there is serious doubt in many good analysts about the future of Indian IT. Should we be very pessimistic, or?
No. The base programming skills, the base logic skills of building something is in India compared to anywhere else in the world. So, as I said, it is not, even with agentic, it is not that all coding will stop, right? Of course, it will fast track things. But like I said, I mean, I give this example. You take drones, right? Drones are going to do everything. They're going to deliver groceries. They're going to deliver medicines. They're going to do surveillance. They're going to be in war. They're going to be in agriculture. Just think, a million drones in a city has to be managed. Somebody has to do air traffic control, right? Who will do the air traffic control? And what are the kinds of obstacles that will come in? So you will need newer business models, newer kinds of areas that will come in. So Indian IT companies, and where are the STEM graduates? So are there STEM graduates in other countries to build these?
But hundreds and thousands of STEM graduates don't have jobs today in India.
But you have to look at it in the proportion of our population, right? And more, as more and more, you get connected devices, more and more things in healthcare, and everywhere else where they're going to come in, you will need now newer skills, and people have to repurpose. So the old existing skills may not apply, but in every revolution, there hasn't been a revolution where the jobs actually, even AI, as per certain studies, contrary to whatever has been studied, every induction of an AI in terms of any large models has generated 1.8 more jobs. So it's not necessary that we've got to be pessimistic about Indian IT industry, definitely not.
Do big companies and their owners, chairmen, promoters, MDs lack ambition for new technology? Because that's also a criticism that many people make, that despite having such large cash reserves, why isn't company X, Y, Z saying, okay, here you go, I'm going to put $2 billion behind trying to do a foundational model in India?
No, I think, see, I think the, like I said, I think, having worked with the promoter class as well, I think we've got some phenomenal promoters. I think there is also risk capital. The risk capital in the US is probably a lot more, the ability to take a lot more risks. I'm not saying that we don't have it, but that's an area where we need to do, because you will fail. The idea is you will fail many times, but if one clicks, because when you look at Google, a lot of people talk about, 4 or 5 things that they're really good at, but there are like 25 things that they actually failed, and they invested tremendous amount of money, which they failed. So I think that risk capital to wait and make things happen is something that we need to push harder.
Who needs to push that?
Promoters need to push harder. Government needs to take out money as well, because you need to put in money and you need to invest, because that's the only way it can happen.
Would it be fair to say that the stock markets and investors should punish a company that has too much cash on its balance sheet?
Should probably, nobody should punish anybody if I had my way, but should definitely see that how much are they investing in innovation. I think that is, and how many times have they failed? It is okay. It's very important that it is okay to fail, and I think that is, because only then will some real serious innovation come out.
Okay, so you're saying celebrate failures and don't put people in jail who may have had business failures.
Oh, yeah. That is an extremely wrong thing, yes.
Okay, we have just some time left on the session. I want to turn to today's generation of entrepreneurs. And when you see these young entrepreneurs, many of them, I'm sure, come and do business with you, you teach them and you learn from them. What is different from the earlier generation of promoters, let's say 20, 30 years? Let's say the post-91 generation of promoters, entrepreneurs versus today's class.
See, I think, it's like this. People say you have to compare, Sachin to Sunny and, now to, of course, Shubman or whoever.
He's let on to a secret, but, he is one of the most die-hard cricket fans that I know in corporate India.
So, I still love Sachin, right? So it doesn't matter if Shubman comes in. They're all different, at different points of time. There were different kinds of leadership required. A lot more constraints were there. But what I'll tell you about the new age promoters, or new age young kids who are coming out, is to challenge the status quo in terms of, can I do this? It has not been done, never been achieved. I'll give you an example. Somebody is trying to do something where India loses 28% of their food items, vegetables, fruits and others, perishable items, because we don't have micro cold storages across the country. Now somebody has built which is neither solar, neither a fridge, neither works on electricity, just works on fluids to store at a rock bottom price. That's never been done before. That is something that I see a lot more where never done before anywhere in the world, to say that, oh no, it's somewhere somebody has done, we have to copy it or we have to do better than that, to say I'll create something that has never been done before. And I see that in a lot of young folks, and which is fantastic.
One final question to you. You are one of the youngest CEOs of a professional services firm of its size and scale in India, and I want to ask you, maybe it's too much to ask what Deloitte India will be 25 years down the line, but as far as you can see in the horizon, what will Deloitte India be?
It's always difficult, but I said that 1 in 4th, every 4th employee of Deloitte in the world is an Indian. In 5 years, I hope that 1 in every 3rd person is an Indian, and in 1 in 25, maybe everybody is an Indian.
Will you be a $1 trillion company?
I hope so. Hope so.
All right. Thanks very much, Romal, for joining us here today at India at 100. And very clearly, if India is to become Viksit Bharat and reach that level of aggregate output, it's clear that that will be driven by large corporations, large companies, and a $1 trillion company is not just a headline, it's an ambition that every person in corporate India, everyone who wants to do business and be an entrepreneur should have. Romal, thank you very much for trying to expand on that journey.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shetty. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to stay back while I invite Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Romal Shetty. Let's have a photo up. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Shetty. And thank you so much, Siddharth, for hosting that very interesting session. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled The Sunrise Sectors of Tomorrow. What will be India's engines of growth in the next 2 decades? From climate tech to biomanufacturing to defense tech and to the creator economy. The future is forming fast. This session will put the spotlight on high potential domains and what they need: capital, policy, talent, and trust to thrive. A foresight-driven take on India's next growth curve. Let me invite on stage for this next session, Mr. Rajat Dhawan, Managing Partner, McKinsey India. And to moderate this session, we have with us Shelly Chopra, founder of Gayatri, and She the People.
Hi, good evening once again. I'm Shelly, and great to have you here, Rajat. You know, the gusto with which the MC just said sunrise sectors, we really need them in the light of all these tariffs. So
no,
let's
we do.
We do. Let's go straight in. First, tell us, what are we talking about here? What are these sunrise sectors?
I think firstly, it's been a fantastic conclave. And since afternoon, every speaker has talked about the calculus around 2047 growth targets. If I take the GDP calculus, GDP growth calculus, we're talking about how to get to 7 to 8% real growth, get to 30 trillion in GDP. If I actually take the Government of India goal of participation in the global economy, we're talking about raising our participation from somewhere around 3.5% towards 8 to 10%, which is a substantial order, right? Yeah. So the real question is, where is this growth going to come from? And I think that's where the arenas of growth come in. This is a very recent research we have done globally and also in India, which we do every 2 cycles, 2 economic cycles, so about 15 years. Yeah. Last time it was done was around 2005. So it looked at 2005 to 20. Yeah. Now we looked at between now and 2040. And what it says is that these 18 arenas globally will drive roughly 1/3 of the growth of the sort of GDP, but the profit pool and the value creation that can happen is about 80%. So there's a huge 80-20 in these 18 arenas. And
so they're truly promising here.
Very promising.
But tell me something, you talked about India to the world. Are these new sunrise sectors an India to India story, or an India to the world story, or world to the India story?
I think that's a very important question because, and this is where the complication is. If I look at the last 15 years and look at the arenas, India's participation has been only 1% of value creation. But this time around, we believe that the next 15 years could be fundamentally different. And the reason why we say that is because of 3 things. Firstly, we looked into these 18 arenas and looked at the innovation dynamics, how technology is moving, R&D is moving. And these 18 arenas, and by the way, these range from some of your traditional industries such as auto components, pharmaceuticals, but also to some agglomeration of industries like electric mobility, which connects the dots across batteries and electric vehicles, mining, and so on and so forth, right? These arenas put together could lead to about 8 to 10 trillion of sort of growth of the sort of journey that India takes from 5 to 30.
So let's take an example, Rajat, because when you say that there are these arenas, it's sounding like that not only are these new sectors, they have sub-sectors because of the supply chain and the demand side needs. So give me an example. Let's pick electric mobility, right? It's a favorite sector of late. Is that a potential sector in your sunrise?
It's a huge sector, and you see that for this particular sector that combines 3 or 4 different industries. Like India would be the natural player in 2-wheelers and 3-wheeler mobility. This is the largest market we have domestically, and therefore potential to export from India. It's a substantial one. Electric mobility in cars as well. So this is just the electric mobility piece of it. But let's also look at the battery demand. In the next 15 years, we believe that the battery demand from, in India itself would grow 20 times. And so a lot of investment formation is starting to happen in this. Technology formation, investment formation is starting to happen. And by the way, it goes all the way into then at some point when the park of batteries and so on starts to build up then into battery recycling, etc. Yeah. Right? So you see that it connects the dots across multiple industries. And by the way, renewables that train has left the station towards a 500 gigawatt renewable capacity. And to get to round the clock power, battery storage is important. So there will be some overflowing effects of what happens in the electric mobility industry, battery industry, into storage as well. So that's just one example of how interconnected this opportunity is. And hence we have gone away from the traditional sector definition to saying these are playgrounds or arenas that have to be focused.
Well, now I know why you're calling them arenas. But let's look at 2047. Everyone's got their eyes peeled at that, especially in the light of this massive domestic economy. How do we power this giant beyond just being, let's say, a sliver of the middle class that it is now? I think in the previous discussions through the day, lots has been talked about demand being there in numbers, but do we need to increase that significantly in value?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if I look at the domestic economy, it has always comprised about 60% of India's GDP. And that's not going to change in the next 15, 20 years. So every sort of $1,600 of GDP will come from domestic consumption. And I think one of the previous speakers alluded to it, as we get towards $4,000 to $5,000 per capita, the hockey stick demand curves start to kick in multiple sectors. So in our arenas of growth, e-commerce, for example, is a pretty substantial opportunity. I mean, we have about 800 million, 850 million internet users, but still only 25% of those users do e-commerce. That number is about 80% globally. So there is a substantial opportunity, and opportunity not just in the metros, but penetrating into tier 2, 3 towns, starting to add new categories, particularly B2B commerce could explode. So that's sort of one example. The other one in the domestic space, I would say, is everything around Atmanirbhar, import substitution. So semicon, for example, a ton of investment is going on. I mean, as we speak, about $15 to $20 billion of investment has already been announced into semicon.
And what kind of fabs are we talking about here?
I think before fabs, I think there is a graded pathway to get to fabs. I think starting with OSATs, which is, semiconductor, offshore semiconductor assembly and testing. I think from that point on, further chip design, PCB manufacturing, and then we'll get to fabs as well. Yeah. Some of the announcements are there in fab, but you require ultra sophisticated manufacturing infrastructure and capabilities for that, right?
And it also does no harm if one knows that one doesn't have to be at the absolute top end of it, because our demand is linked with
absolutely getting there even on semicon, for example.
Exactly, yeah.
And there are a bunch of other things. Industrial automation is going to be big. You see, the need of the hour is to also transform India's manufacturing sector. From a productivity standpoint, we have always languished around 15, manufacturing contributing to only 15% of GDP. The answer is all around raising productivity, competitiveness in very, very specialized way. And again, robotics, industrial automation, power electronics, etc., start to come in a substantial way.
So, you started this conversation by talking about potentially 9.5%, 10% GDP growth story. It does seem a good ambition to have. But now we're bang in the middle of the tariff conversation. Yep. And every adversity, as the cliche goes, brings an opportunity.
It's an opportunity.
So talk to us about that opportunity. And are you also as gung-ho about perhaps shift of business with other countries, perhaps looking a little more lateral at the global south and so on?
Yeah, look, I think, particularly there is one sticky conversation around tariffs with the 50% rate, including the penalty rate and so on. Look, even if it were to stand, it could be an interim rate, but even if it were to stand, our assessment is that, the 87 billion exports might shrink somewhat in the short term. But even if it shrinks around 25, 30 billion, the value add GDP effect of it is around 10 billion, 15 billion. So, it's a 0.2% type of hit. I think the real question is how do we raise, it goes back to the arenas of tomorrow discussion, and how do we build competitiveness, skills, investment, etc. Because we have to, if we have to create more geographies where we could have trade surplus with, like the US we enjoy trade surplus with, if we need more such geographies, we have to go out and win in these arenas of tomorrow, because that's where we need to gain share. That's where the 3.5% participation needs to go up to 8 or 10%, and then we can start to have more geographies where we could have trade surplus with.
I think that's an excellent point, but I'll use that segue to actually ask all of you, how worried, or not even how many of you are worried about the current US tariff situation? Could I have a raise of hands? That's it? I'll ask the question again. How many of you are worried about the US tariffs on India? Okay, I can see hands that they're saying no. So that confident you are about the 2047 domestic story. That's a
is awesome.
Great sense of optimism in the room. You could clap harder since you didn't raise your hands. Excellent. So let's deep dive into these sectors. Let's talk about specific sectors that you think would be bigger on the India to India business growth story.
I think India to India business story, the 2 or 3 I can talk about. Urban construction jumps out to us, because if you really now, again, a lot of data sets and analysis goes behind this assessment. So if you look at the composition of the consumption GDP for India, close to 20% of the spend goes into housing, urban infrastructure, and so on. So, and imagine like 1 billion people have to sort of urbanize and raise their living standards, and it all revolves around housing. So 20% of the cumulative next 15, 20-year GDP spend, if it goes into urban construction, it's a huge way. And I think at some point it will beckon the question of whether we also start to look at new brownfield or greenfield cities. China did that in a marvelous way. 50 to 70 absolute greenfield cities came in. We need to think in that direction. Each city, by the way, could contribute close to 80, 100 billions in GDP. Because, you start to have job creation, you start to have all sorts of infrastructure around it, social infrastructure, and hence it starts to flourish. So urban construction is one.
I want to ask you a follow-up to urban construction before you go to the next sector, which is that are you dependent on the government to drive this? Or are you seeing that in the existing cities there's some value to be unlocked?
I think, over the last 10 years, this sector has gone through a good amount of transformation. There's trust that has now come in, RERA policies and so on have really enabled some trust to come on the table vis-a-vis developers and so on. My sense is there is probably still a little bit of speculative buying, a little bit of, and speculative buying leads to all sorts of overcapacity in terms of launches and so on. So you don't want, capital formation to happen that leads to a few sort of years of low cycle returns for the developers, and then many start to go bust and so on. I think we would be still watchful of that, but by and large, I think the framework is ready from an urban construction standpoint. I think the big shift could be that what I call linear infrastructure, where a government has put in a ton of investment in the last 10, 15 years, the road infrastructure, port, airport infrastructure, that could start to now move towards what I would call greenfield cities, brownfield cities, social infrastructure around these. Because as urbanization continues, we are also having creaking infrastructure in some of the existing urban centers. So that needs to be solved as well.
So let's make the switch to digital infrastructure and talk about potential sunrise sectors where you can see tech, AI, digital play a big role.
I think there we need to go for global leadership, no doubt about it. I think the entire AI-enabled services, cybersecurity, and I think our tech services advantage, close to 250, 300 billion in export revenues, I think we need to build on that. And I think I have no doubt that, the upskilling journey is already in progress. I mean, if you look at the top 5 to 10 Indian tech services companies, IT services companies, they're already actually moving quite fast in terms of upskilling from an AI perspective. I think some of the associated infrastructure needs to come in place as well. So for example, data centers, where about 5-6 billion of investment has come in, I think that needs to grow 10 times. Cloud services, all the AI workflow and heavy duty modeling and ML, etc., needs cloud infrastructure, and I think we need some sovereign cloud and so on and so forth. So I think some of the associated opportunities will have to be fully put into place for us to capture this, but I think this is one area where we should go for global leadership.
So, there's one question on everyone's mind in this room, especially because we have CEOs from new economy, old economy, startup founders. This ecosystem and this ambition that we're looking at 2047, how are we going to get the various elements of the economy to talk to each other? And here's what I mean. Startups feel old economy are fuddy-duddy, are not making enough effort. Old economy feels startup valuation side a little bit, sort of euphoric. Here we're looking at solutions that require various segments of this economy to come together. How do we see some integration possibilities and who will drive them?
No, firstly, I think the startup revolution in the country in the last 10, 15 years has been just phenomenal. I think the entrepreneurship, the spirit of entrepreneurship, we are par excellence, bar none. I would just get out of the way. And I think it's happening in some of the sectors. In fact, that was one of the telltale signs, just to complete the thought, we saw in these 18 arenas. Take space, for example. There are 250 startups that are doing some very cool work. Aerospace and defense, we saw the war that recently got fought. And the indigenous network-centric warfare capability really came to the rescue. So I think we should just let this be. This is a huge juggernaut movement that has taken shape. I think just get out of the way, and I think, let the best and the most innovative ideas flow, let the risk capital flow to these ventures, and you would see the delight coming out.
So, a large amount of capital in the initial part of the startup ecosystem came from overseas. Now, we finally had the India story pump in its own startup story. But still, anyone would say that barring top 5 startups, we could do much more for scale, right? And you mentioned aerospace defense as one example. What are the other spaces in which you see startup innovation come through?
Yeah, no, I think from some of these arenas perspective, I think space, aerospace and defense, of course, I talked about. E-commerce now starting, like some of the horizontal e-commerce is probably already taken, positions are taken, but verticalized e-commerce, I think there is still juice to be squeezed. But if I really go into sort of recycling opportunities and circularity, there is potential there. I think specialty chemicals as well as the battery chemistry and what could be done across, like 50% of the battery bill of materials is really these chemicals, and India could play a role in some of these specialty chemicals. I think biopharma is another one.
Huge.
So India is great on generic pharma, the chemical side of manufacturing, but leveraging living organisms and developing biologics. India, globally that's about 50% of the the pharma consumption. In India, it's only 10 or 15%. So, there's a substantial headway there. Then the other one is bio-2X, all the biodegradable stuff converted to something useful, bioethanol, cosmetics, and so on and so forth. I think all of these spaces are very ripe for startup activity.
So I love the attention to detail in these reports that you guys have put out and the far side. But where is the fear?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I mean, as I reflect, what do I not worry about, and then what is the one thing I worry about? I think what I don't worry about is the risk capital coming in. I think that'll come to places where returns are. I think the infrastructure build-out story will continue to accelerate. I think private investment could come in more. These are corporates who are sort of incumbents in their industries. They're doing great work in these industries, but there is a portfolio question of creatively innovating your portfolio, maybe exiting on the margin a few areas, but then getting into newer sectors, which might be uncomfortable terrain, but it's actually healthy. But also that will lead to some private capital formation, because some of the traditional sectors might be seeing some plateau, not adequate capacity utilization. So you are always not seeing the private investment coming in. The final thing I'd say is skilling. I don't lose sleep over skilling, but it has to be a very concentrated action across different set of stakeholders. Diffused play will not help in skilling, and we can talk about it. Each of these arenas would require very, very concerted collaboration. Like for example, just automation, robotics, I think what the government is starting to do with the Samarth scheme and so on. I think those are exactly the right role models to take forward.
Yeah. You know, you said that there's been a slight plateau in private sector capital formation. That's putting it very optimistically. I think there's been a complete crash in that. And we've actually seen most large old economy top companies spend more time on unlocking value necessarily on greenfield, rather than on greenfield investment. So I just want you to leave the room with one aspect of the current Indian economy that you are most excited about. And don't go too far. Let's just look at next 12, 18 months.
Yes.
And the same, what would be your message to everybody here in terms of where they could shore up in order to leverage this 2047 story?
I think the one thing I really admire about the Indian economy is the entrepreneurial spirit, the bold ambitions. In each and every corporate that I come across, the CEOs, the promoters, founders I come across, the startup founders are even more aggressive in setting bold aspirations. So I think that is the real fuel that helps us. I think it's about really to capture these opportunities, I think pivoting towards really becoming globally competitive. It's a pretty broad phrase, but sector by sector, there is a pathway to become globally relevant, globally competitive. That should be the playground. I don't think we should play India for India, because then we would miss out on a tremendous opportunity set. And we might repeat the last 15 years where our participation in value creation was only 1%. We need to get to 10% of the new value creation in these 18 arenas in the next 20 years.
Rajat, it's been such a pleasure having you. I think the reason this subject was called the next sunrise sectors is not just to have this conversation with Rajat, but to say to the room, invest more. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dhawan. May I request you to stay back? I'd like to invite Alok Nair to please come up on stage, CEO of Business Today, to present a token of appreciation. Let's have a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shelley. Ladies and gentlemen, time to move on to our next session, which is titled Shaping a Healthy Future for Bharat. Can India deliver universal, affordable and quality healthcare to over 1.5 billion people by 2047? This session explores the convergence of AI, public health and grassroots delivery. What are the models that work and how can we scale them? Because a truly developed India begins with a healthy Bharat. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shobhana Kamineni ma'am, Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprises, Executive Chairperson, Apollo Health Company Limited and Apollo Pharmacies. Let's also welcome Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, MD and CEO of Fortis Healthcare, to be with us. Let me also invite our moderator, Sneha Mordani, Editor, India Today Television. Sneha, over to you.
Thank you so much for that, Sakshi. Sakshi mentioned something that is so important, and for me, it's been, there are two buzzwords that are ringing in my ear. Sakshi said universal, affordable healthcare, and also quality. And I think these are the real key words here. How many of us, even think about the deprivation that people in India go through in the sense that they don't have access to quality and affordable healthcare. And that really is a luxury in the true sense. In a context in a country like ours, where out-of-pocket expenditure is just so high when it comes to access to healthcare, this is a real big challenge. And that's why I'm going to start off. I'm going to ask you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, first, how do you see this as a big challenge in a country like ours, and how do we solve this problem of ensuring that everyone has this access to healthcare? Is this the time now to have a right to health law in the country?
Thank you. I think India has achieved a lot in the field of healthcare. I think if you look at the public health and you look at the public health parameters of, say, maternal mortality, etc., vaccination programs, eradication of polio, So many things have been achieved as far as public health is concerned. But even today, accessibility to healthcare is still a challenge in many parts of the country.
Yes.
And that definitely needs to be addressed. In my view, the accessibility will improve with technology. And I think the backbone which has been laid in terms of the Ayushman digital health network, that is going to play a very pivotal role, because healthcare is one of the most important causes of pushing people towards poverty. And I think with the digitalization of that network, the ecosystem is going to become so seamless, though it is going to take time before that happens. The second point I feel is very important in Indian context, looking at our demographics. We need to have a very robust public health system. Private healthcare cannot replace the public healthcare system. So I think that is very, very important. And the third and the last point I would like to make is that the public-private partnerships in the country, the way they have been designed, they haven't yielded the necessary outcomes. So I think it is a need of the hour that we need to evaluate those, and we need to see what models can work.
Okay. Shobna Kamnini, do you also feel that the public-private partnership model hasn't worked in the country? If yes is the answer to that question, then how do you think the private sector can step in and then help the government or work together with the government in this direction?
I agree with everything you say, but when you ask me directly, has private and public sector not worked? I can't truthfully say yes, because right here, Indraprastha is the best example of Apollo and the Delhi government. And I think that the medical college we have in Chittoor, that was the first one. We built a college and used the infrastructure, the medical infrastructure. So there are models available. I think the question here is, why have we not scaled them?
Okay.
And I think that's the important thing. That's the opportunity for us to use the framework and actually scale them. And yes, I do believe that private healthcare may not replace everything for the 1.5 billion Indians, but definitely it plays such an important role. And just to give you a figure, you know, the statistics of it, India spends 2%. We feel so proud. 2% of our GDP is spent on healthcare. The rest of the world, the US and all, they spend 15%, 20%. Exactly. And even then, out of the private home spending, the per capita, the US, again, the families have to spend another 20%. In China, even in China, they spend 15%. You know how much they spend in India? They spend 9%, which means that we are doing something right, that the private sector is doing. We may not be there at scale, and we are not geographically spread out, which technology will change. But I think overall, India has to look at itself in this world. What are we today is not the same kind of questions and answers that you got 10 years ago.
Well, absolutely. You mentioned technology and the role of artificial intelligence and technology. I want to ask you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, how important is that now, and how do you foresee AI changing the landscape of healthcare in India?
Yeah, I think AI is just in a very nascent stage as far as healthcare is concerned. And there is every sphere of healthcare delivery and disease detection and the public health programs where AI can play a very, very important role. There is absolutely no doubt. However, the current understanding of the impact is a little patchy. Some areas where things are very clear is in the diagnostic areas, genomics, advanced diagnostics of radiology, for example, the imaging, etc., diagnosis, all those areas it is working. But it is still not become prevalent and accessible. I think we need to first have the fundamental pieces fixed, which is having a interoperable EMR across the network, so that there is a linearity in the patient information. So otherwise, artificial intelligence is going to work on the basis of a data which is structured. And absolutely unstructured data cannot really throw out good results. So it is imperative that we focus a lot on digitizing the medical records and the patient linear journeys. So ABA IDs, patients having their records over a period of time, and they being interoperable whenever they want to give access to a care provider, they can do so. So that is, in my view, a very, very important part. And that is what is going to bring the revolution of AI changing the way healthcare is delivered.
But it's already started to an extent, and you did mention in diagnostics it seems to be working. But I have a question here for the audience. How many people are actually, getting preventive health checkups done? In terms of diagnostics, getting a regular, at least once a year kind of a health checkup? What are the figures here? Okay, fair amount of hands are going up, but the figures here are pretty dismal when it comes to, an approximation. I'm telling you about 25% of Indians actually go in for preventive health checkups. Most of them actually go when there is a problem knocking on the door. So when it comes to India, even preventive health checkups are something that are not being done, and the government incentivizes it in terms of a tax rebate, but how many of us even know about it? Where does then predictive health also come in, which we know is again a growing area, an important area? I'm going to put that question to you.
First, let me take the AI. I actually spent 300 crores and I have 200 engineers sitting out of Bangalore, and we actually built a model, a health model, which is the deep seek of healthcare with that. And this foundational model, because when you speak about India not doing it, we actually have done it. And what we've done is we've used the patient records of Apollo for 15 years and all the pharmacy, where we generate almost 350 million transactions a year. All this because what we said is that it's fine that most people are either going to Google or you're going to ChatGPT as your first line of ask in case you have a problem. But that doesn't understand who you are. So we do believe the real use case of AI in this is when it understands, this is Shobna, I have 12 years of my health history in there, and when I ask a question, I get a much better answer. To me, that is the use case of the PHR we have. And right now, we have 25 million people on it. So it's a large number. And we're doing this across. So Apollo is building it at scale. Right. And we're investing at scale. So I do think the AI time has come. Yes, the government will work. You know, it worked super well during COVID when, you know, all of us were on the CoWIN app. But
I want to talk about that as well, that India is in a way leading the CoWIN app, the Arogya Setu. All of these are our initiatives at the end of the world. But before that, a quick word, sir.
Trust.
Yes. From you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, on the fact that people aren't going in for these checkups, and that's where a lot of us are falling behind, because we know that if you stop this at your doorstep, then you are, you know, the chances of you finding a solution to your problem are higher, isn't it? Why aren't people going in for preventive checkups, and what can be done?
I think health literacy is important.
Yes.
And I think that has to be inculcated in childhood. So I think in school curriculum, the importance of wellness has to be focused upon. And that is one area, I think, where a lot of work has to be done, and both private sector, public sector plays a very, very crucial role. But it's the education. If children are aware, then they make the families aware too, because they influence the family's decisions in these
Nutrition
matters.
literacy is also missing, as is this,
Absolutely.
you know, the normal thing about, you know, people not exercising. We've normalized people not moving. That's a huge concern, isn't it? These are things that need to be taught early, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think, and that's why the role of education, especially the school education, getting modified to include all these in the curriculum is very, very important in my view.
Okay. What do you have to say about this? The importance of starting right at the grassroots, of starting early, nutrition awareness, in telling kids early or teaching them in school literally that this is important. Nutrition literacy is very poor in the country. Your take on the kind of efforts that need to be made in this direction?
I think that the fact that, HUL and Nestle and all of them, if you see that they've cut down sodium, sugar. So these are the companies that, where nutrition can really start. So once we start labeling, which they're doing now, and you look at the calorific intake, people are getting to know. But I think that if you really ask about preventive healthcare, just please ask for a show of hands, how many people have motor insurance?
How many people have motor insurance? Okay.
Come on, you can't.
Motor
That means you
insurance,
don't
if you have
own
a
a
car, you have insurance, right?
If you own a car, you have to have insurance. So it's mandatory.
Okay.
And the whole thing is, if you're willing to look after your vehicle better than you're willing to look after yourself, how is that fair? So that's the only thing. The point that I say is, start there. When you can make it, when you can give an insurance for people, then lots of the other stuff, accessibility, affordability, prevention will all come into play.
I also want to ask you, because you said insurance, how many of us have health insurance here? Okay, not bad. Okay. What are the challenges?
Corporate jobs.
Yeah, the company usually supports. Dr. Raghuvanshi, I want to ask you, and this is something that I get to hear, and it's absolutely anecdotal, कि health insurance नहीं करवाना. The reason is because कुछ मिलता ही नहीं है. This is a big area of concern, that people are just so afraid of going through, that route of getting in health insurance and paying high premiums and end up getting nothing and feel shortchanged. Is that your sense as well?
No, absolutely, you're right. And that is causing a very peculiar situation in the country right now. What is happening is there's adverse selection, so the insurance companies are struggling with their payouts. And as a result of that, there is a mistrust developing between the patients, the insurance company, as well as the hospitals. And that is not a desirable situation. I think I completely agree with what Shobna said. It is very important that health insurance is compulsory, just like a vehicular insurance is compulsory. Something of that nature has to be done. Of course, new products will have to be created. India is not uniform. Of course, this population, cohort doesn't really represent the true Bharat. So for that to be included, innovative products will have to come in. Maybe some lessons are to be learned from other countries which have done it. And something like kind of the Obamacare model, which had mandated some insurance for everybody. Those kind of things will have to be considered. However, they will have to be tailored to our needs. As earlier mentioned, the amount of money we spend is just 2%. So, and that is for 1.4 billion population, compared to what 7, 8 or almost 18% now is being spent in US. Right. Now 18% of US economy versus 2% of Indian economy, and the number of people we are addressing is 1.4 billion. So it is, the ends are not going to meet. So creative insurance solutions have to be found, and it is very urgent. There is an urgent situation that this kind of adverse selection for the insurance companies doesn't happen.
Trust is very important.
Very important.
Now, when it comes to medical tourism, and we've been talking about, sunrise industries, medical tourism has always been a sunshine sort of an industry, a sunrise industry in India. So I want to ask you, where are the challenges? I mean, in your own hospitals, you just have so many people traveling all the way, and again, for affordable healthcare and quality healthcare. But what are the challenges that you deal with in this sector?
The frank answer is, the middlemen and the touts who'll try and get people at the airports. But you know, the bigger answer, what we need to do, if you ask, is that a sunrise industry? And we did spend a lot of time with the Prime Minister talking about Heal from India, and that was the program that we started. Yes. And in that, we said the best diplomacy, like India, whatever, you know, I remember the number of patients that used to come to us from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, every plane load had patients to Apollo, and from all our neighboring countries, because this soft diplomacy, because they don't have the healthcare that India has. And I think that we were really providing a great service for Africa, because we're the most affordable country, actually, even from Indonesia. So I think the bottleneck really exists that we have to work on it just like Thailand did. It has to be a program. We have to be in those countries. We need more flights. We don't have direct flights. So the more flights that we have that come into this, and then they don't get captured in Dubai and all these other countries that also want to do medical value tourism. That's the thing I think we need to do, build that infrastructure. If we build that infrastructure, India is beautifully poised to be able to help heal so much of the world because of our price advantage.
Dr. Raghavanshi, what do you think should be the way forward, and how do we improve further? What's the kind of assistance or support do you expect really from the government to boost this sector?
Yeah, I think Apollo has created a kind of framework on which the rest of the industry has developed. So thank you for doing that. And I think there is absolute credit goes to them. But currently we have a lot of geopolitical challenges which are also causing a kind of difficulty for patients to travel. So the travel and visas are two major problems, along with the problem of the middlemen. So a portal was being developed. There was a lot of talk about it, but not much has come out of it. There has to be some transparency. At the same time, the quality is very important, because if the quality institutions are bypassed and these patients are taken away to some places where the outcomes may not be so good, there'll be bad name to the country. And I'll give you an example of Mumbai, which Mumbai in the 80s and was a hub of medical tourism. And at that point of time, these middlemen took over, and there were all kinds of practices which were going on, which are not acceptable. Outcomes were poor. The city got the bad name, and the number of patients dropped down dramatically. And I think that is very important. We do not talk about quality enough. And that is very important. So some kind of a portal or something has to be developed so that this journey of these patients is safe and secure.
Yes, I'm really running out of time. I just have to give you the final word, Shobna Kamineni. I want to ask you, tell us about that one thing that needs to be done on an urgent basis. And I'm saying in the next, say, 1 year or maybe, 1.5 years, which will help, us as a country, in the sense that which will help India's healthcare landscape. That one thing that needs to be done urgently. One initiative, one law, I don't know.
Formalizing the GST, I think, will really help, because I think that people are spending more than they should because they're charged GST, but the hospital in healthcare, for us, it's not a pass-through. So I think there'll be some amount of saving if we do some rationalization, but they never really look at healthcare. And actually to choose a much sexier, nicer thing is, I really think, if it can become like more people have access to health insurance, not just Ayushman Bharat, but it just becomes a movement, not just for corporates, but there's a whole middle class out there that can benefit, and then there'll be prevention. Everything will come, the benefits of AI, the benefits of awareness, everything that you spoke about. If we can just have more people understand, use it, and trust it, and people like us who actually publish outcomes with it.
Trust really is a factor here, because if you're buying insurance, we trust that you should be getting the benefits of it, and that really, I think, is the challenge here. But lots of issues that you all touched upon. I'm going to thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Please come to Hyderabad. Thank you so much, Kamineni ma'am, as well as Dr. Raghuvanshi. May I please request you to stay back on the stage. I'll also like to request Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to hand over a token of our appreciation to both our panelists. Let's have a nice photo op. Let's have a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Kamineni and Dr. Raghuvanshi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our finale session this evening. And this session is very, very interestingly titled, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, Gen Beta's Money Mindset. For India's youngest generations, money isn't just about security. It's about freedom, about purpose and experience. This session will actually decode how Gen Z, Gen Alpha and Gen Beta are reshaping the attitudes towards earning, spending, investing and also looking at risk. What are they learning? What are they unlearning from previous generations? A lively, insightful dive into the physical psyche of India's future is what we are going to be diving into. For this session, we have the top fin influencers of the country joining in on this program. Let's welcome Ms. Rachna Ranade, founder of Rachna Ranade and Associates. Warm welcome. Let's also invite Mr. Sarthak Ahuja, Director, Nyam Ventures and an author, Mukul Malik, founder of Asset Yogi, and Sanjay Katuria, finance coach. To moderate this session, I'd like to call upon stage my colleague, Karishma Sudani, special correspondent, Business Today, and I'll be co-moderating this session with her senior associate editor and anchor at Business Today. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it's a house full at the last final session, so you should actually know, what is the kind of excitement that everybody has for this session. These are the top fin influencers of the country. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You have seen their reels go viral. You have attended their YouTube masterclasses. You've seen them demystify money matters for 1 billion young minds. And today on this stage, we're going to be understanding from them how the changing habits of younger generations are going to create a larger impact on the economy over the next 2 decades when India reaches its next goal of 2047 towards a Viksit Bharat. I want to start off this by relating one instance. Now what happened 2 days back, I was at a mall. I had actually gone to a sportswear store. And there was one person who walked in, was speaking on a speaker phone. And I could obviously hear all the conversation that he was having, and because I was not overhearing, it was loud on the speaker. I'll tell you what that conversation was. That conversation was, "Hi, मैं आज shopping करने आया हूँ और Adidas में आया हूँ. पहले 2 सांबा लेंगे, फिर 2 Stan Smith लेंगे, फिर Nike जाएंगे, 2 Jordan उठाएंगे, उसके बाद Zara भी जाएंगे और कपड़े भी लेंगे." Pat comes the other reply on the other side, and that woman says, "क्यों? आज क्या है?" And this guy replies, "ऐसे ही मन कर रहा है." And I want to start off by asking all of you if you could just give me an understanding of what does this tell about the young person's or young people's mindset that's changing about money. If I could start off with you, Rachna.
Hi everyone. Thank you for waiting till the last session. Otherwise, we would have been talking to chairs and tables. So thank you very much. So recently, I was in Sri Lanka, and it was a gathering of a lot of finance influencers. A lot of influencers, I must say. And majority of them were Gen Zs. So जब मैंने उनको पूछा that I was talking about their spending habits, everyone had the latest iPhone, everyone had the best sneakers, and whatever you ask, everything was latest. So मैंने उनको बोला ये कैसे कर लेते हो आप? So they said, its answer is very simple. We gained generational wealth. So they were past the generational wealth, and they said it's in our platter right now. इकलौते बेटे हैं हम, या फिर 1-2 ही है, और इतना बड़ा पैसा मॉम डैड ने कमा के रखा है. So we now get to follow our heart. So I said, at least make it a point that you pass on that generational wealth to the next generation so that they can also follow their heart. But it's interesting, I mean, having said that, they said that we also invest, but we also want to ensure that latest चीजें हमारे पास है, भले ही EMI पे है, लेकिन है. That is their mindset. That's what I got to know from them.
Well, actually, before Sakshi you started, I noticed that the session is called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. Is there a show of hands? How many of you have watched the movie?
At least 100 times, I would say.
Yeah, and guys, I mean, the fact that most of us are millennials in the room, at least if not by age, by heart. So the fact is, this movie has taught us a lot of life lessons. It's been a crash course to life philosophy, and why I relate, it's interesting, the title and why all 6 of us are sitting here, is the character of Hrithik Roshan. This hot, handsome dude, financially sorted, focused, on trip, working while he's skydiving. And yet, after the trip, also he's back, able to manage his finances. Sarthak, I want to come to you. Can this kind of Hrithik Roshan character actually exist in real life?
Well, I would think it is existing. Whether how sustainability or not is the question. And I think the reason I say that is you look at the stats, they're out there that 70% of the iPhones in India are actually bought on EMIs. You know, there are a total of roughly 4 crore iPhones in India right now, 1 crore bought in the past 12 months. I think it was just in the news yesterday where it said 27% of all vacations being taken this year are on EMIs. And that was so surprising for me because the 70% EMI for iPhones news is something I'd consumed a year and a half ago and I'd come to accept it. But this 27% vacations on EMIs is quite a shocker. And I think when we read this, as Rachna mentioned, I think there's a lot of generational wealth being passed on where Gen Z doesn't really have to care for or save for buying a house because their parents are kind of giving it to them in inheritance. And adding to that, when there's so much of social media exposure, you know, even if assuming just 15% of the people are getting generational wealth, the remaining 85% being part of that ecosystem and getting so exposed to people buying the latest Jordans or the Sambas suddenly feel like now with this zero cost EMI, it's easily accessible to me. So just to be able to fit in or to be cool, why should I not do it? And you know, that social peer pressure is so high, which thankfully didn't exist back when we guys were growing up in school. So I wouldn't want to blame them, but I think I would also draw your attention to the fact that India is right now at about $3,000 per capita GDP. And this is historically study any economy of the world, and it tells you that this is exactly the benchmark where it's an inflection point where discretionary spend just skyrockets. And I think that's exactly what is happening, because at this point, there is that sweet spot of percentage of the population getting generational wealth that everyone else in peer pressure starts consuming a lot more. And I think that consumption story is also why everyone's riding on, betting on India, because 60% of our GDP or more is purely consumption.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's good, while it's also bad.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're in a tricky spot.
Mukul, I'll come to you on that. So tell me, this age of instant gratification, where nobody wants to wait for later, aaj man hai to khareed liya, is that turning out to be a very big risk for this generation on how this generation is spending money?
Yeah, see, I think since we are talking about this generation, I think the sample set that we are taking is also a very small percentage of the overall India. I think we are only talking about 5-10%, which is spending like Hrithik Roshan of Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara or like Kal Ho Na Ho, right? So I think we have to consider the overall population of India, and I think Sarthak has already shared some stats, and I can also quote a couple of stats. One stat says that foreign travel has increased by almost 1000x, 1000 times in last 15 years, right? But is everybody traveling? That sample set is very small, right? That's number one. Number two, we also have a data where people are trading a lot these days, right? People are making bets on risky investments. there is a data which says that 93% of people are losing money on futures and options, right? So I think the current generation has been sensitized to newer avenues of investments, but I think everybody has to be sensitized towards risk as well.
Actually, I'd come to you, Sanjay, and I think there has been a transition, a subtle transition from the fact that Gen X have always thought about funds and finances as security, and we, maybe the upcoming Gen Z and others, they think about it as a freedom. Do you see that transition to be a challenge, or probably the fact that we are gelling up in the dynamic nature of how our country is evolving?
Thank you so much, first of all. There's a book written by Adam Smith, it's called Wealth of Nations. And it is like the original book on economics. So it mentions any country's growth depends upon 4 big factors. One is the demography, one is the consumption, one is entrepreneurship, and the last is innovation. So if you look at India on all these 4 parameters, demographics amazing, you have great population. Then consumption, as Sarthak mentioned, is on an inflection, it has increased. Then you have entrepreneurship, and we have seen amazing entrepreneurship ride, which has happened since 2013-14, after all the startup era came in. And then you have innovation, where I feel, obviously, we can improve a lot there, where your foreign counterparts like US, Israel, these guys do fairly well. Now, if our economy has to go up, consumption has 60%, it has to keep on going up. The issue is that Gen Z is not understanding the difference between good debt and bad debt. So you can take bad debt. It's like, let's say if somebody's alcoholic, I'm not, so if somebody's alcoholic and they take 1 peg, ek raat ko 8 baje ke baad, chalega, you know, then it's bad debt, but you can consume it. So if you have your rules in place that, okay, I will consume 1 peg, it's okay, chalega, hafte mein 2 baar karenge, so then you can manage it. So bad debt is when you take debt to consume. Now Amazon mentions ki big billion days jo sale hota hai, in that you have from every 4 sales, 3 are on EMI. Just imagine 75% are on EMI. So people are not realizing that EMI is not going to ever end. वो आपने आईफोन ले लिया नया, उसका स्टोरी डाल दिया, स्टोरी 24 घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगा, EMI 5 साल चलेगा.
Irresponsible spending.
Yes. So everybody should understand good debt, bad debt. Good debt is something, if you take debt and you build something, you can build a house, a shop, a piece of land, and a startup. That's good debt. You know, tomorrow you will create something and you can repay that debt. Here you are consuming. So that consumption has to be a very little percentage of your take-home income. If those rules are followed, we can be a good consuming economy and people will not fall in the distress of debt. When Sarthak mentioned a lot of data, I will add one to that. Credit card debt has spiked by 44% in a year. Now just imagine, 44% credit card debt. मैं एक लड़की से मिला and I was just amazed at how credit card companies are doing it. She said, मैं ना minimum due pay करती हूँ. तो यार तुम minimum due क्यों pay करते हो भाई? तो she's like, अरे, you know, the bank told me कि I have to pay only 3.5% interest and in savings bank I get in FD I get 6% interest. I said, madam, हर महीने 3.5% देना है. वहाँ पे साल में एक बार मिलेगा. So the kind of financial awareness we have right now is very, very poor. We are trying our best, but the panel here is not sufficient to proliferate it to the country of 140 crore people.
I think that's a very important point that you made. You know, what we are given to understand is this next generation who we are talking about, they are learning their first lessons in money and finance on reels, on social media. 1-minute reel, 30-second reel of a lesson. Is that a big risk? And how do they identify what is the right, what is the wrong? How do they identify what is the authentic advice there and where am I getting into it at traps? How would you advise that? Let me take that with Sarthak.
I'm so glad you brought it up because I think I like to compare it to a media diet. You know, it's almost like a diet. You need to have a balanced diet and you can't have your entire diet based on junk food. I mean, what I think Reels is no matter how much it tries to educate you on a particular subject, at the end of the day, you can call it protein chips. You know, it can't replace your meal. And the reason I say that is, while all of us do content, you know, people have to think that while we are financial educators, at the same time, the business is media. You know, and I'm not just saying it, I don't want to sit on a high horse and, say I'm holier than thou in any way. But what I intend on mentioning is that when you have just 90 seconds, even with the best of your hearts, you will try and crunch down that information to what is the core insight I can deliver in 90 seconds and no more. But that should just be a trailer for people who get exposed to it and feel, okay, I need to learn something from it, but definitely go deeper. Don't base your entire judgment on a 90-second reel. And I would hope the audience has that kind of awareness, because all of us sitting here don't just put out content on reels, but also long form. We also do programs. So we would help, or we would hope that the audience looks at reels as just top of the funnel awareness and then picking and choosing what they want to go down deeper into, watching maybe a 15-minute video or maybe doing a 2-day long program, And I would hope that that responsibility rests on the audience and not necessarily entirely on the people delivering the content.
Can I add on to this? There is a book by Daniel Kahneman. It's called Thinking Fast and Slow, right? So it says that in some decisions, you can be very fast in your thinking. Like you're on a red light, your brain is wired, right? As soon as it turns green, you will just move. But a lot of people are buying stocks, watching a reel. Yes. That's not right, right? So there are some decisions in life which should be taken slow. You have to spend some time, you have to spend time analyzing that stock, you have to spend some time analyzing that person who is talking about it, right? So I think if people are judgmental in that sense, and they can, identify who is to be followed and what kind of content I should be following, I think they will be all right.
Karishma. Rachna, initially, and I can speak again from the experience of being a millennial, there was a very strong ideology of the fact that be financially independent early in life and also retire early. By 40, you just are home and relaxing and doing things you love. But there has been a burnout with that ideology. Why do you think did this happen?
No, in fact, whenever I take sessions, I ask in the crowd, anyone who wants to retire at 40? Almost 90% people raise their hand, I want to retire at 40. Then I open online calculators. And when they understand that this is way beyond their reach, that is where they come down to reality. Ki 40 pe retire hona is a myth for 90 to 95% of the people. Only 5 to 10% of the people can crack it.
Aspiration. When did you get financially free? At what age?
Has SEBI allowed this?
I can say at 35.
Okay, yeah. That's wonderful. Huge round of applause.
So I think it's about, like whatever I'm getting from everyone here, see, generalizing anything is so difficult in India. One of my acquaintances, he has a very nice office in Mumbai. And he said, if I look outside the left window, we have the world's largest slum in India. And I can say India is a very poor country. If I look outside my right window, that is the place where one of the finest weddings, the Ambani's wedding, took place. And if I look at that side, I will say India is one of the richest countries. So we have such a divide just by looking at this side and that side of the office. So generalizing any statement on this stage in itself can be questioned. So it has to be looked from multiple perspectives before we conclude on anything.
So do you have like a ballpark figure in your mind? What is needed for this generation to be financially free at 40 or 35 or 50? Is there like a ballpark figure that all of us can aim to reach?
There can't be a ballpark figure for anyone. That's what I'm telling you. वो बोलते ना मेरी ज़रूरतें कम है इसीलिए मेरे सीने में दम है बाजीराव सिंघम
नहीं मतलब जैसे एक दो
जिसकी जरूरत कम है उसका रिटायरमेंट का कम रहेगा ना अमाउंट जिसका जरूरत ज्यादा है उसका
ज्यादा जरूरत है चलो वो मान के बताओ
ज्यादा जरूरत है आप मतलब अगेन ज्यादा फॉर अ सोबो पर्सन and ज़्यादा for a person who has been in Pune, it's very, very subjective. इसीलिए there are a lot of online calculators which are available. Everyone needs to learn how to calculate the retirement amount that a person needs. There is a very beautiful शायरी, if you are okay, I can quote that. कि सुबह सुबह उठना पड़ता है जिंदगी कमाने के लिए साहेब, आराम कमाने निकलता हूँ आराम छोड़कर, दौलत की भूख ऐसी लगी कमाने निकल गए, दौलत की भूख ऐसी लगी कमाने निकल गए, दौलत मिली तो हाथ से रिश्ते निकल गए, बच्चों में रहने की फुर्सत न मिली कभी, बच्चों में रहने की फुर्सत न मिली कभी, और जब फुर्सत मिली तो बच्चे कमाने निकल गए.
Brilliant.
So if we don't know how much money do we need for retirement, हम ऐसे ही भागते रहेंगे पीछे, ये कम है, ये कम है. So it's so simple. Go online. आप मेरे वेबसाइट पे भी जा सकते हो, rachanaranade.com. free calculator है, but definitely check it out. It will be easier to calculate and then plan accordingly.
Karishma.
Mukul, I will actually throw a life situation similarly to this because we were talking about ballpark figures. What if a young person is given 50,000 rupees, say somebody who's just about to get into the grad school? Where should that money go?
Sorry, just come back. 50,000 rupees.
If a young person who's just entering a grad school per se, somebody
Yeah.
who need not have the responsibilities right now,
Yeah.
where should that 50,000 money go? What's the best way of utilizing that?
See, I think first is to build his skill set to increase his capital. Okay, I think the compound interest is the simplest formula of wealth building, right? So amount is equal to principal into 1 plus returns over n, right? So you please increase your capital first. So you take some courses, increase your capital. Next comes returns. You identify good avenues, right? So mutual fund is a good starting point because you can start with, 100 rupees also these days. Then comes N, which is time period. So time period, as soon as you can, you should start. So I think if somebody understands this simple formula, he will, I think, be very, very good. I think he can actually retire at 40 probably.
Wow. Okay. Sanjay, I want to ask you then, if you have to advise a 20-something person today, what is the most underrated financial move that they should do so that they can actually retire at 40?
20 साल वाले सुनते नहीं हैं हमारी बात. I think these two terms, funny terms, one is YOLO.
Yes.
And one is FOMO.
Yes.
I think these are the only things which you need to get out of your mind. I think you should do POLO. POLO means plan or lose out.
Okay.
Okay. So you do POLO, which is you plan for yourself. And I think there are enough and more videos, book, content, so much written around money. Good starting point could be Psychology of Money, where they speak about Ronald Reed, a janitor, jhadu pocha marne wala. And he kept on investing for 50 years and how he became the US's top 2%, 1 or 2%, retired with an $8 million fund, just by being a janitor. So long-term investing is so powerful. I was checking Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. It was formed in 1965. Till today, that's 60 years. The returns on that fund that company is 19.8% per annum. If somebody had to put 1,000 rupee SIP, real content aa gaya. So if somebody had to put 1,000 rupee SIP for these 60 years, usne kitna paisa dala hota? 7,20,000 rupees.
Okay.
Any guesses? What is the value of that 7,20,000 today after 60 years? Anyone from the room who wants to take a wild guess? 12 crores, okay. Wow. Any other guess? Let's go a little higher. The answer is around 700 crores.
Wow.
700 crores. Rachana Ranade ma'am ki website pe jaएं और check कर लें. So, if somebody, if a kid is born today to a family, and क्या 1,000 रुपए निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है या 2,000 रुपए निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है, I tell everyone, even if your salary is 25,000, you forget it's 25,000, you think it's 24,000. भूल जाओ 1,000, डाल दो उसको. Just forget it. It builds your habit. नहीं तो क्या होगा जब आपकी तनख्वाह 5 लाख भी होगी, वो habit नहीं बनेगी. I have seen one of my own friends at 7 lakh rupee per month salary, CFO, sorry, not CFO, COO. CFO तो ऐसी गलती नहीं करेंगे. COO. And he loses out money till 25th of the month. Why? Because he didn't put up a habit. So I think my biggest advice to anyone who's young today is to get out of this FOMO, YOLO. All of this will happen. Keep a good budget for yourself. Understand where you're spending your money. Prepare for emergencies of life. And keep on investing a little bit. Enjoy your life also, but keep on investing a little bit to just develop your habit, because you're not going to make 20,000 for your entire life. You will improve your salary, as Mukul was saying.
Absolutely. So Sanjay, I want to follow up. You said SIP. So everybody by now actually knows there is something called a mutual funds you have to invest. But what I've also heard you talk a lot about is that a bigger magical compounding factor is SWP. Can you break that for all our audiences? What exactly is SWP, and how do we really look at that aspect to create more wealth?
See, SWP, I believe, is very, very magical. And I think this was the word which got me millions of views with that reel. See, what people think about conventionally is that मैं retire होऊंगा, मेरे पास एक घर होगा जिसमें मैं रह रहा हूँ, एक घर और होगा जिससे मुझे भाड़ा आएगा, right? Now you have to understand, somebody who's 60, who has created a corpus, now retired, it's very difficult for them to go and collect their rents, take care of the house, the kids may not be staying with them, वो बाहर पढ़ने चले गए हैं. So it's very difficult for a 60-year-old to, make money out of that. So better is to put that money in a fund. And it's assumed that that money is like water in a bucket. ठीक है? तो आपका पैसा अभी भी ग्रो कर रहा है because वो म्यूचुअल फंड में पड़ा है. तो you just have to ensure one thing, that the leak in your bucket is smaller than the money coming to your bucket. So which we call in compounding as withdrawal rate. So if your withdrawal rate is lesser than your compounding rate, your money will never ever finish and you will still keep on making passive income. And that's the magic which can be created with systematic withdrawal plan. अगर आपके पास 2 करोड़ रुपए हैं, तो आप महीने का 1 लाख रुपया निकाल सकते हो और वो पैसा जिंदगी भर खत्म नहीं होगा अगर आपने सही तरीके से उसको इन्वेस्टेड रखा है तो. That's the power of SWP.
SWP का टैगलाइन होना चाहिए, जिंदगी के साथ भी, जिंदगी के बाद भी.
Calculators available on rachnaranade.com.
Sarthak, I'll come to you. Sanjay, a while back also mentioned about the fact that how people think it's okay to do minimum payments on credit card without worrying what is about to come. And actually, this is something that's leaked in from Confessions of a Shopaholic, where it's very common for them to do this, that we will see after 45 days, and on the 45th day, they think that we'll see after few more days because it's just minimum payment. I want to bring in the topic, and because we are talking about generational influence in this, it is about financial therapy and money trauma. Do you think this has become an emotional territory now for a lot of young people? What do you usually get to hear from young people when you're putting out your videos on these aspects?
I think on the credit card, I'll start off with the fact that a few days ago, I think probably about a month ago, I put out a post saying that credit card frauds and the fact that people end up paying so much interest has now become so common that you should ideally not have more than 2 credit cards. And the kind of thrashing I got in the comments was that, what does this guy even know? I personally, if I could talk about, is I have one credit card, which is the company credit card, and it gets paid automatically, the full amount. And I do understand I may be able to save a lot more if I use a credit card smartly. But I feel there's only limited bandwidth that one can really apply. Either you can put that brains on cost saving, or you can, put those brains on increasing your income in some way. And given the kind of age I'm at, or maybe I understand I say this with a lot of privilege, saying that I can put my mental bandwidth on increasing my income rather than trying to optimize on how much percentage I'll save on my cost. So I think this is something that people really need to understand. I feel the bigger heartbreak comes to me, and I think a lot of people start putting their minds to using a credit card to save on costs and put a lot more brain on where they can invest, because if they feel that in life they've reached that point where they have no other way to earn a higher income. And I think that for me is heartbreaking, where if at the age of 30 you feel India, where the world is betting on as the fastest growing large economy, and if you still feel that there is no opportunity for you to get a better job that pays well or start an entrepreneurial journey where you can make a lot more money, I think that is somewhere that we as a society, as an economy, are failing, that the rich are getting richer and the Gini coefficient is rising. That I would feel a lot more people should have that joy. And if they are in this situation and they get some kind of kick out of retail therapy or some joy out of spending more money, I feel, while I understand the problem as a diagnosis, as like a financial doctor of some sorts, but because I'm not in their shoes, I feel it's very difficult for me to also pass judgment, because I'm thinking maybe if I were to be in their shoes where there is no way for me to increase my income, and buying those extra pair of shoes is the only kind of joy I get in a month, maybe I might behave in their way as well, because at the end of the day, finance is more psychological than on an Excel sheet, right? And I think this actually shows that we as a society need to do a lot more in removing that income disparity.
Sure.
And that is probably the top of the funnel where trickle-down effect may actually come down.
Yeah, Sakshi, actually the room will probably be divided on how everybody must have utilized their first salaries.
Yeah.
While few must have probably saved it, few, like Sakshi had mentioned in the beginning, the anecdote relating that they must have bought the most expensive Nike shoes. How have each of you utilized your first savings or first earnings?
My first earning was 20,000 rupees. Out of that, I started my very first recurring, of course, at that time, I was not allowed to invest in stock market. My dad hadn't allowed.
Rachna Ranade was not allowed to invest in stock markets at some stage.
Yeah. So I started investing 5,000 rupees in an RD at that time.
How did you convince, who did not, your parents did not allow you?
For stock market?
Yeah.
Yes.
How did you convince them that this is what I'm going to do for a living now?
It was very hard. Even today, he keeps on scolding me ki baas zala tha. Bahut ho gaya, now enough, put more in FD.
Okay, okay.
I really don't remember. I started off with like a stipend of 5,000 rupees, which people get when they're doing their CA articleship. But I don't remember spending on anything substantial. I think my first major spend was just working for 5 years and then it going towards my MBA. And I think that was probably the best investment I could have made.
I think I was a little privileged here. I started my career as a merchant navy officer. So I didn't get 1 month salary. I actually got 6 months salary when I got down from the ship. So I had some money. And actually I went and bought some mutual funds at that time.
Wow.
In 2004, I think.
Wonderful. Sanjay.
I started teaching when I was in 7th standard. So I made 700 rupees in the very first month.
Wow.
And my school fees used to be 60 rupees for the year. मतलब यार चलो school की fees तो हमने एक ही महीने में निकाल ली. That was my first memory of money. But after that, when I started earning properly, it was 20,000. I used to do tuitions at IMS part-time. And that money I started investing in the markets, PPF. My father being a very avid investor, उन्होंने मेरा डीमैट अकाउंट ओपन कर दिया, PPF अकाउंट ओपन कर दिया. Rachna Ranade ma'am is like very jealous right now.
Sakshi, how did you utilize your first salary?
I think I was the worst of them all. I just saved it in my savings bank account. I didn't do too much.
That's not bad. Saving
just savings bank account. But I want to ask you on that note, FDs, recurring deposit savings accounts was a previous generation. Kind of a thing of investing. What about this generation is more about mutual funds, stocks. What will be the next generation's biggest money-making idea? What do you think will be the best assets to allocate your money in over the next 22 years? Anyone can take that.
I think I can take this up. I think stocks will remain the highest money-making instrument, which will have an underlying asset, right? So I will qualify this, because I don't really believe in cryptocurrencies till they prove themselves. Okay, but I think there will be a few things which will evolve. We don't have fractional shares so far in India. I mean, if you want to buy, for example, if you want to buy a Berkshire Hathaway share in the US today, it's going to cost you, I think, $7 lakh US, right? So you can just multiply, it will be 6 crores. How many people can buy one share?
Wow.
So same thing is happening in India also. There are a lot of shares which people just can't buy. Even if you have to buy one share, you have to spend like $1 lakh, right? So I think fractional share is one thing which I feel that it's going to happen.
Perfect. Time's up, but we're talking about stocks, and Rachna really sings beautifully as well on her YouTube channel. So we would ask her to sing a song on stock markets. Do you have a song in mind
on stock market
that you can actually think of?
Acha. एक 1,000 रुपए डाल के 10 करोड़.
I'm just about to ask. He told if we have invested in 1960 in Hathway, today it becomes 700 crore rupees. So how many of you, if we divided by 10, invested 1,000 rupees of any stock market, have you made 70 crore rupees? Or have you make a corpus of that fund? Or just we are like past history we are saying, but we are not telling about what will happen in next 20 years. Can anyone told me which company will have a 25-year, in next 25 years and will sustain?
Sir, first of all, compounding doesn't work 1 by n. मतलब ऐसा नहीं होता कि अगर 60 साल आपने इन्वेस्ट किया है तो पहले 10 साल में 700 करोड़ का आपको 100 करोड़ मिल जाएगा. कंपाउंडिंग में जो लास्ट का 10 साल होता है उसमें आपको 70% गेन मिलता है. मतलब all of your gain, 70 to 80% of it will come in the last 20% of the period, and that's the magic of compounding. That's why it's called the 8th wonder of the world. Second, nobody in this world knows that which company will compound for 25% per annum. It is great for YouTube videos, reels, shorts, but nobody, I don't think so, anybody can take a guess. But third thing which I know is that this country is going to grow at a significant rate. Today it's growing at 7% over and above inflation. यानी अगर मैं nominal growth देखूं इंडिया की तो 12-13% के आसपास है. तो अगर 12-13% हमारा देश बढ़ने वाला है और मुझे भरोसा है कि हमारा देश आगे बढ़ेगा. आज इंडिया के म्यूचुअल फंड्स $0.71 ट्रिलियन का AUM है. आज यूएस का यही नंबर 31 ट्रिलियन है. चाइना का यही नंबर 5 ट्रिलियन है. तो हमें भी वहां पहुंचना तो है. अब कब पहुंचना है, 10 साल 20 साल, वो हमारी स्पीड डिटरमाइन करेगी. सो द बेस्ट बेट वी कैन डू इज टू बेट ऑन इंडिया, to bet on the top 500 companies of India, which could be Nifty 500 or huge select, mid cap, small cap, your choice. But nobody in this room has invested for 60 years 1,000 rupees. इतना तो मैं कह सकता हूँ.
Running out of time. A big thank you to you for giving me time to think which song can I sing. The theme is Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, so I'll just try and match it with money. आपने वो गाना सुना ही होगा. This is a newbie person who is singing to stock market. स्टॉक मार्केट में अभी अभी आया है, नए नए न्यूज़ सुन रहा है स्टॉक मार्केट के, एंड दिस इज व्हाट ही इज सिंगिंग टू द स्टॉक मार्केट. न मैं समझा ना मैं जाना जो भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेन्योरिटा, मगर फिर भी न जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेन्योरिटा. पता तो नहीं चल रहा है लेकिन सुन के अच्छा लग रहा है. अभी उसने इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू कर दिया. नाउ ही इज एक्सपेक्टिंग इंस्टेंट ग्रेटिफिकेशन. जैसे आपने बोला इंस्टेंट ग्रेटिफिकेशन चाहिए. मुझसे अब नजर ना फेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे, मुझको बाहों में तुम ले लो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा. मिलेगा क्या प्रॉफिट इतने जल्दी? चाहत के 2 पल भी मिल पाए, थोड़ा सा तो प्रॉफिट मिले. दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, 2 पल को तो आओ खो जाए, बुरे हम होते गम है क्या सेन्योरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या.
Fantastic. Huge round of applause. That was a perfect end to this fantastic day. Thank you so much, Sanjay, Mukul, Sarthak and Rachna for that fantastic conversation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi and Mr. Alok Nair as well. If you could come up on stage, CEO Business Today, to present a token of appreciation to all our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for being such a great audience till the end of this entire day. And thank you so much for being with us. Do join us for dinner and networking right now. Thank you. You've been brilliant.
Not all numbers are born for the balance sheet. Some are born to bring a smile. Some usher the future. Some make you stand tall. Some numbers light a fire and fulfill wishes. Some spoil you silly. Some echo joyful shrieks. Some numbers have smiles written all over them. Some make the planet happy. Some make the planet healthy. Some numbers rise against all odds. Some are made for dreams. Not all numbers are born for the balance sheet. As we spread our wings globally, we at Mahindra believe that the numbers we are most proud of are the number of lives we have touched. Mahindra, together we rise.
Welcome, Neelkan, and
Thank
it's
you.
great to have you here, especially while the topic is so hot and everyone's really wondering what's going to be happening next when it comes to Trump and his impact on the economy. So let's actually kick off with that, because he really threw everyone into a tizzy. Surprisingly, markets were still a bit resilient, but overall it's thrown everyone into a bit of a frenzy in terms of what happens next. Now, I know that you've been speaking about this a little bit, and you have alluded to the fact that by now we know that it's also